Good morning. I am Ward 4 Councilmember Janeese Lewis George, Chair of the Committee on Facilities. It is 10:03 a.m. on Thursday, June 12th, 2025. And we are holding this budget oversight hearing for the Department of General Services via a hybrid format. Public witnesses are testifying via Zoom and in person here in room 123 of the John A. Wilson Building, and government witnesses are testifying in person. The hearing is also being broadcast live on my website at janeeseward4.com/live. Here are some brief reminders about the committee's protocols for witnesses participating virtually today. All witnesses participating in the Zoom webinar are currently listed as attendees. When it's your time to join the panel for testimony, I will call your name and then a member of my staff will promote you to be a panelist. We prefer if you would activate your video while you testify. In order to do so, you need to click the button in the toolbar that looks like a video camera. Public witnesses from bona fide organizations will be given 5 minutes to testify. Public witnesses from the same bona fide organizations will be given 3 minutes subsequently. All other public witnesses will be given 3 minutes. When your time is up, we ask that you please conclude so that we can stay on schedule. If you have any technical issues during the hearing, please notify my staff either via the Q&A function in Zoom or by sending an email to facilities@dccouncil.gov. All testimony and pre-hearing documents are uploaded on the council's hearing management system, and you can view those items now. Witnesses are reminded to please submit a written copy of their testimony for the record by either uploading your testimony to the council's hearing management system or emailing facilities@dccouncil.gov. The record for this hearing closes at 5 p.m. on Friday, June 20th. It's critical, as you know, the council's budget time is sort of truncated because of how long it took us to get to the budget. So please upload your documents as soon as possible, as we, the committee, will have to prepare our report to go to the full council. We want to make sure we capture all of the testimonies and any data that's presented to us that will sort of substantiate sort of our budget recommendations to the committee of the whole. So now we can get started. As you all know, the Department of General Services has a critical and broad mandate to build, maintain, and sustain all district government properties. As a result, DGS actions affect hundreds of thousands of district residents, employees, students, and visitors every single day. The mayor's proposed budget for DGS includes $460 million in operating funds and $58 million in capital funds, along with 652 FTEs. Given the sheer size of the agency budget, including especially in fiscally challenging times, it is of the utmost importance that every operating capital dollar is being spent efficiently and with the highest impact. During today's hearing, we will examine if and how the mayor's proposed funding is sufficient to ensure district properties from schools to parks, from fire stations to police stations to senior centers to municipal buildings are safe, healthy, clean, and accessible. We will also discuss proposed changes to major projects such as the DC Archives. And we will examine the mayor's proposal to undermine the district's climate commitments by making major changes to current laws without going through the full legislative process. With that, I am going to see if I have any colleagues who may be present. I know they noted they will be visiting throughout to talk about some of the ward projects, particularly some of the smaller projects and major projects to make sure those stay on schedule for their wards. Seeing none of my colleagues here, we will then jump right in to our public witnesses. I'd like to recognize our first panel, Joy Taylor, a public witness, Amanda Leal, public witness, Robin Roche, public witness, Trudy Peterson, public witness, Eric Jonathan Sheptock, public witness, Kishan Puta, ANC Commissioner and public witness, Sammy Wines, public witness, Pisens Lifong, public witness, Siobhan Lewis, public witness, John Stewart, public witness, Laura Levinson, public witness, Shruti Patel, Chair of ANC 2A, Mark Friend, Commissioner ANC 7D06, Danielle Zhang, Commissioner ANC 4B09. Great. Again, all witnesses, if you are attendee, please accept the panelist link to be made a panelist for testimony. We will now begin with Joy Taylor, public witness. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman Lewis George. My name is Joy Taylor, and I would like to yield my time for additional people to speak on behalf of this committee or behalf of testifying about the budget for this committee. Thank you.
Awesome.
Eric Sheptuck.
Amanda Law. Are you yielding to? He's on the list, right? You're Eric?
Yes.
Okay. We're coming to you after. We'll save your time, hit your time. Amanda Leal. And I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Please just correct the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the chance to testify. So I want to share that my name is Amanda Liao. I am a Ward 1 resident. And today I am testifying to ask you to subpoena DGS to release findings from the land bank study they did in 2019. So back in 2019, DGS had brought in a FUSE executive fellow to begin the process of creating a land bank, which would require the district to basically acquire these neglected properties and convert them into assets that actually benefit the community. So to my understanding, this project was meant to allow DGS to make more strategic and also data-driven decisions, but they never released the data, the preliminary findings, or the research from this project in any form. So it's now been 7 years. And my question for them is, even if the idea was never completed, why wouldn't DGS release any of the data or the findings? To me, why this issue matters so much is because I see that the way that our city currently disperses land and also auctions off rights to properties means that it's luxury developers or market rate developers, as well as speculators who are outside of DC, they're the ones kind of benefiting, right? This continues to be the model of economic development that DC relies on, but time and again, a lot of residents, many of us, keep demonstrating that this model of trickle-down economics doesn't really build wealth among the communities who live here. And this is why the idea of a land bank is really interesting to me. The way that a land bank as a public entity can use vacant, abandoned, and deteriorated properties for community use, and the way that setting up a land bank to be a sustainable system for the city requires us to accept and also expand on TOPA rights, to stand very firmly against displacement and gentrification, and also to form very local accountable groups of people who are actually from the community and who are committed to building wealth from the ground up. So a couple of ways that I see this could end up happening: land could be dispersed through existing community land trusts. The city could use different trust-based metrics to vet for creditworthiness so that groups who are currently and historically marginalized can receive funding. We could use sustainable loan funds and also other investment vehicles that prioritize supporting worker owners to actually foster cooperative ownership among residents who have been historically underinvested in. I'll just say to end off that there are more than 300 land banks and also land banking programs across the US right now. And I really think that a better District of Columbia is possible, one that really prioritizes and invests in residents and building wealth from the ground up. So that's why I'm asking this committee to subpoena DGS to release the findings from their land bank study in 2019. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Trudy Peterson. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I come in opposition to the mayor's plan.
Oh, can you move your just a little closer for me?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
I come in opposition to the mayor's plan to cease work on the site for the new DC archives and instead to put part of the headquarters of the archives in Sumner School and then create an off-site storage warehouse somewhere not determined. I have provided with my testimony a timeline showing all of the work that has been done since 2013 to get us to this point. It's a good plan. We've had the premier architectural firm in the country for archives do the planning. Gilbane Construction, a good construction company, has been hired to do the construction. The interior demolition of the building that is on that site is already done. I did a hard hat tour in January looking at the site. So I'm just astonished that at this point, we would waste the thousands of hours of time and the millions of dollars that we have already invested in this project. Let me make a couple of other points. First of all, it is at the campus of UDC. It is a huge benefit to that school. It affects 5 different institutions. Not only does it affect the archives of the city of Washington, DC, but it would also house the archives of the University of the District of Columbia and its prior schools, including the first Black higher education school for women in the city. It would house the Felix Grant Jazz Archives. And of course, jazz is one of the prime boasts of our city, with Aretha Franklin and all. Duke Ellington and so forth. It also affects the Institute for Policy, Politics, and History, if I've got the name right, that was started in 2019 and is headed by former Mayor Sharon Pratt. And that was going to be there to be in synergy with those wonderful historical resources. And then, of course, it would, by moving the headquarters of the archives into Sumner School, disrupt the museum that is now in Sumner School that is focused on the history of the schools in the district. So we aren't just talking about one institution that is affected by this, we're talking about 5. If the issue is truly one of money, then I think what needs to happen is the city needs to step back and we need to look at options. And there are options. We don't need to kill this project in the middle in order to complete it satisfactorily. And I would urge you to stop this project right now, or this plan, and let us think about ways to complete the project where it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Eric Jonathan Sheptalk.
Hello, my name is Eric Jonathan Sheptuck. I've advocated for DC's homeless for the past 19 years, since June of 2006. Okay. And I wanted to ask, is Mayor Bowser avoiding putting encampment residents in CCNV, the shelter, so she can close CCNV? I know the Federal City Shelter building where CCNV is located is 85 years old, and that much of the building, which is supposed to be maintained by DGS, is dilapidated. I know that DGS hasn't rewired some portions of the building where the wiring is faulty, and at least one outlet caught fire. Along with a number of other outlets, that outlet has been covered up, although the burn marks remain on the wall. I know that the outlets in 3 South TV room produce little or no electricity. I imagine that there are a number of dead rats in the wall whose last feast was 120 volts. I know that there are toilets and urinals that have been broken since before I moved out in early 2021. I know that the floors haven't been stripped or waxed in quite some time. I suspect that the computer room, which used to be open to the public, is shut down because of the electrical problems. I know that motion detectors in the bathroom on 3 South sometimes don't detect the motion of an entrant and sometimes cause the lights to go out too soon, causing some people to dump in darkness. I know that 1 North is a city-run men's shelter, hypothermia only, in the same building where everything in that part of the building seems to be working well. Lights, toilets, urinals, etc. I don't know about the outlets there, but anyway, furthermore, last year the city found $64 million to build affordable housing on the CCNV parking lot. In lieu of Trump, a reincarnated Hitler, and the uncertainty of the $7 billion of DC's $22 billion FY26 budget, which we get from the feds, with the possibility of one second, with the possibility Trump might give only 3.5 billion or less, knowing him, creating a budget crisis. We'll know about $64 million will still be available for CCNV affordable housing. To be clear, I'm not aware of Trump having threatened to decrease the $7 billion federal cash infusion. I just don't trust him, and in preparing for the worst. Oops, one second here. Having some tech problems.
It's okay. Miss
But
Taylor gave you some of her time.
okay, so Mayor Bowser has been shutting down homeless encampments for 9 or 10 years as mayor thus far, having begun in July or August of 2016. Something tells me that she breathed a sigh of relief when her master, Trump, told her to get the 10 homeless people out of a useless plot of land near the down ramp for the expressway. I'm sorry about this. I'm getting all choked up here. But says, meanwhile, the federal city shelter, which has held 1,350 people, is a skeleton of its former self. The CCNV federal city shelter might have somewhere between 300 and 500 residents in it right now. About 200 of the former 1,350 beds are no longer available because those portions of the building were shut down, and they created the Pat Handy Center in Chinatown. DGS would need to rewire portions of the building and do other repairs, basically to do their job. Clarence Carter, the former DHS director, not the singer, said during the Fenty administration that DHS/DGS would take care of all DC government buildings as long as they're being occupied, not let them decay while people are still residing in them. Rachel Pierre, the current director of DHS, should make or be held to the same promise. Repairing and reopening portions of the federal city shelter/CCNV would relieve much of the stress being visited upon DC's homeless people whose encampments are being dismantled and trashed. Oh, sorry about that. That brings me back to my original question. Is Mayor Muriel Bowser avoiding putting encampment residents in CCNV so that she can close CCNV?
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Kishan Puta.
Hi, Councilmember Lewis George. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Oh, good. Uh, Thanks for you and your committee's all hard work on so many facilities citywide. I testified at both of your DPR and DGS hearings for oversight. And sorry, I missed the DPR one last week. But you know how much I care about these issues, and I really appreciate your partnership. I want to focus on a couple facilities again, because I know you have so many citywide that you work on and so many other issues. I also have some updates for you on GLF and the Boys and Girls Club as well. When we last spoke, Duke Ellington Field had been 5 years into the discussions and planning and not yet started. I credit you, just like you got the air conditioning back on at GLF. I think I credit your hearing with getting Duke Ellington Field finally started. It's not a coincidence. It was like a week later, and so it's underway. There are a couple of neighbors who are complaining still about the lights, even though they are good technology that should not have problems. But we'll deal with that. FYI, they're doing a zoning appeal regarding them, even though there's similar lights everywhere in the city at rec centers. And anyway, on GLF, really fast. We need that project to start, and good news. DPR is willing to have a meeting with us next week about our ANC about kicking off the project. We do want to have a public meeting as well beforehand, so please ask them for that, because that's what we've been asking for that for a while. An update on the Boys and Girls Club, that big after-school program that's free and relied on by so many families citywide. They needed a place to go during construction. There'll be summer camp this summer, and then they were gonna go to Duke Ellington School, which was so gracious to allow them and work with them to house them during construction. However, I just wanted to let you know, if you don't know already, they found a even better opportunity, even closer to GLF than Duke. Next to Hardy Middle School is the old Fillmore School, and so that building will house them. It's owned by a private nonprofit, and so that'll be great. They're having a barbecue next Friday at GLF. I'm going. You should come if you can. Lastly, since I mentioned Hardy, their cafeteria project needs to start, and it is underway with a facility improvement team, an FIT. I just want to tell you, Chairman George, I did send you an email. DCPS has these FIT teams and these FIT teams, even for something as small as a cafeteria. Why can't DPR do it? We have asked DPR for GLF and for other facilities, have a SIT team, have a community, a work group that can keep in touch with you so that things don't get lost, so there's not miscommunication. A couple regular meetings a year. That's all we want. And we asked for it at GLF. They said flatly no. DPR did. And I don't understand that. I would love your take on that. Don't you think they should do that? If the schools can do it, can't DPR do it? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Sammy Wines. And this is just a reminder, please stay so that I can ask you questions if you are a witness. If you are able to. Hey, Sammy, we see you. If you can accept the panelist request, we're going to go to the next witness and hopefully, oh, there you go. You accepted it, and actually we'll go to you. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sammy Wines. I'm a resident of Ward 5 and a Sierra Club member testifying as an individual today. I would like to share my opposition to 3 items proposed in Mayor Bowser's budget related to clean energy. First is the transfer of over $70 million from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund to DGS. The second is the significant gutting of the Greener Government Buildings Act, and the third is the delay in the Building Energy Performance Standards implementation. First, regarding the rate of the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. These funds are meant for sustainable energy programs like the Healthy Homes Act, administered by the Department of Energy and the Environment. These programs are critical for helping low and moderate income district residents make the switch to clean energy. Instead, Mayor Bowser is raiding this fund to pay the DC government's utility bills. I am urging you to restore at least $18 million of the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund to the DOEE, which is the minimum to match federal funds for residential electrification and energy efficiency projects. Second, Mayor Bowser proposed to significantly weaken the Greener Government Buildings Act. This law requires government-owned and funded buildings to be net zero energy. If implementation is delayed, district residents will continue to subsidize less efficient and more polluting public buildings. Furthermore, Mayor Bowser proposed repealing the law that requires net zero energy construction for new construction by 2026. While some projects might have a higher upfront cost, by obeying the law, in the long run, taxpayers will save a considerable amount of money on electricity bills over the lifetime of these buildings. Finally, I urge you to keep the implementation timeline of the Building Energy Performance Standards. The mayor wants to delay this until 2032 for large buildings and even later for others. This move would effectively kill BEPS while other cities around the nation move forward with similar standards. DGS has made progress via an energy savings performance contract, and I urge the committee to make sure DGS has the resources needed to continue down the path to make DC government buildings more efficient. All right, thank you for this opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Pisons Lifong, and I'm sorry if I pronounce it wrong, just correct the record. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm here to testify on the possible land bank. So dear committee chair and committee members, my name is Payang Lifong. I'm a resident of Ward 4, but work with clients all over the city. I am a cooperative law attorney who has been working with cooperatives, including housing cooperatives, small businesses, and nonprofits in DC for the past 4 years. In my practice, I have seen the critical need for ownership of small businesses who cannot afford the rent increases of their landlords, and for ownership of residential tenants who are at the mercy of owners. On the affordable housing side, I will share this example. I am currently working on a tenant's case that I feel more comfortable discussing as it has been in the news. My clients lived in 38 units of a building that officially had only 33 units. They were in the news when a gas explosion severely injured an elderly woman and forced the evacuation of the whole building. There were, a lot of notices of violations that were sent. Many of the tenants had lived in the building for more than 20 years and desperately wanted to remain in the place that they knew as home, in the neighborhood where their kids went to school and where their healthcare and social services were available in their language. It turned out that the building was, actually in tax sale also. And the tenants had no idea that, the building had been sold. Because of, the tax sale, TOPA was not available. A land bank system that would notify tenants of a tax sale and would allow them to make an offer for the building would have helped those tenants. Furthermore, there was an out-of-town speculator business that bought the building at the tax sale for only $170,000, whereas the building was assessed to be worth $4 million. It is both outrageous and a pity that tenants are not currently given the same opportunity to buy their long-time homes for as little as what out-of-town speculators would pay. Finally, I would just say that on the commercial side, I worked with a lot of small businesses, maybe by many BIPOC businesses who were not able to stay in business because they were, not able to afford rents. It is critical to allow a land bank as well to provide possible commercial space for those owners. Thank you very much, and I'm available for further questions if needed.
Sorry. Thank you. Next, we will hear from Siobhan Lewis, public witness.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Hi, my name is Siobhan Lewis. I'm a Ward 1 resident and an active volunteer with the Sierra Club DC Chapter Zero Waste Committee. I'm testifying today in support of funding for the Department of General Services to provide compost services in DC public schools. So DGS offered compost services in DC public schools 10 years ago, and that was when composting was not nearly as familiar or widespread as it is now. And DGS's website celebrates the tons of organic waste that were diverted from incinerators and landfills, and the 61 schools that participated in the 2016 to 2017 school year. That program seems to have ended during the pandemic. And I think it's time to bring it back. Composting should be a permanent, routine part of operations in all city buildings. The success of the residential curbside composting program run by DPW really demonstrates that DC residents are eager and able to participate in composting. And the Zero Waste DC plan released by the mayor in February 2024 called for recycling and compost services to be available citywide by this year, by 2025, in all government buildings, including public schools. The mayor's proposed budget includes a nearly $3 million reduction in funds for energy and environment conservation education efforts at DC public schools, which is disappointing. And I'd like to know if the increase in funds for waste management includes funds for composting in schools. The budgeted amount is $2.2 million higher than the FY25 approved funds, but it's still lower than actual expenditures in FY24. And before I end, I'd like to thank Councilmember Lewis George for co-introducing the District Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025, commonly referred to as the Bottle Bill. I wanted to take the opportunity of this budget hearing to note that the Bottle Bill is a self-funding program paid for by the beverage companies whose packaging choices have caused massive litter in the district. And the program will also generate funds through unclaimed deposits to fund other environmental programs and to ensure the program is equitably implemented. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this hearing.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Jean Stewart.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, for the opportunity to testify today at this budget hearing. My name is Jean Stewart, resident of Ward 1, and I volunteer in support of environmental justice programs in DC. I believe that the district government should continue to lead the way on energy and climate issues. Rather than progress, though, I'm sorry to see major backsliding in the mayor's budget proposals. I am particularly opposed to the mayor's plan to sweep more than $70 million from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund from DOEE, move these funds to DGS in order to pay DC government's utility bills. This is contrary to the purpose of the fund, which is to provide funding for sustainable energy programs administered by DOEE. One of the programs is the Healthy Homes Act, which is to assist low and moderate income residents to transition from unhealthy and dangerous methane gas to clean electricity. This will save DC money for health care from pollution and climate-driven extreme heat events. I urge you to support returning as much of these funds to DOEE as possible. As a previous witness testified, at least $18 million needs to be restored to match federal funds that are ready to go to fund residential electrification. I also strongly favor implementation of the Greener Government Buildings Act on schedule. This law requires new and substantially renovated buildings owned by the district or with significant DC government funding, like affordable housing, to be net zero energy, meaning buildings that are highly energy efficient, powered by electricity from renewable sources, and that do not burn fossil fuels. However, the mayor proposes to weaken and significantly delay implementation of this groundbreaking act. For the health of the people who live and or work in these buildings, and for all of us who see the urgency of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, I ask this committee to strike the changes to the GGBA from the mayor's budget. Implementation will be a valuable investment in reduced energy costs, as rates for methane gas will continue to rise while renewable energy costs are dropping. It is distressing to me as a longtime DC resident to see the mayor reversing so much of our environmental progress, costing residents higher energy bills and poorer health. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Laura Levinson. Okay. Trupti Patel. Okay.
Good morning, Chairperson Lewis George. My name is Trupti Patel. Thank you for hosting this hearing so that my comments may be entered into the permanent record. I'm a fourth-term ANC commissioner that represents Single-Member District 2A03, which is the historic Foggy Bottom. I'm also the chairperson of ANC 2A. I testified before you earlier this year on the performance oversight hearing for Department of General Services. I am happy to come back and report to you that as of late last night, I got an email from DGS saying that they are going to fund a full generator for the Aston. So I just wanted to come onto the hearing and just personally thank Director Hunter for acknowledging all of the work that I have been doing in these hearings and the resolutions I've been sending. I will be sending a budget performance oversight resolution for the record, and I just want to reiterate that I request that you, Chairperson Lewis George, do confirm that Director Hunter will be giving the Aston a generator, a full power generator. This has been a long, hard fight to make sure that the Aston survives. So just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we will hear from Mark Friend, Commissioner ANC 7D06. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Thank you so much for letting me testify again. My name is Mark Friend. I'm the ANC Commissioner for 7D06, the Rosedale community. I'm here to continue the conversation about the Rosedale Recreation Center campus. First, I want to give a shout out to many of the great staff at DGS who have been great partners in this, including Ms. Grove and Ms. Hughes. Further, I want to say thank you to DGS for great completion of the Minor Elementary Early Education Center last year, taking a historic building and turning it into a wonderful new educational facility. Today, I come before the committee to discuss the Rosedale Recreation Center. I'm asking for $10 million to go towards the Rosedale Recreation Center campus. The Rosedale Recreation Center continues to require extensive repairs. The whole facility is constantly at capacity. This refresh idea actually came from DGS Director Hunter when I was discussing with him what a rebuild could look like. And he smartly said, let's not tear it down, but let's fix it up. So we are requesting this $10 million for repairs to include but not be limited to fixing the leaking roof, fixing and replacing playground equipment and surfaces that are currently extremely dangerous, new seating and landscaping for the field, which are currently broken, fixing the press box, which is currently not compliant with ADA requirements, setting up a computer lab that has been blanket for a long time, redoing the senior room with equipment that can actually serve our seniors, a new storage area for equipment, smart boards in the multipurpose room so we can hold things like ANC meetings, a new scoreboard and hoops in the gymnasium, and fixing the entryway, and most importantly, creating an emergency exit in the gym. And one additional idea was to extend the gym into some of the outdoor space to provide more activities. The community is advocating for the construction related to this $10 million for the Rosedale Recreation Campus refresh to occur at the same time as the construction of the new library to both minimize disruption and ideally to save the city in costs. For this, we need DGS leadership to make this happen. Third, I urgently asked for the expedited repair of the lights on the football field that have been broken and dark for half a year now. This is a public safety concern, and leaving a large, dark field at night is a situation just waiting to happen. Finally, I want to finish by emphasizing, as we discussed public safety in our community, we cannot separate from the need for more youth spaces. We need to be giving our youth opportunities and activities. Our youth cannot be practicing and playing in broken equipment in unsafe spaces. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner. Lastly, we will hear from Danielle Zhang, ANC Commissioner for B09. All right. Thank you so much to this panel of witnesses. First, I want to come to Amanda Liao. Thanks for your testimony regarding the Land Bank of 2019. And I want to ask you, as well as I believe one other witness who testified to it as well, Ms. Pazines Lifong, about the land banks. Wanted to come to both of you and see, this is something we've been discussing with the committee, and I know my colleague, Councilmember Zach Parker, Ward 5, has asked the committee about this as well. Can you speak a bit more about, I guess, how other jurisdictions have implemented land banking and what those successes have looked like? Let's see if you're still here. I think both of them might have logged off. Okay, it looks like both witnesses must have logged off. We'll follow up there. This is an issue that my colleague is very passionate about, and so we'll be following up to see if we can get that land bank study to answer some of those questions. Ms. Peterson, thank you so much for your testimony. I couldn't agree with you more, and this is me sort of inheriting what has been worked on for so many years and so much excitement. For me, the archives was a win for the city, a win for DGS, a win for UDC, just an overall amazing project that would be such a long-lasting sort of crown jewel for the District of Columbia. Can you just talk to me about the years-long process of selecting the UDC building as the best location for the new archives project? Why the current site was selected, and what do you see as those continued benefits that make this project worth reevaluation and saving?
Yes, I'm happy to do that. The site selection was very arduous. Starting in 2015 through 2018, the city hired Hartman Cox, the distinguished architectural and engineering firm, to take a look at multiple sites. I've listed them on the timeline. They included the Penn Center, the Recorder of Deeds building, the transfer facility in Northeast, a couple of schools that were not being used, a temporary building from the library, co-location with the Martin Luther King Library, and 2 buildings at UDC. So we thoroughly studied what the options were.
Mm-hmm.
And after all of that, then the council, the mayor, and UDC agreed that the site of building number 41, which was a building which was older on the campus and had physical problems,
Mm-hmm.
was the right site for it. So I'm confident that having studied at least 7 different sites in depth, we came to a site that everybody agreed was going to be useful. So what are the things that it benefits? Well, it benefits the university because suddenly you will have a place where students can go to do work on the history of the city.
Whatever. I just
You have-
finished. I just finished.
Sorry,
I-
Kishan,
Yeah, exactly.
can you mute for me? Thank you. Go ahead.
You have a place where classes can be held, where instructors can bring people and show them how to use historic material in their work. You have the co-location of these different facilities, so they're all going to reinforce each other. You can start by looking at the UDC records of schools, and then you can come and see what the district government did about schools and blend those together. You can do the same with jazz, and you can do the same with other sorts of topics. Also, by putting it on the campus, it is very close to transport facilities. And one of the things that we looked for when we were going through all of these site locations was, can people get there? Can people get there easily? Can people
Yep.
get there safely? And of course, it's right by a metro station.
Metro, yeah.
So it gives you that possibility as well. And if the city would agree, you could use some of those, the meeting room that's going to be built in for all kinds of civic events for that neighborhood. ANCs could meet there, for example. So there are all kinds of benefits that accrue to putting it on the campus. The other thing I will say to you is that every university looks for things that are going to enhance its reputation. And when we were looking, I was at the U.S. National Archives when we decided to put Archives 2 at the campus of the University of Maryland. And it was looked at as a benefit for the university as well as the archives. That same thing is true by putting this building on the campus of UDC. You're going to get synergies that we can't even imagine as we start.
Thank you. And I know you recently said you did a tour recently. What were your observations during the tour? It sounded like things have been really already underway.
Yes, that's absolutely true. As of March, Gilbane said all the interior demolition was completed on the building.
Mhm.
All they were waiting for was the final permit, which they now have, to do the exterior demolition. They've cleared the trash from the building that occurred as they were doing the interior demolition. What has to happen now is that there is a garage underlying that particular site, and that has to be strengthened. And so what we were waiting for in March was actually just strengthening that building of the garage to make sure it would hold the weight of the structure that was going on top of it. So that's where we were. It's a good site. It's nicely sited and it is conveniently sited.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for your thorough testimony, both not only here, but just the testimony you submitted. We've been able to read over. It really is my hope that we can, I spoke, UDC, I went to UDC's budget hearing as well. Truly, they were excited about this project as well. And they want student housing, but they're not in a process where the building would be ready for student housing. They would have to start a whole process. This is a building that would have been done and ready for student use, which is, what would be preferred. And so again, thank you. We'll continue to work with the mayor and others and see what we can do to try to make this long, arduous process that has been worth the fight, really get to the end and be a special thing for the city. So thank you. Eric, thank you so much for your testimony and your advocacy for folks currently living in shelter and in encampments. It's an important issue and one that my office seeks to approach, I think, with real care and compassion. How do you see DGS specifically better supporting those communities in fiscal year 26? It sounds like the project that you really want them to urgently work on is fixing the electrical issues.
Well, there's quite a few different issues with that. I'll try to get my testimony in writing to you. I don't think I did that on the site. But anyway, so that there's the electrical issues,
Okay.
and which is an obvious major danger.
Yeah.
It's an accident waiting to happen. But also, that's like I say, there's toilets and urinals
Okay.
that have been broken for at least 4 years.
Gotcha.
I got housed in May of 21. Then I had to go back for a few months because of a long
Mhm.
move process. I just finished moving a few days ago. Yeah, but anyway, so I was there for like 4 months, just ending a couple days ago.
Yeah.
But yeah. So there are all kinds of maintenance issues. But I want to say too, though, on the positive note, that the city did come in and renovate a portion of the building because
That's right.
there's several different parts, the different agencies that work out of that same building, and
That's right.
the city renovated one north section and they made it into a hypothermia shelter.
That's right.
And it's actually very nice.
We had the opportunity last year. I did a tour of shelters and sort of examining DGS's
Yes. And so,
responsibilities there, and
so
we were able to see that.
what they did for one north should be done throughout the entire
Gotcha.
building,
Understood.
and what DGS does or doesn't do in that building affects the people on the street, because the people on the street are being moved around by Deputy Mayor of Health and Human Services. They go from, and you clear up this encampment, and then they move 2 blocks away and set up again. And so let's stop that shuffling. Let's move them inside somewhere. But I should also point out that there's another department needs to be alerted, which is Department of Health, because there are bed bugs in there, and that's I've actually heard guys that were staying in CCNV say that when they can, they go to the street to sleep so as to get a night away from the bed bugs, and so
Yeah.
yes, there's a few different things that
That's
need to
right.
be done there.
Absolutely. We do have to get some providers over there to support as well in that effort. So, we'll follow up with DGS and sort of what's the future plans. I know we've created shelters across the district, the men's shelter and other places that I've had the opportunity to go to as well. And we'll see what the plans are for
Yes, and
having.
I should probably also point out that one is that the AC hasn't yet been turned on in CCNV, and I know that the rule is AC gets turned on in all city buildings by May 1st, and then the heat gets turned
That's
on
right.
by November 1st, and as of a couple of days ago when I left, the AC had not yet
Not been turned on.
been turned on.
Understood.
And also I did hear that there are some maintenance issues at New York Avenue shelter. I haven't stayed there for over 15 years, but I hear there are issues over there as well.
Got it. Thank you. Commissioner Kishan Puda, just wanted first thank you for your the updates about the various facilities around in your area that are seeing changes. I wanted to ask about your request for DGS and DPR to convene a community advisory group for large DPR projects, which the agencies deny. We've had this similar issue around Upshur Pool, and our commissioners and Ward 4 had asked for a convening as well of some sort. I'll follow up with Director Freeman and Director Hunter about this. Can you share what, if any, reasons the agencies gave, I guess, in why they would not be able to? I guess I'm trying to understand what the reasons were, and then your understanding of why
thanks.
these groups would be beneficial for DPR projects since they are so beneficial for DCPS projects.
Exactly, right. So they did give a little bit of a reason. I'll just share before as well. We did find some precedent for it with DPR at the Palisades Rec Center when they did that renovation project back before 2014. They did have a community working group. It was documented, and they met regularly. And we said, well, you did it then. Why aren't you doing it anymore? Especially for a bigger project like JELA, with so many community stakeholders from all over the city interested. So I think they said we prefer, our way of doing it is our way of doing it. It's community meetings. We have this many community meetings. We have a design meeting. We have we like to do it with a with public community meetings rather than a work group. Why do I think it would be worthwhile? Because for the for the stakeholders to be able to have that ongoing communication is really really valuable. Like, you know, to be named to a working group, it gives you responsibility. It gives you empowerment. Gives you a role that makes you encourages the community to stay involved. You know, but even if it's just a parent, you know, if they have the time to do that, and they're really part of the process, not just, you know, the general public. And I mean, it really does work for the sit committee meeting, and that's, you just look at that precedent.
Right.
I think that they are a little worried about you know, outsized, you know, influence by a couple stakeholders, but they have the control over who's on the meeting. Usually, the DCPS does as well. So I think they can carefully craft it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Thanks
I
for the
know. I
question.
mean, you know, DCPS is their client, is DGS's client, and so is DPR. And so I'm you know, wondering if those agents, as you know, DCPS can share with DPR sort of how they've come about doing this and how they work with DGS. So there seems to be a model that's readily able to work and probably would actually require less people than DCPS requires sort of across the board to get meetings, because you have to have school staff and others to really coordinate with. So
By the way, Chair Lewis George, may I just chime in that since you mentioned DCPS, I mentioned Hardy doing their cafeteria, and they also need more classrooms. They're not getting it now, even though we asked for it.
oh, interesting, because I just was, yeah, they need more classrooms for capacity issues.
Yes, indeed. They are almost at capacity. That's right. And they've been saying it for years. The principal said that. Her name is Maureen Westover. I think yeah. And so there's that, and then there's MacArthur High School. Thank you. We're glad the budget includes more money. We hope you'll retain it.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that. And did the lockers at Hardy get completed? The new lockers?
No, I think that's, wait. Thanks for
Hardy?
the question. I should know the answer.
I think it was.
It was either last, I think they got completed. I think it got completed.
Great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Their auditorium is, FYI, is still not good. They did a musical this year and people could not hear it. And this is the second year in a row.
Yeah, I know.
And they put the money
Councilmember Pinto has raised, Councilmember Pinto
has
has continuously raised this issue. I know she's chairing a hearing right now, but it is that is an issue that she has raised with me and has some questions for DGS regarding. So I'll follow up there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis, thank you for your testimony as well. I'm a huge fan of composting across the board, and as for so many reasons. I want to ask you a question because, and actually, I guess Siobhan and Jean, you know, you all have all testified sort of regarding, you know, what I think is where we are as a district as far as meeting our climate goals and missions. Let me tell you what I hear back from the executive, and I want you to have the opportunity to respond to it. When looking at greener government buildings, looking at SETF, and just looking at some of the work we've done on environmental justice work, something I've heard back is that, you know, the district is sort of 10 years ahead on industry standards as it relates to climate goals. And, you know, us delaying it doesn't do anything but put us sort of like at the same level as, you know, other jurisdictions are right now. And that's one of the things that why they're comfortable pushing this back. The other thing is I hear is, oh, well, you know, the cost of making buildings greener is just such an exorbitant cost. And, you know, everything costs a lot right now with labor and products and materials costing so much. You know, it's just costs, you know, it's just too costly. I know my response to it, but I'm curious to hear what your response would be to why we shouldn't be moving backwards and how we can answer the question about the assertion that we are 10 years ahead of the industry, but also the idea that it's more costly given the building materials and the cost of building and things of that nature now. Just wanted you to have the opportunity to respond as well to those things.
Yeah, thank you. I know more about the zero waste aspect of that, so I'll respond to that part. The mayor's own plan for DC's zero waste goals, they did the analysis. They figured out what we would need to do to meet our goals they've already been pushed back from 2032 to 2040, and we're not doing the things. And so we may be ahead of some other cities. We're certainly not ahead of all cities, but we're falling behind our own goals for sustainability, and I think that's what's important. And then as for the cost, many of these for waste reduction, many of these are very inexpensive compared to other costs in the city budget. And what I keep coming back to personally is if we can afford to give the commanders massive tax breaks, we can probably afford to do composting in schools. Jean,
awesome.
You and Ed.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, we understand that there are, considerable costs up front, but this is investment for the future. And, it will save so much money. As you may or may not know, Washington Gas has this plan to move ahead with replacing all of the gas pipes that it owns. This is like, the last I heard was over $5 billion, which ratepayers will be on the hook to pay. And as higher income people switch to clean, healthy electricity, fewer and fewer people will have to pay these higher gas rates. And as you probably know, burning methane gas creates a lot of pollution, indoor air pollution. I was part of a citizen science project measuring the nitrogen dioxide, which is one of those pollutants that damages your pulmonary organs and so forth. And I live in a gas-powered rental apartment, and my stove that was tested was way above EPA standards. I do most of my cooking, which is not much, in an electric microwave. But anyway, enabling low and moderate income residents will enable them to have much healthier indoor air, contribute to our overall climate goals, but it will save the district a lot of money in the long run in terms of health costs, among other things.
Yeah.
So one lady in Ward 7 whose home was converted under a pilot project said this was the first time in her life that she'd had air conditioning. And this is really crucial for environmental justice.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. And we're going to be working with Councilmember Allen and ways to figure out how we can meet the need here, deal with the gap, and try to find the funding to support our SETF, the Greener Government Buildings Act, and move forward in a way that we're not sort of missing our own goals and falling backwards in this area, but also there are cost savings when you do this work, and I think that's worth us, mentioning as it relates to the meeting our environmental goals is also not just saving lives, but can also save us a lot of money as a district.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Chair Patel, thank you for your testimony. It's always good to hear about progress being made. I'm really, really happy that Director Hunter directly was able to reach out to you as well as Department of General Services. I'll follow up just to, confirm all the things, but this really is a testament to your amazing and continuous effort. And so I just want to say thank you to you for always fighting for the tenants, fighting for those that need people like you to be able to be their voice, because they have so many other things going on in their lives that they're fighting to survive, and you're fighting for them. So just thank you so much for that continued effort, and we will follow up.
Thank you, Chairperson Lewis George. I really appreciate your kind thoughts and words.
Mark, thank you again for showing up for Rosedale. Again, we went to Rosedale recently just because we were doing the pool tour, and that was the first time I had been to Rosedale since I was a young person, and I was truly, sort of excited about the library space because I had never been there, but I did get a chance to walk through the center, around the playground area and other areas, and was able to witness some of the issues that you have raised. I know you mentioned there was $10 million for Rosedale. How was that $10 million determined, and did DGS give you those estimates?
Yeah, great question. DGS did not give us those estimates. I worked with the community, worked with the staff, and looked at similar projects over the years, and kind of using what the director's what his guidance was, come up with sort of the fixed list. And so we kind of developed, looking at all the things that need to be done. That's of 10 million. It's not, I'll be happy to work with DGS to come up with a more exact figure, but that's sort of our hope, is that will cover most of those things that I mentioned.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll also follow up with DGS and DPR on the field lighting. My understanding, I think that they just did a lights blitz for fields across the district. So I will be asking, I'm wondering if Rosedale was a part of that lights blitz. If they weren't, sort of just asking DGS sort of why they weren't, or if they are planned to be in the future of light splits that are happening. Do you know if that field is permitted after dark?
Yes, it is permitted after dark, and the last I heard was that they're waiting to procure the parts to fix the lights. But once again, this has been going on since February.
Got it. Okay, got it. Ms. Taylor, I know you yielded your time. I don't have any follow-up questions. Well,
I did want to ask if I could allow my colleague, John McShane, who wasn't able to get on the list, but if he could talk to you a little bit. I also was letting you know the reason why I was here was to, even though I asked for money for DPR, I also have had a lot of problems being able to get in contact and talk to DPR. And so I originally was asking for the money from DPR because DPR has the most field use compared to DCPS. However, since the field maintenance is actually with DGS, I know that it's sort of jumping a step, but I actually am asking if the funds could go directly to DGS, because they have been very helpful in all of the studies that have gone to them to make sure that other agencies got exactly what they're supposed to get, did exactly what they were supposed to do. And so if the funds go to DGS, I am very confident that the monies will be used specifically for maintenance, and it doesn't have to go through the process that would actually cut the funding because of the additional process.
Understood.
Also, I just wanted to let you know that looking at the mayor's budget, I did find funding that she already put into the budget. We just have to specifically allocate it to this fund, and that's the request that I have for you.
Awesome. Got it. Thank you so much. We will put you on the panel, the next panel that's coming up. Not you, but yeah. Okay. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much to this panel of witnesses. Again, if you have not submitted your testimony, for the record, please do upload it to the council hearing management system for consideration. Our next panel of witnesses will include Paula Edwards, Commissioner ANC 4A, Sabrina Rhodes, Community Organizer and Commissioner Empower DC and Commissioner of ANC 5DO2. Eric Goulet, the Ward 3 representative to the DC State Board of Education. Neil Flanagan, Treasurer of the DC Archives Foundation. Monty Edwards, Eastern Market Community Advisory Committee. Natalia Bushwald, Organizer of Amigos Park Coalition. Chris Jarman, Amigos Park Coalition. Tisha Cockrell, the President of the Friends of Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center. Christina Hansen, Executive Director, CARE DC Anacostia Chapter. Eliza Cava, the Conservation Chair of Sierra Club District of Columbia Chapter. And Laura Levinson, Public Witness. And John McShane. Good morning. Commissioner Edwards, you may begin your testimony.
I'm having trouble with my video. Could you skip me and I'll come back once I
Sure,
get it going? Thank you.
No problem. Sabrina Rhodes.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair Lewis George, council members, staff, and witnesses. My name is Sabrina Rhodes. I'm the community organizer with Empower DC and also the ANC Commissioner 5DO2 here in Ivy City. I'm also a native of the district, and I'm speaking today to lift the importance of both planning and stewardship when it comes to public land and community space. Earlier, Amanda spoke on the land banking study that DGS did 6 years ago. I'm not sure if you're aware, but we haven't seen those studies. And if possible, would you mind releasing the data so that we can partner with organizations in our communities and make sure that, especially here in Ivy City, make sure that any of the unused public land or any land that's not used is being developed for deeply affordable housing. Also, communities like Ivy City where financing and development resources are limited, especially now, could greatly benefit from the land banking strategies, as I just said. If the study identifies unused or underutilized public land with blighted properties, a community organization can begin to think ahead, whether for affordable housing, green space, or critical services such as what's needed in Ivy City and other communities that have unused and blighted properties. Also, we need more proactive planning, not after the fact, in development. And we need transparency so community can participate in shaping what happens to land in our neighborhoods. Additionally, I want to speak to the role DGS plays in ground maintenance, especially on Department of Parks and Recreation sites. At Cremel, the grounds are consistently littered with trash, and the trash cans are frequently overflowing. This is not a one-time issue, it's an ongoing problem. Is Cremel on the list for upkeep? Construction is expected to begin soon at this site, and the children in our community deserve to enjoy that space while they still can. We need to know, is there a staffing or scheduling issue that prevents proper maintenance? Are groundkeepers only given a short window to clean up? If so, this must be addressed. Finally, I asked DGS to take the community's lead and youth lead on who frequently play sports on artificial turf when it comes to deciding whether or not natural grass versus artificial turf on multipurpose fields should be used. Natural grass is not just safer for children, it aligns with environmental and public health goals, I'm sorry. When a community expresses a preference for grass, especially in a neighborhood already burdened by industrial uses or heat island effects, that voice should be respected and centered in planning decisions along with the budget. We're asking DGS to be more transparent, more responsive, and more intentional in how it stewards both land and community spaces. We don't just want to be informed after decisions are made. We want to be collaborators from the beginning. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
It was on already. Thank you. Next, we will hear from Eric Goulet, Ward 3 representative to the DC State Board of Education. Okay. Please accept the panelist link. Okay, great. There you go. Mr. Goulet, you may begin your testimony. Okay.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Council? Okay,
Thank
thank you so
you.
much. Apologize for any delay. Okay. Good morning, Chairperson Lewis George, council members, and council staff. My name is Eric Goulet, Ward 3 representative for the DC State Board of Education. I am delighted to join you at today's fiscal year 2026 budget oversight hearing of the Department of General Services. Today, I will be testifying in my individual capacity as a board member and not on behalf of the board. I support the mayor's proposed FY26 operating budget for DGS. While I realize funds are tight next fiscal year, the District of Columbia is wise to resist the temptation to defer needed maintenance of our capital assets. So I ask Council to maintain funding for small capital repairs in our DC public schools. I've been very pleased with the responsiveness of DGS during these past 2.5 years that I've served on the DC State Board of Education, because when I've reported a needed repair issue to them, it has been remedied promptly. I thank Director Hunter and DGS Associate Director of Legislative Affairs, Michelle Loggins, for their partnership and effectiveness. I have relieved to also see funding in place for the much-needed expansion of MacArthur High School, and I ask that Council maintain funding for that needed modernization. I do have concerns about the overall capital budget for Ward 3 schools being inadequate. But I must stress a key point. As we know, DGS can only modernize and maintain capital assets within the budget that is proposed by the mayor and then ultimately approved by the council. Unfortunately, many of the most pressing facility challenges faced by Ward 3 schools will not be addressed by DGS unless additional capital funding is added to the mayor's proposed budget, because no funds are included in the proposed FY26 budget, nor the 5-year capital planning period for any of the following 4 issues. First, DC needs to acquire and build new public schools in Ward 3. Ward 3 schools are unique in that they face significant overcrowding problems that city leaders have ignored for years. To solve overcrowding, the district needs to purchase or lease the former Whittle School campus, which is immediately adjacent to our state university, obtain land for a new school in the Friendship Heights area to relieve pressure on Lafayette, Murch, and Janney, effectuate the proposed expansion of MacArthur High School, and increase the size of Key and Stoddard. Due to overcrowding, Ward 3 is the only ward in DC whose parents have no opportunity to take advantage of in-boundary pre-K 3, and some even face waitlists for pre-K 4. Only 2 other DCPS elementary schools in the entire city have no pre-K 3 in-boundary offerings, and those are Lafayette, which is located in Ward 4, and Ross Elementary in Ward 2. The lack of universal in-boundary pre-K and poor communication by DCPS has created an unconscionable situation right now where DCPS is actually trying to force families to skip kindergarten at Lafayette Elementary School and at other elementary schools throughout Ward 3. The third issue is that overcrowding has caused the improper exclusion of students with special education needs from receiving an inclusive public education near where they live. because there is simply not the physical space within the school buildings to provide necessary classroom space. And then lastly, the use of trailers as permanent education space must end. Trailers were an innovative approach used by the Office of Public Education Facilities Modernization Director Alan Liu at the time to accelerate school modernizations by providing temporary educational swing space. However, in the past 10 years, many trailers have been left in place to cover for inadequate building space, which is entirely inappropriate. I request that the FY26 through 30 capital budget advanced by the DC Council this year completely eliminate the use of all trailers for classroom space by 2030. Ward 3 residents contribute significant taxes to our city, and we are proud to support the equitable effort to lift up residents and students across all wards of our city. However, it is extremely problematic that Ward 3 parents and students are denied a universal in-boundary pre-K and inclusive special education because of inadequate budgeting for desperately needed school building acquisitions and expansions that will provide appropriate classroom capacity. Please do what you can to ensure that the DCPS capital budget that the council approves this year addresses these challenges so that DGS then will have the appropriate resources for prompt maintenance and overdue school acquisitions and modernizations that finally solve overcrowding. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today, Chairperson Lewis George. I am pleased to answer any questions that you or your colleagues may have of me. Thank you.
Thank you. Neil Flanagan, Treasurer of the DC Archives Foundation. Good morning.
Thank you. That's good. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. It's good to see you again, and thank you for the opportunity to testify again. I speak on behalf of the DC Archives Foundation, a 501c3 organization that provides philanthropic support to the District of Columbia's most important and comprehensive historic resource. Budget is the truest statement of values. Mayor Bob Bowser's complete elimination of the new DC State Archives building in her 2026 budget is a renunciation of the values she has claimed to hold during her mayoral tenure. The mayor has claimed to fight for DC's autonomy and has made statehood the center of her agenda. Canceling this project, which would prolong the DC Archives' current status for many more years, significantly increases the risks to the collection of documents and artifacts that tell the stories of DC's citizens and institutions. The decision was made without expert input from any experts or residents, discarding a decade of effort by DC agencies, community groups, and archives users, and proposing an alternative that is unworkable on its face. And on the verge of construction, this abrupt termination continues a legacy of false starts that goes back 20 years at least. We asked the council to reverse this decision and fund the project as planned a few months ago. The alternative the mayor now proposes is not based on any cost-benefit analysis and fundamentally misunderstands the needs and functions of an archive. The scheme would split the archive, stuffing a public portal into the Charles Sumner School on M Street, and placing records in a state-of-the-art warehouse, as they describe it. However, an archive is not a warehouse. It preserves irreplaceable historical paper documents and therefore has specialized security, HVAC, and public access needs. The proposal also displaces the Sumner School Museum, which preserves the story of DC's educational institutions. Moreover, the historic building lacks the most important feature of a front office configuration for an archive, which is a loading dock. Offsite archival storage requires daily loadings and unloadings of priceless and confidential documents. We cannot, for example, go dumping carts of deed books with Frederick Douglass's extremely collectible signature onto the street. Finally, the $38 million sum the mayor proposes for the two facilities is absurdly low, well below the cost of a single comparable archive annex, such as the Holocaust Museum's Chappelle Center. It would double the operational costs if somehow it could be made to work. For example, in addition to the doubling the staff, you now need a dedicated truck fleet and all the maintenance that entails. The mayor justifies the cancellation of this archives facility on the basis of escalating costs. But as we have said multiple times before this committee, those numbers have never been explained. Vague lists of add-ons are not sufficient, especially when they blame external requirements that are not credible. As you know, the project was made to comply with net zero requirements by operational methods rather than capital expenditures on building systems, yet DGS has attributed escalation to compliance with this policy. Moreover, at least $12 million has been expended to bring this project to where it is, exclusive work done for other sites 10 years ago. Designs are completed, an MOU with UDC has been signed, zoning and permits have been approved, demolition of the site is underway, and a general contractor has been hired. Any new structure for the archives will have to start all of this process from scratch at enormous cost. Given the economic circumstances, including inflation and tariffs, there's no chance that a suitable facility for an archive will cost less if it is delayed. Let me close by reminding everyone what we have lost by delaying this project again and again since it was first promised 40 years ago when the Office of Public Records was established in Naylor Court. All day now, smears against our city come down from the White House and the Capitol Hill, defining who we are for millions of Americans. Imagine if there were best-selling books and movies grown from research at the DC archives that showed who we really were. How much easier would the case for statehood be? Similarly, we see that the city is losing its culture as it grows, and no matter how nice many of these revitalized areas are, what if we had decades of art and culture underwritten by the DC archives to preserve community memory while at the same time drawing new residents into our heritage and attracting tourism beyond, Georgetown? And what if UDC had already graduated its first archivists and historians, ready to tell our stories better than ever before ahead of in next year's semi-quincentennial? We cannot delay making DC's history accessible anymore. The new archives facility needs to be fully funded and completed as soon as possible. And if the current circumstances are truly insurmountable, the council should pause the UDC project rather than canceling it, block the unworkable split facility project, and allocate $5 to $10 million investment to make the present Naylor Court facility accessible as expeditiously as possible. Thank you for your time and attention today and the past 2 years. And I would say one thing is we at the foundation do support student housing at UDC, and we don't particularly like the way that the budget pits the archives against that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Monty Edwards, the Eastern Market Community Advisory Committee. Good morning.
Good morning, Committee Chair Lewis George. I am chair of the Eastern Market Community Advisory Committee. Specifically, the Capital Improvement Subcommittee. Eastern Market is a historic community landmark that recently celebrated its 150th anniversary. MCAC is designated by statute as the advisory committee for matters concerning capital improvements at Eastern Market. And also by statute, the District of Columbia is responsible for capital improvements at Eastern Market. The DGS market now before Council for Eastern Market capital improvements provides zero for FY 2026, 2027, 2028, 2029, 2030, and 2031, but carries forward $1,043,616 of previously authorized but not yet spent budget dollars. But Eastern Market's capital requirements for FY 25-26 is $10,529,462,000. Eastern Market requires an additional $9,485,846 over and above the $1,043,616 in unexpended prior capital budget authorizations, so Eastern Market can continue to operate successfully into the future. Now, NCAC is mindful that DC is projected to experience a significant drop in revenues from commercial and real estate taxes and budget reductions required by Congress. Therefore, MCAC, together with the market manager, has examined DGS's Eastern Market budget requirements for FY 26 through 31 and identified projects that are less critical and can be deferred and only included the most critical projects. The proposed FY26 31 budget contains projects that were approved in part in the 2024 budget and earlier, but have not been accomplished, for instance, installing the bollards, or have not been included. That is the replacement of the hot water piping. You'll notice on the attachment to our testimony that in the current year, we're replacing the chill water piping and will conclude that project. But that has shown considerable corrosion, which is affecting the controls, and we need to replace the hot water piping next year. And the $1,043,916 we have in carryover funds is not sufficient to complete those projects. Also, funding needs have changed. In that context, we're proposing a minimum additional budget requirement of $9,485,846. The most important change included in this budget allocation is the determination that completing the heating, ventilation, air conditioning piping replacement, that is the hot water piping, will cost over $1,696,500. That's in $95 more than the current HVAC contract. Installing the bollards, which was approved by budget several years ago, but is now awaiting approval of DDOT regulations that Charles Allen is assisting us on, will cost $285,000 more than what was previously estimated. To repeat, the estimated cost to Eastern Market requirements for FY26 through 31 is $10,529,000, as detailed in the attached spreadsheet. Thus, the Eastern Market requires an additional $9,485,846 above the $1,043,616 currently in the budget before Council, so that Eastern Market can continue to operate successfully into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Natalia Bushwald, organizer of Amigos Park Coalition.
Hello. Good morning, Councilmember Lewis George and staff. I appreciate your time and attention today. My name is Natalia Buchwald. I've been a DC resident for about 7 years, and I call Mount Pleasant my home. I'm also a proud Amigos Park Coalition member who I am representing today. The coalition's goal is to build a community-managed park on the corner of Kenyon and Mount Pleasant Street. And I wanted to thank both Councilmember Lewis George and Councilmember Nadeau for raising the topic of Amigos Park with DGS Director Hunter in the previous performance oversight hearings. From those hearings, we learned that DGS remains in negotiations with the landowner for the private parcel of the portion of the park, and Director Hunter stated he was encouraged by those negotiations. So from when I last testified with the coalition in February, I am sorry to report that we have the same concerns. The coalition has not heard from DGS on the status of negotiations, nor have been provided insights to how the talks have been going thus far. And based on the released budget from the mayor, we do see that the capital funds for the Mount Pleasant and Columbia Heights area totals about $2 million. The coalition would simply love clarity into this number, how it was determined and what projects they had in mind, and where Amigos Park negotiations falls into this number, if at all. At a time of uncertainty with a lot of federal intervention, the people, including myself, want to build as much trust with our government officials as possible. The Mount Pleasant community, like many communities in DC and around the United States, is held up by immigrant residents, families, and businesses. In Mount Pleasant's case specifically, we have a rich history and a current presence of Latino community that makes the neighborhood the beautiful part of town that it is today. And so the mayor's budget proposal, which included a call to repeal DC's sanctuary city status, is appalling and unacceptable. And I bring these points up because I want to continue working together with the City Council and government services to protect and serve the residents of DC. And we need to do that with a level of trust and communication. So at the last performance oversight hearings, the demands of the coalition were quite simple. We just wanted clarity about the project status, transparency in current efforts like the negotiation, and to include the community in the decisions. And unfortunately, we have not received clear communications from DGS. And so I simply demand as a resident and coalition member to be heard and treated respectfully as a concerned constituent. So thank you very much. I want to definitely echo my appreciation for you, Councilmember Lewis George. We understand that you're with us in this fight, and thank you again for the time today to speak and testify. And I wish everyone, including staff, a good day and the rest of the week in this very busy season.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next, we will hear from Chris Jarman. Is he? No. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Tisha Cockrell, president of the Friends of Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center. Good morning, and thank you for being here.
Good morning, Council Member and Chair Janeese Lewis George. Thank you for having me. My name is Tisha Cockrell, and I am the president of the Friends of Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center. We are partnered with DC Department of Parks and Recs, and we've worked together with several site directors and the ever-changing staff at our community Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center. We are here today per our previous testimony since 2019 to present to plead to receive funds and assistance with site maintenance, repairs, additions, and new item requests. So some of these requests have been rectified, I've said before, such as lighting, camera placement, etc. And for that, we are, as usual, are thankful. However, many items remain pending and or incomplete. There are plenty of new issues, such as extreme turnover of leadership and staff, unmotivated workers, unempowered workers, misinformed workers, and agencies, miscommunication between departments and agencies at our Riggs LaSalle Community Center. So I've submitted written testimony. Please take a moment to read that, and I will go into our list of outdoor items that DGS is responsible for. So I'll start with enhanced security of the outdoor restrooms. I've been asking if we replace doors that don't lock or have bathrooms that have been locked and are now out of the use of the public. DGS says that only one of the bathroom locks have been completed. The outside two restroom locks are broken, and a ticket was submitted in October 2023. We would like some clarity on that. So the next one is the outdoor splash park. I'm still confused on who's handling this, but some days it works perfectly, and then others it doesn't. So it's always a bit of work in progress with ongoing issues such as water pressure. It's in and out of service. So we're asking if it will be serviced or replaced, or has it been already? So let's see here. Now we move to indoor recreation center issues. We are going back and forth trying to figure out, I believe ODR is supposedly responsible for the replacement or repair of the exterior entrance door on the Nicholson Street side. I believe the front door push bar was broken. I believe that's been rectified, but this door needs to be ADA compliant. If you're in a wheelchair or have trouble with being able to manually pull the door, there is no ADA button that would allow someone in need to push that button and be able to enter the recreation center. And we've had spoken with several departments, and we're still not clear on this response or when this will actually be taken care of. Let's see. We've been asking for repainting of the building's interior. A ticket has been submitted. We're trying to figure out if this is in progress or not. We've also requested a mural in the recreation center lobby. No word on that. repair and replacement of windows in the multipurpose room. No word on that. Let's see, windows located in the exercise room will not shut if open and they need to be repaired. We were told that DGS is responsible for that. Next, the computer room, senior room, multipurpose room, and arts and crafts room need new blinds. Those same blinds have been there for several years. Again, we were told that DGS is responsible for that. What's the status of the gym floor being resurfaced? We had a walkthrough on January 15th. We conducted a walk with Miss Brittany, Miss Letitia, myself, another one of my board members, Miss Mack, and Mr. Campbell, who are supposed to be DG maintenance, and Mr. Nugent. We were trying to figure out what the status was of Mr. Ray, who Miss Farrell Tolson is the point of contact for the roving maintenance team, who's responsible for emptying trash cans, sweeping, mopping, and buffing the floors. And we're trying to figure out, has Mr. Ray returned? He was out sick, and who's responsible for submitting the requests for those? I want to go backwards for a minute. I also meant to mention that we were short trash cans. I don't see it here. Oh yes, all 4 trash cans with wheels on the field were stolen. I don't know if we were told the DPW is responsible for that. I know this is DGS, but we were wondering if there's any word on that, if DGS has any word, because we haven't heard anything. So in closing, we are primarily thankful for some of the assistance giving to us to help us rectify and maintain our community center. We had hoped to keep the momentum going, but instead progress seems to be significantly slowing down. Our detailed list provided here is unfortunately growing. We need more funding and attention paid to our center to enhance further projects, address needed repairs, maintenance, and upgrades. We have repeatedly mentioned that our center has been subjected to deferred maintenance and neglect for several years. Our recreation center Other recreation centers across the city in Ward 4 have access to modern technology and aesthetics. We are still requesting the same attention and resources over and over again. There are too many issues going on with Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center. I also wanted to make note that we were told just recently that we have exercise equipment. My apologies. I'm trying to think. Exercise equipment that we were waiting to receive because we have a lot of issues with the exercise equipment in the exercise room, and we were told that it was waiting. It's been in storage for 2 years because they're waiting on other items. It would be nice if we could just get the ones that were already ready to be given to us. And we hope to continue our discussions and to see these issues completely rectified and resolved. And I'm open to any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Christina Hanson, the Executive Director of CARE DC Anacostia Chapter.
Good morning, Councilwoman Lewis George. My name is Christina Hanson. I'm a Ward 7 resident and community educator in Ward 8 and the Executive Director of CARE DC, our Anacostia chapter, which currently supports 5 public schools in Ward 8. I do want to be very direct today. DGS is failing our schools, particularly in communities that have been long under-resourced and overlooked. In Ward 8 alone, schools are grappling with broken or inaccessible water fountains, persistent plumbing problems, inoperable classroom doors, especially to computer labs, and locked or inaccessible spaces because rekeying requests are left unresolved. And these are not one-off incidents. These are systemic. I have experienced these same exact things as an educator and administrator with DC Public Schools in the almost 15 years I was with them. Also at a school I worked at in Ward 6, a trash bag covered a water fountain for an entire school year. I've watched DGS paint over visible water damage, ignoring the cause beneath it. Years ago, a DGS representative shared with me that if a work order isn't detailed enough, the department won't investigate the root cause. They'll only perform what's listed, no matter how superficial. And we're still seeing that mindset today. And yes, DGS has a public work order tracker, but its functionality, um, it's a technicality. It's not a tool for accountability. Um, if you could just take a look at open work orders for Anacostia High School, you would see that problems remain unresolved for months, sometimes years, and families, educators, and even council members are left without answers. The fiscal year 26 Grow DC budget is built on a promise of progress, but the students I serve cannot learn in schools with no working water fountains, broken doors, or inaccessible learning environments. So today I am offering these urgent calls to action. One, to reorganize DGS around school responsiveness. We need a DGS that works for schools, not around them. The agency must be restructured to ensure responsiveness to school leaders, prioritize root cause repairs, and eliminate superficial check the box fixes. Two, increase school-based financial autonomy. When DGS cannot deliver, school leaders must have the authority to contract with alternate qualified vendors. Our schools often identify more affordable, mission-aligned partners, yet bureaucratic red tape blocks them from solving their own problems. Equity means giving school communities the autonomy to meet their needs when central systems fail. And three, demand transparency that drives action. The existing work order tracker is insufficient. We need public facing performance dashboards that clearly show time to resolution, backlog trends, and accountability for delays. Transparency without follow through is just noise. Our schools are sacred spaces. They should not be held hostage by a failing repair system. And this really isn't about money. It is about priorities, structure, and respect for the safety and dignity of every single one of our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We will now hear from John McShane.
Thank you very much, Councilmember George, for allowing me to speak. My name is John McShane, and not only am I a taxpayer in DC, but I also work for the world's largest manufacturer of safe, recyclable, sustainable surfaces. And actually,
can you speak more into the mic for me?
Actually, goal 0 that we spoke about earlier, all of our products are 100% recycled at the end of their use and are never put into a landfill. I've personally installed over 100 fields plus in DC and 1,000 plus in the DMV area. Over the past 30 years, my company has installed over 26,000 fields. And I wanted to come in today to piggyback off of a testimony to DPR last week because the action plan that I'm talking about here actually creates funding for DGS to do one of the most important components to our synthetic current fields, and that is maintenance. To give a little background, and there's some issues with that now, but a little background is over 10 years ago, Councilmember Che established a moratorium on crumb rubber infill due to now proven false claims from a soccer coach in the state of Washington, claiming that their goalies were getting higher rates of cancer due to the exposure. And there's hundreds of studies debunking that now. But what has transpired because of that is, over these years, the DC student athletes have been subjected to various alternative and organic infills going into these systems. And as you can imagine, not all of them are the same or have even had the time to be tested. And, currently, because of that moratorium, which costs several hundreds of thousands of dollars extra for each field. So we're talking, you could literally save millions of dollars of just building them the way that all the installations in the NCAA build them, all the installations in the NFL, all the Ivy League schools literally have fields that are proven safer and are much cheaper to build than what the current organic specification is right now with DGS that is being put into not only the parks, but also the schools. And I brought several pictures of student athletes burning their knees off, burning their elbows off, that literally the initial reason that Councilmember Jay was trying to do this was to try to actually save the student athletes, not have them get harmed. And now that this decade has gone by and all these additional studies have been done, including from the California Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, that they have found no significant health risks at all. So I'm circling back to saying, hey, if we can just build these fields like all these other institutions, we can then save millions of dollars, allocate that to DGS to actually maintain what they currently have. And I wanted to, just a couple of these, I have some testimonies. Here's from Zachary Samal, head coach of men's soccer, American University. Our players received scrapes from falling on these surfaces. Our players consistently slipped on the surface and lost their footing. This was very apparent when doing small exercises that required lots of cutting and changes directions. Our players were frustrated by this, lost confidence in their footing. This is not a good thing for our soccer team to be holding any training sessions on, and training on it for the long term would not work in my opinion. We had another local community member saying that they recently played at a gel lift, and a lot of their players were picking splinters out of their uniforms and hands after falling and getting knocked down, and just wondering why the previous system was so much safer. What I would basically like to ask for is a subsequent meeting with the DGS specification writers to explain to them all this new kind of technology and testing that has come out. And, basically in closing, if the moratorium could be just brought into the year 2025, and we could understand its intention and what is caused, and to alleviate the concerns of it, we can save millions of dollars. We can keep our student and community athletes much safer. And earlier on the panel, someone was talking about natural grass being much safer. Well, when you see all these injuries from synthetic, that plays right into it. In reality, if you just build these fields correctly, they're proven much safer than natural grass. So I just think that's just another thing to take a look at. I'd be willing to meet anytime. I'm local, and just want to be able. And it's not just my company. Any company in the world can build these fields. I just want to build them safe, build them more efficiently, cheaper, and then actually maintain them. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Commissioner Paula Edwards.
Hello, I could not get my video to work, so
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today, Chair Lewis George. I'm Paula Edwards, Chair of ANC 4A and Commissioner for ANC SMD 4A01, comprising Colonial Village, North Portal Estates, and parts of Shepherd Park. I am privileged to serve in the same SMD in which I grew up. I appreciate your leadership, Chair Lewis George, both as our Ward 4 council member and as chair of this committee. For example, I believe your scrutiny in improving the implementation and feedback systems for repairs to our schools has been a crucial step in tracking those repairs. A few weeks ago, I posted an image of the magnificent glass roof proposed for the new RFK Stadium next to a picture of a leaking roof at the Fort Stevens Recreation Center. So often we are distracted by the shiny new thing while we neglect our existing infrastructure. To DGS's credit, they responded to our request by quickly issuing a work order for the roof, but the last time I checked, the roof was still leaking. As an ANC commissioner, the majority of calls I receive for assistance concern DPW, DGS, DDOT, and MPD. Unfortunately, the top two are agencies that often don't get the attention that other agencies receive, despite their critical importance to the city and its residents. I support any funding increases for DGS that can be allocated. Those from DGS, including Director Hunter and his staff with whom I've interacted, have been very responsive and are familiar with the needs of their portfolios. When we had complaints about uncollected trash and broken equipment at the Shepherd Park Community Center tot lot at Shepherd Field last year, both DGS and DPR responded by conducting a walkthrough with the community ANC commissioners and the Ward 4 council staff, and then collecting the trash and making repairs. I've not received complaints since. I would like to see, sorry, I went too far. I would like to see increased interactions among agencies because there is so much crossover. Right now, we are trying to coordinate a walkthrough of Fort Stevens with DGS, DOH, DPR, and DPW to address the trash and rat problems. DGS has already accepted our invitation. It has been more difficult to coordinate with the other agencies, but I hope that we will be able to accomplish this. A coordinated agency response was very successful in controlling a rat infestation in my SMD, and I hope to repeat that model at Fort Stevens. I think we really should format our budget oversight process to correlate the effect of spending in one area or lack thereof on other agency spending. When our schools are not in good repair, truancy increases, and as demonstrated by a recent study, increased truancy results in increased youth crime. When we do not have neighborhood rec centers in good repair for our young people with after-school and late-night programs, they wind up on U Street, at the wharf, and in Navy Yard. I've had several people tell me that if it had not been for their neighborhood rec centers back in the day, they would probably be in jail now. Having grown up in DC, I know it is much easier to misbehave in someone else's neighborhood where you are anonymous than in your own neighborhood where everybody knows your name. If we do not put the money into maintaining our public spaces on the front end, we will continue to pay them to MPD on the back end. Composting and efficient trash collection are essential to helping to control our rat problem. So anything that we can do to strengthen those functions will result in improved environmental and health outcomes. On an unrelated matter, I would like to request that we hold town hall meetings in each ward on both the stadium and the bottle bill. These will affect all DC residents, and we should have an opportunity to speak on them. Thank you very much, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Next, we will have Eliza. Kava? Yes. Hello. Good afternoon.
Talking now. Okay, great. Hi, Councilmember Lewis George. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this budget hearing on the Department of General Services. My name is Eliza Cava, and I am a Ward 4 resident and Conservation Chair of the Sierra Club District of Columbia chapter. The Sierra Club is America's largest and most influential grassroots environmental organization with millions of members and supporters. In DC, we represent about 7,000 residents across all 8 wards. The district government should lead the way for the private sector on energy and climate issues. However, rather than progress, the Sierra Club sees major backsliding in the mayor's budget proposal for DGS. There are a few bright spots that remain. First, we strongly condemn the mayor's plan to sweep more than $70 million from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund to pay the DC government's utility bills in FY26. That amount is close to 3/4 of the entire fund. The mayor proposes to then take more than $80 million annually from the fund in subsequent years. The council created the SETF to provide funding for sustainable energy programs administered by the Department of Energy and the Environment. In response to the needs and requests of community members, the council has added new programs, including the Healthy Homes Act, thank you, which specifically assists low and moderate income residents. At least $18 million needs to be returned from DGS to DOEE to match federal funds that DC has ready to go to fund residential electrification and energy efficiency projects. If the council does not restore at least $18 million to fund SETF projects, you're choosing to return money to President Trump and DOGE that could be used to lower energy costs and improve indoor air quality for DC residents. At the same time, as the mayor raids sustainable energy funding to pay the district government's utility bills, she proposes to delay or terminate programs to increase the energy efficiency of DC government buildings. The mayor is proposing to weaken and significantly delay the Greener Government Buildings Act. This law requires buildings owned by the district or with significant DC government funding to be net zero energy, meaning highly energy efficient, powered by electricity from renewable sources like wind and solar, and do not burn any fossil fuels like methane gas. The requirement applies to new and substantially renovated buildings. We ask that you strike the changes to the Greener Government Buildings Act from the mayor's budget. The fiscal impact statement identifies 3 specific projects that will require more funding for a total of $9.2 million in the capital budget to meet the net zero energy requirements as long as the Act's requirements remain in place. And the capital budget includes funding for hundreds of millions of dollars in other capital projects. And we have heard that finding funding to plug that $9.2 million gap for these energy projects, either through value engineering or delaying a few projects, should not be very hard. So we encourage this committee to get a detailed explanation from DGS of why the costs of these buildings have increased and to find the funding necessary to maintain the Greener Government Buildings Act. If it is too difficult for you to allocate the necessary funding, then DGS can request an exemption from the net zero energy requirements through the existing waiver process. There is no need to repeal the entire law, and we're very troubled that the mayor is choosing to do that. The mayor also proposes to delay the Building Energy Performance Standards, known as BEPS, by 6 years. This program to improve the energy efficiency of large buildings includes DC government and private buildings. The Sierra Club is asking Councilmember Allen to strike the delay of BEPS from the Budget Support Act, and we ask you to support the reinstatement of BEPS. A bright spot. So DGS is moving forward with an energy savings performance contract. Standard budgeting practices can pose an obstacle to improving energy efficiency in buildings. This is because the additional expense of energy efficient features generally comes out of the capital budget, but the energy savings accrue to the operational budget. As we've discussed in past hearings, energy savings performance contracts, or ESPCs, can help solve this problem. These are a mechanism used to pay for today's facility upgrades with tomorrow's energy savings. An ESPC is a partnership between an energy service company and a facility owner, such as DGS. The company designs, funds, and installs energy savings measures. The savings are monitored and verified, and the facility owner then reimburses the company over a certain number of years out of operating budgets based on the lower energy costs. The Sierra Club applauds DGS for developing the DC government's first energy savings performance contract with CMTA Incorporated. These upgrades that will be executed under the contract will not only save taxpayers money by reducing energy costs, but also improve indoor air quality and comfort for the occupants of DC buildings. Finally, we commend DGS for installing, with the district's power purchase agreement partners, 3 new solar photovoltaic systems in FY24. We heard that DGS was working with the Office of the Attorney General to finalize a large new PPA to cover 27 sites. We don't see this contract showing up for council approval yet, and we urge DGS to move swiftly to finalize that agreement in time to qualify for federal credits before they get cut, as we expect will happen. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this hearing, and I hope to see you and your staff at our Green Budget Day of Action on Monday morning advocating for the return of these cuts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to this panel of witnesses. Want to start with some questions. Neil, I'm gonna come to you first to just talk about some of the reasons sort of this location was chosen, why it would be, what will we be losing as a district if we do not reverse this decision in this budget?
Yeah. So, this wasn't the original choice. And as I understand, the location was selected principally by the senior advisor, Beverly Perry. The principal value of it is the co-educational opportunities with the University District of Columbia. It's very common for universities to have, state universities to have state archives associated with them. Or if not that, and the other related collections. I've done a ton of research at a bunch of them for exactly that configuration. That's why the National Archives sort of bigger facility is out by the University of Maryland for exactly the same reason. So we lose the opportunity to have student training and then also student research at the same time. And it would also increase the prestige, I think, of the university. We know that they have a number of different priorities, and they probably think they're good. They have complex feelings about both. But I think some of that is also the management of the project. So that's really what's lost there. And then also, you will, because there are already foundations in the ground, whatever that building is proposed to be built on foundations, you may actually have to build more building because you will have to build foundations for the archives, and the archive stacks are extremely heavy, so they're going to be very large and concrete. So if you were to find another location, you might end up actually having to build more versus reusing the existing garage deck.
And I want to talk about sort of having the archives in multiple locations and what potential issues that would sort of create of having sort of multiple locations of archives.
Yeah. Well, again, from personal experience, I've seen this happen a couple times at a couple facilities. Usually it's universities that have, very nice libraries they want to keep using for reading room, and then they'll have an offsite storage facility. But it adds a lot of complications. There are a number of issues, which is, the archival staff has to double because traditionally archival staff will rotate on desks, particularly in smaller facilities like DC's would be. So you'll have people working customer service, researcher service, not customers. You'll have people doing processing. You'll have people, doing calls, physically recalling boxes for researchers, answering emails. So you have them rotate throughout the course of the day, so they're not just doing one thing. This you would essentially have to make at least shifts at least one day, and so you'd have to double the staff. The loading dock really is a major issue because you really do need a secure way to transfer these records back and forth. That really can't, seems really simple, but it can't be understated. And I've looked at plans for the Sumner School, and it would require very unsympathetic renovations to achieve that, or a new agreement with Boston Properties, which owns the building that it is attached to. And as far as we want to know, they want to get out of this. The other thing is the archive storage facility. You still have to build something. That's still going to be very big and expensive. I mean, the idea of saving the Sumner School using the Sumner School that's not a lot of the budget. I mean, most of the budget is the archival vault and the mechanical systems to support it. So it just doesn't really add up.
Yeah. And I know we mentioned like just the transportation concerns of being able to transport different items would also be an additional factor that should be factored in.
Yeah, absolutely. And will DGS keep the fleet in good repair? I mean, who's going to maintain
that portion of it? Consistently. Thank you for that. I'm meeting with my fellow colleagues, Councilmember Mendelson and Councilmember Bonds have also joined me in sort of trying to support the effort of how we can change course. And so I appreciate their support and efforts as well, and continue to hopefully testify at Councilmember Mendelson's last hearing that's coming up on the 18th. I forget which day it is, but I think it's June 18th.
That's Committee of the Whole?
Committee of the Whole. So before the last hearing of the budget hearings, there's always Councilmember Mendelson does a catch-all for anyone who may have missed any of the, because he will get all of our budgets afterwards, and then he will actually make the final say. So I would also just encourage testifying there, just to reemphasize these efforts, as you know, as I'm a huge supporter as well, but
We appreciate
joining my colleagues, and I think it'll be helpful for Councilmember Middleton to hear as well, sort of the efforts over the years, literally years. Decades, actually. Yes, that's right. I was about to say decades that this has been coming to fruition, and to be right at that cusp and to be reversed is just nonsensical, but also a loss for a lot of entities who've worked really hard, including DGS, who've legacy of people working past and present have also worked on this project and believed in this project as well. So thank you for that. Sabrina, I want to thank you for your testimony. We've heard testimonies from district residents about our fields with many voices like yours, sort of as well. I agree with you that community engagement about how our community resources are utilized is an essential part of good governance. Can you share more about the impact that not releasing the land bank study has on the ability to address the blighted properties in Ivy City?
Well, I don't have a lot of information to share about how that is happening, but we do have a lot of blighted and abandoned properties that should be turned into deeply affordable housing. We have developers that are coming and getting that land and making it out of market rate housing in Ivy City, and so it's pricing folks out. We, as you know, we have Habitat homes. We have like about 40 properties from Habitat, Mikasa, and Mana. And those are for first-time home buyers, and they're doing well there. And we can do more like that in our community instead of having a property across the street that I'm looking at that just got built that's $800,000. They're selling for $800,000.
Wow.
We cannot afford that. So
yeah.
Then we have blighted properties that are just sitting, and squatters are taking over. And we have a lot of folks that's in our shelters that can do good by having some of those,
having
some of that housing.
Got it.
Where they can afford. So if you can just help Councilmember Parker with that land banking data, that will be super helpful.
Thank you so much. We'll do. We'll be making that request.
Thank you.
Representative Goulet, thank you for testifying today. I'm glad to hear that DGS has been responsive to you regarding some of DCPS repair needs. I understand your concern about the importance of addressing overcrowding in Ward 3 schools. Yesterday, I had a back and forth with the chancellor just about how they are looking at or defining school capacities versus what is the experience of educators, parents, and students on the ground as far as capacity, especially like classroom capacity issues and sort of people having to use sort of other spaces, and that not counting towards the notion that there is a capacity issue. I think it first takes the acknowledgement that we do have overcrowding and capacity issues in our schools, and they have to and can be addressed if we at first admit to them as an issue first and foremost, and then get active about actually addressing them. I hear you say that some of the considerations is that in this capital budget, we should be accounting for building, creating some of that new space to address overcrowding. And my understanding is that it would be sort of acquiring or building a new school in the Friendship Heights areas.
Yes, council members, that would be one possible solution to it.
Okay.
Because you have three schools that would all be in that feeder area that are overcrowded right now. You got Janney, Murch, and Lafayette that could all feed into a school in that location. That's not necessarily the only solution to it. You could expand other buildings, but I think the point you raised, council member, is exactly right, is that, talking with DCPS and trying to define like what is overcrowding is really a key on this, because a school that doesn't have pre-K 3 and full pre-K 4 is by definition overcrowded, because a lack of space is forcing in-boundary students to not be able to access universal pre-K. a school that has trailers that are being used for permanent classroom space is by definition overcrowded. DCPS hasn't seen it that way, but it is overcrowding that is driving those issues. And I appreciate you asking about those. And as you know, the other issue we're facing is the issue of students being denied the right to attend kindergarten, which again stem from the fact that we don't have pre-K 3 in our schools, like all the other wards do, like you have with Lafayette that shares Ward 4 and Ward 3 students at that school. And it's just not fair to families when they don't get notice and then they don't have the opportunity to have the same, the same school grades that all other students throughout the city have. So I appreciate you asking those questions to them, and we look forward to working with you on those issues.
Yeah, agreed. I think across the board, and we're seeing it in other schools, we're just talking about it, Whittier Elementary, sort of the pre-K space not being adequate enough. And so we know that, we're going to be building that new space. And if we don't account for the fact that everybody can't have a pre-K 3 space, then we are already setting ourselves up to have the same problem that Lafayette is having right now. And so that's what I mean by like, DCPS has to really define capacity in a multitudes of ways. And it's not just, well, all the students can fit in the building. That can't be the definition.
Yeah. And it's such a relief to hear you holding them accountable for that, because that is one of the major issues. We saw that with Stoddard too, is they are doing modernizations right now, but then underbuilding the schools. So they're not building space to grow, and they're not even building space to hold all pre-K 3 students, because they consider pre-K 3 and 4 optional grades. But the goal of universal pre-K, we started with Title I schools, we expanded citywide. The goal was to eventually make it so that every in-boundary elementary school would have access to pre-K 3 and 4 for DCPS students by right. And, we're just not doing that. And I'm really glad to hear you holding their feet to the fire on Whittier to make sure that they don't underbuild that school, because those grades are so important to families who want to, go through DCPS.
Agreed. Well, look forward to continuing those efforts with you as we work with the Committee of the Whole as well as this DGS to try to address some of the issues that are truly facing our school communities. And if we don't change course, we're going to be setting ourselves up for further disenfranchising students who deserve that education in their early years. Mr. Edwards, thank you for your testimony, and allow me to extend a congratulations on the 150th anniversary of the historic Eastern Market. I understand from your testimony that because $0 has been allocated to the capital budget for fiscal year 26 through 31, you all have nearly $9.5 million gap. I think you got to unmute. He's looking
That
for
is
the button.
correct.
Yeah, there we go.
And in particular, we need those bollards for safety to protect the public and the merchants at Eastern Market. It has been approved a number of years ago. DDOT determined they needed to revise the regulations to account for bollards. That is in progress. Councilmember Allen is working on that, and they will have the regulations by the end of this year. So by the start of the next budget year, we could install the bollards and achieve that protection.
Yeah. And where would the bollards be located?
The bollards would be located around the market at all street and sidewalk entrances.
Got it.
They would be withdrawn during non-market hours and raised during the hours that the market, particularly the sidewalk vendors, are there.
Yeah. And then I think you cited some specific recommendations for projects that can be deferred and projects that Eastern Market Advisory Committee believes are sort of too urgent to be deferred, such as the hot water piping.
Yes, the hot water piping is part of the heating, ventilation, air conditioning system. We are right now concluding the replacement of the chill water piping, and
Mhm.
that replacement has disclosed considerable corrosion in the piping, which is affecting the controllers. It's gumming up
Got
the
it.
ability of the valves to work. And this is why we want to, after we complete the chill water piping, move on to the hot water piping. We already have a contractor, and we have seen this as the second part of the chill water system, the heating, ventilation, air conditioning piping system.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that. The committee will be working on this and working with Councilmember Allen to see what we're able to do to sort of help fill the gap for those urgent projects. And again, happy 150th anniversary to you all. Natalia, first of all, as I said earlier, I think community engagement and transparency is really essential to good governance. And I know you all have been working and fighting for this project for so long, and it's such a community effort in every way. When is the last time you received an update on the status of negotiations regarding Amigos Park?
The last update was actually during the budget performance.
During the performance oversight hearing.
Oversight. That was the last update that we received.
Okay.
Directly, yeah.
Directly. Okay. So nothing from the time of performance oversight to now to budget oversight. Okay. Okay, we'll figure out sort of defining what those issues, what those gaps are, and what the funding we see in projects are dedicated to. I think Councilmember Nadeau asked some questions at the DPR hearing and may have gotten some answers, but we want to just make sure we clarify on the record with DGS. So
Thank you.
thank you. Ms. Cockrell, I had a question. I thought my understanding was that after the performance oversight hearing, DGS was going to look at some of the DPR outstanding issues at DPR and was going to try to address some of those, sort of the ones that could be addressed immediately, as well as DPR. Between performance oversight hearing, when you testified about a number of these issues, and now today to at the budget oversight hearing, has DGS or DPR addressed any of the issues that you raised at the performance oversight hearing?
Thank you for that question. I have not heard anything of the sort. Again, one of my board members, Ms. Sherilyn Mack, is usually on top of that, and I have not heard that from her. I did recently hear that those exercise equipment was sitting in storage and has been for 2 years, and they were holding on to it until they get the rest in. And I just heard that after I testified for DPR last Thursday. So that being said, that's the only I guess correspondence or information I've gotten since. And just if I may add, the issue with the field is also a problem. I hear a lot about the field not being clean, trash on the field, all of that. Again, no further information has been clarified on whether or not they're cleaning that regularly. So no, I don't get any communication from DPR or DGS. I hear just from members of my board, people who go to the rec center, and rec center workers. That's it.
Got it. And are the DPR site staff sort of, have they been able to have updates on sort of some of the facilities work orders? Are they getting those updates, or are you aware of that?
That's where the disconnect is. Like I said, we had 2 walkthroughs in which DPR and DGS were present. The first one in August was with both agencies. The second one in January of this year was DGS present. And there seems to be such a terrible disconnect. The team that came along for DGS, they made the most sense at the fact that they mentioned someone on the top end of DGS closes out the work orders and considers them to be completed. I don't know why. So by the time it gets to the team that actually does the work, that showed up for that walkthrough on January 15th, they don't address the issue because it's been closed in the system by someone up top.
Understood. Okay.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for that. It looks like we'll need to get, I mean, we need to basically just get them, set some real deadlines by like, this needs to be done by this, and if it can't be done, why hasn't it been done and why it can't be done? I think, I know you do that, you do a lot of testimony, and you're at the center, you're collecting all this information. And I don't want it to be that, you're doing all this work in advocacy and it's falling on, deaf ears, because it's just sort of, it's disheartening, and it makes people not active in government when they come to government repeatedly like you do, asking for help, and then not getting that help, and not
Correct.
getting that support, right? And so,
Correct. It's
um,
very difficult.
yeah,
And
and
we've been
you,
doing it since 2019.
yeah, and you do this for free. You give
It's
up your
very free.
time while you're working, and taking time from your workday just to come and do it. And I know that you've done that consistently and repeatedly since 2019. And so, maybe we need to schedule another walkthrough and have DPR facility staff and DGS there. And before we do that walkthrough, let's just get clear on what the list is, so that way we can,
Yes.
in real time, instead of going there and being like, all right, we'll look into it, everybody looks into all the things before we get there. So that way there's no sort of confusion, and we're not starting this thing over with,
And if I can
from.
interject
Mhm.
also, and in the people who actually do the work, like that crew, and I have their names, I put them in the written testimony, that crew that was with us, and some management folk, like, come together, because that crew said a whole different thing than what we had been hearing from people on top.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Ms. Hanson, thank you for your testimony today. I'm sorry about the circumstance in which you're appearing before the council. I think what you described today with, inoperable classroom doors, persistent plumbing problems, locked and inaccessible spaces that are unresolved, painting over visible water damage, is unacceptable. And I agree with you that our children deserve responsiveness and solutions, and really not cover up and ignore their problems. And we've been to Anacostia a number of times. And each time it's been frustrating, because the same issues that we come for, we witness, we talk to educators, we talk to the staff on the ground about, it seems to continue. As part of the legislation that we did around establishing the new work order dashboard was be inspired by our trips to Anacostia specifically, where we were hearing sort of differences between what was on the work order and what was actually happening on the ground. I think you've made some really good recommendations for the dashboard. Um, is there anything as far as the dashboard that goes that would be more helpful, sort of, that we can share, that would be more about, I guess, what data would make it more transparent and helpful to district residents and schools?
That is a great question. I am still learning the dashboard myself, so that I can help keep our schools informed on the ground. That is just a part of the space that I try to stay in on behalf of our school communities. Um, those improvements would absolutely be great in terms of that transparency piece and how we can communicate to community about it. In all honesty, the other call to actions, I think, are what our schools need the most. Some of the information in my testimony, again, is updates from being on the ground at Ketchum Elementary School in Anacostia in particular as of last week.
Got it. Okay. We'll schedule some time to actually come to Ketchum. But I wanted to also ask, when you say sort of reorganize DGS around school responsiveness, you're meaning sort of having a team dedicated just to focus on the schools as a client.
Yes. And I'm saying that because other individuals have testified, what our school buildings look like and what our children are entering impacts the way that they're able to show up in the classroom. And if our youth are continuing to enter buildings that do not physically feel safe, that are not physically safe in terms of repairs and things that are needed, it directly impacts how they're able to show up to learn, it impacts their motivation to show up in those spaces. And our youth are our future. I mean, we continue to see, especially summer after summer, what happens with when youth are disengaged. We have got to be more intentional of how we are providing learning spaces for them.
Agreed. And then the other suggestion I think you had was really just giving schools some autonomy to sort of be able to contract some, like, you know, you all may know, I'm thinking of Anacostia, you may know somebody who actually can fix the key issue, the door issues, and actually it get done better. I mean, I'm guess this is an example of what you're saying. You would like the school to sort of have some contracting power or money to work with to be able to address some of the facilities needs that they feel like are chronically not being addressed by DGS. Is that what you're getting to?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct. And that is a suggestion I've made in OSSI and DCPS spaces.
Okay.
Because there are community supports available. But if funding is locked in that it can only be spent on toilet paper, janitorial services, those
Got
kinds of, we have community-based organizations that will help ensure there's plenty of toilet paper if we know that that money is then able to be freed up for our schools to make those other kinds of decisions and spend
Got
the
it.
money in that way.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony. We'll follow up with you because we do want to make sure we get to some of the Ward 8 schools and make sure those issues are at least dealt with during DGS will do its summer blitz this summer to make sure schools are ready for the next school year, and love to hear from you on sort of what you are hearing on the ground and seeing at some of the schools in Ward 8 so that we can make sure those things are on the priority list for DGS as they go into the summer readiness blitz.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Edwards, thank you for your testimony. You mentioned how cross-agency coordination is an effective strategy for tackling community issues that intersect with a number of different agencies, such as rodent infestations. In your capacity as an ANC commissioner, what are some of the strategies for coordination that you believe agencies should adopt, like DGS that works with multiple agencies?
It's so difficult because it is a systems issue. I have to repeat what Ms. Cockrell said. She was so right. Different agencies have different ways for 311 calls. One agency says completed when the supervisor sees it. Another agency says completed when it's done. So there are real systemic issues here. What we found successful just recently, we had a bus stop where the developer had put a fence, and when the bus stopped there was no place for people to get off the bus in the rear entry. I called the developer, I called WMATA, I called the people who issued the permit, DOEE and Urban Forestry. I had to coordinate with everybody. And once we did that, it was solved in a few days. But you have to know whom to contact with the rat infestation. We went through DOH, we went through 2 private property owners, we went through DPW, and we didn't have DGS on that one, but we had 4 different entities we had to coordinate with. But once we coordinated with everybody, it worked like a charm. So that's the real issue. And it's a systemic thing. I don't know that we can fix it. One thing I found as an ANC commissioner that I can be effective doing is at least connecting people and saying, this is who you can talk to. This is who you talk to for that. Your office has been very helpful also. But that's the big problem.
Yeah, I agree. That's something that we're trying to make sure that we get some buy-in to do. We've noticed when it does happen, it makes things easier for everybody.
Oh,
everyone.
Yeah.
Even the agency.
Yeah, and I want to say, the people with whom I've worked, I've been the one thing I like about this silly ANC job is that the people with whom I'm blessed to work are very professional. The people at DGS have been extremely professional.
Yeah.
Once you get everybody connected, they're pros. They know what to do.
That's right.
They're real pros. So it's that piece in getting everybody on the same page.
Absolutely. It helps when council committees also have agencies that all have that nexus together.
Exactly.
Which we've encouraged. That's why to the chairman, like if you have the agencies that already work together in the same committees, it makes that oversight work much easier and
Exactly.
happen, and those connections and coordination happen much better. So couldn't agree with you more.
Oh, and may I say one quick thing about
Of
Fort
course.
Stevens that I left out? When we did complain about the trash, Director Hunter was very proactive. He went out, they fixed it, they cleaned it up. But we have to attack the culture of not throwing trash on the ground. It's a cultural thing too. And also about the people who use the field. I think they're bagging the trash, but it's not being collected. So there are things that we have to observe and fix also. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. As you know, I have an oversight effort called Recharge DPR, and
Yes.
one of the things that we are addressing will be sort of trash at our DPR parks and recreation. And what we're trying to do as a part of this oversight is bring all of the agencies that deal with trash, all the multiple different agencies that have to deal with trash on parks. And then we're going to make a decision. We have to make a decision working with the executive and our office to figure out who are we going to give some singular responsibility to so that we actually can get this done. It's Councilmember Henderson agrees with me as well. And so both of us have said we got to figure out this multi-agency sort of which leads to multi-contractors. It's just
exactly.
It's we're sort of creating a lot of bureaucracy within it, and then it's also leading to outcomes that are not the best, depending on which agency you're working with, and then depending on what contractor the agency is working with to do the work. So
and that affects the rats too. And if anybody from your staff wants to go to the Rat Academy, it's coming up. That's one of the best things I've been to in this city. You learn everything about rats.
You know what? I will pitch it to the team during during our Friday staff meeting and see who wants to go to the Rat Academy.
It is a revelation. I think every ANC council,
Absolutely.
Commissioner should sign up for it, and every council member.
Got it. We'll pitch it. We will pitch it to everyone. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Sure. Eliza, it's so good to see you in this role. You have multiple hats, so just putting on this hat as chair of Sierra Club DC. Thank you for your detailed testimony. I share your concerns with the mayor's net zero, or rather sort of not net zero subtitle. One thing the executive is really missing here, I think, is that getting rid of net zero requirements creates its own cost. The fewer net zero buildings we have, the more we will have to pay for electricity and fossil fuels. The cost does not really, I think, seem to be taken into account. Can you talk about the benefits of being net zero would have on our ability to operate a building, and how lost utility savings should be taken into account here?
I will do my best, but I am, as the conservation chair, my role is to help coordinate our overall testimony. And this was written by the highly knowledgeable chair of our energy committee and their team. So I may have to get back to you with the specific financial details. But what I can tell you is that, of course, for example, at Walter Reed, there was a waiver given, and they're running a combined heat and power type facility that still burns fossil fuels. So despite the Greener Government Buildings Act, right? So they are releasing air pollution right into Ward 4 after this law was already in place, and it shouldn't have been. So that's an example that council's intent was to make sure that we have both cleaner outdoor air and cleaner indoor facilities. But when there's a lot of different exemptions and waivers and trying to get around it, then we're still seeing fossil fuel facilities being built in the District of Columbia despite these laws. So, cost wise, all energy prices are volatile. Some people say, well, if you stick with fossil fuels, it's going to be cheaper in the long run. We really don't know that. What we do know is that energy overall is a volatile expense. And the more we can produce it locally with solar voltaic in particular, or geothermal heat pumps, we have so much more control over our long-term costs as opposed to being exposed to the broader energy market. So big developments like that one, really is an important opportunity to take advantage. I asked my colleagues to be watching and help me answer this question, and they didn't. So I'm going to follow up.
No problem.
And ask them to send any more details.
One thing me and Councilmember Allen both are dealing with is, obviously both of us have been given tall task to sort of undo what has been done in this budget as it relates to meeting our climate goals, and we're working aggressively to do that. Some of the pushback, and I talked about this early, that we're getting is, oh, well, you know, the goals we made were ambitious, and we're also making ourselves sort of 10 years ahead of, you know, other localities and 10 years of the industry. And so we have time to, you know, get back to those goals, and that would make us more aligned with industries across the board. We're also hearing, well, you know, building costs are high right now, and materials are high, and construction is high, and, you know, people are, you know, and so that's a cause for why we should be pausing on the greener government, I mean, on the efforts of climate resiliency and greener government. What's Sierra's Club's response to sort of what has been made as a practical, what is being considered as, oh, well, we're just being practical and and based in where we are as an economy and a reality, and that's where this is coming. What would be your response to that?
Well, for one thing, when we put these goals into place, we were all really proud of being ahead of the curve. The mayor flew to Qatar and spoke at the climate conference about how proud she was to put these big deal goals out there and be a world leader. So, you know, what changed in the last couple of years? Obviously, a lot has changed federally, but have our values really changed that much in the district that we no longer want to take the lead on a nationwide, global, and hyper-local issue? I don't understand why we would want to like just be at the back of the pack, or in the middle of the pack on our leadership. Especially when we were really excited, we were all excited. This is, you know, the will of the council has passed these laws over the last few years because we need it. And that's the other thing I would say is it's not getting any cooler. The city is really dangerously hot in the summers, and we can't solve that entirely on our own. We need leadership from other levels, but we should be doing everything we can be doing, because it makes people sick. It makes the city a less pleasant place to live. It drives everybody's energy costs up. Climate change is very real. So what we're talking about doing is both adapting, and by weatherizing buildings, by making everything more energy efficient, and making our contribution to the long-term problem.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Neil, you look like you wanted to say something.
I don't, but if you called on me, I will say that for the record, I am an architect and I have worked on multiple net zero buildings. The idea that the government is 10 years ahead, or the industry is 10 years behind or whatever. I mean, putting aside the fact that we are 15 years behind Europe in this regard, which in other OECD countries, like including China now increasingly, is in terms of their photovoltaic production and implementation. These are not exogenous factors. We are behind because we have not invested in them. And unfortunately, I think that the IRA was not the best constructed act, and now that it's been rolled back, who knows what could have happened if that had been implemented.
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you for that. All right. Josh, I was surprised by your testimony in one aspect, which is because I've been told by material experts and chemists that it is impossible to fully recycle turf. Can you explain your company's recycling process and how it addresses each, I guess, component of turf?
Yes. So about 2.5 years ago, we opened up a recycling facility regionally. And it's not just turf, but all of our products go there and are recycled. And I actually have some literature here that I will leave with you. But what we're doing is we're taking the fields and we're turning them into other usable goods. So some of it, here's a picture here of nailer boards. We're making signage, we're making chairs, we're making shock pads, we're making other infill for them. So there's a whole, and at any time, it's actually a fascinating tour. Would love to bring some of the council members or anyone from DGS or whatnot that would be interested in understanding, because this is, speaking about Europe on this other stuff. We're a global company, and for years and years, if you didn't have a sustainable end of life analysis and what was specifically going to happen with that product at the end of its life, you couldn't even bid on projects over there. So it's something that we've been really trying to advocate for and have it be specifications in the United States as well, because otherwise people are just dumping these things in landfills and causing more harm.
Thank you. I look forward to looking into that and exploring with my colleagues what may be possible as far as looking into and doing a tour there. Okay, with that, we want to thank our panel of witnesses. Thank you all for taking the time to come out, to answering questions, and for your continued advocacy and work. It does mean a lot. It does make a difference, even though it feels not. I know some of you have been testifying for multiple hearings for multiple years. Please keep doing so. Know that that advocacy does matter. In this time, I'm just literally encouraging everyone. I know it's so easy to like be hopeless and apathetic in this moment, in this country, in this moment in DC. But this is the moment where we actually cannot be. And so I just encourage you all to continue to do that. And thank you for your time and advocacy here. Please do not forget to submit your testimony to the record. Especially for those people who have asked me to take some things out of the budget, because we will need that for our actual, when we send it to the chairman, he'll be looking at sort of what the basis of sort of our thought process around the changes to the budget language as we move on. So please make sure you submit that by June 19th at 5 p.m., which is when it closes. And if you're a witness who did not get to testify or know someone who didn't get to, all of those things will be considered for the record. So please encourage people to continue to upload those documents so it can be a part of the record as a whole. We will now be taking a break. We will return at 1 p.m. to begin with government witnesses. So right now, this committee stands in recess. Thank you. All right. All right. The Facilities Committee is reconvening our budget oversight hearing for the Department of General Services. Here with us today, we have Director Delano Hunter of the Department of General Services. In addition, we have Tim Hatton, Administrative Officer, Donnie Gonzalez, the Deputy Director of Facilities Management Division, Jen Croft, Associate Director of Sustainability and Energy Divisions, Osei Headley, Capital Construction Services Division, and Jenna Bolino, Capital Construction Services Division. Apologies if I said anyone's name wrong, please correct the record as necessary. Thank you all for being here today. Director, before you begin your testimony, I'm going to administer an oath to you and your team. So if you all could just please raise your right hands. Wonderful. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give the Committee on Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, Director. You may begin your testimony.
All right, good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Councilmember Lewis George, fellow members of the Committee on Facilities and Staff. My name is Delano Hunter, and I'm proud to serve as the Director of the Department of General Services. First, I'd like to acknowledge the many dedicated public servants who are proud to work for DGS and their commitment to our shared vision of building, maintaining, and sustaining district-managed properties. I want to thank Mayor Bowser, City Administrator Kevin Donahue, and Assistant City Administrator Dr. Chris Rodriguez for their support in the agency's mission with the FY26 Grow DC budget. With this budget, we are focused on right-sizing spending and investing in our shared priorities. I want to direct the public to follow our social media account, our Twitter or X, at DCDGS. We will live tweet our presentation designed to support my testimony. I realize the information can be a bit technical and dense, and sometimes it's helpful to have a visual. So again, follow us on X at DCDGS as we'll live tweet our presentation today. Today, I'm joined by Tim Hatton, our Chief Administrative Officer, Donnie Gonzalez, Deputy Director of the Facilities Management Division, Jen Croft, Associate Director of Sustainability and Energy Division, and Osei Headley and Gina Bolino, both executives with our Capital Construction Services Division. My testimony will focus on 5 sections. First, I will explain the FY26 budget with a breakdown of how these funds are allocated across DGS's various departments. Second, I'll describe how the FY26 budget is preserving what works as we continue programs where we are already seeing great results. And third, I'll describe how the FY26 budget is expanding our capacity through new investments to grow DC and make this city a great city and even better place to live. Then I'll provide more information on particular areas of interest, including sustainability and energy, security, and capital construction. And finally, I'll end my testimony with our own evaluation through the Beams scorecard, which was previewed during our performance oversight hearing in March. First, I'd like to start with the overview of our FY26 proposed operating budget. This budget supports the operations of nearly every agency in the District of Columbia government. If we were to look at the DGS operating budget for the agency as a dollar, the largest part of 35 cents will go to payments for leases and rentals. Some examples include the new homes of DC Health and other agencies in Ward 8 and the new DGS and DOC headquarters in Ward 7. These leases are often a catalyst for economic growth. 20% of our operating budget, or 20 cents rather of our operating budget, goes to our Facilities Management Division. These funds are used for maintenance of over 840 municipal properties and cover services such as landscaping, snow preparation and removal, janitorial, electrical, playground equipment repairs and replacements, fields and turf maintenance, emergency repairs, elevators, and so much more. DGS's administrative budget accounts for only 2 cents of the operating budget. This administrative budget is found in multiple programs such as HR, capital constructions, contract and procurement, sustainability, and energy. Utility costs for client agencies represent 20 cents of every dollar spent, and they cover electricity, water, waste, natural gas, and steam. The Protective Services Division is 7 cents of our operating dollar. This division provides security services at district agencies, including personnel and monitoring of CCTV cameras, alarms, and access control devices 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Preserving what works. This budget seeks to preserve programs where we have had proven success in the past, such as preventative maintenance, small capital project investments, and work order closure. Let's first discuss preventative maintenance. DGS is in its fourth year of our HVAC inspection, testing, and maintenance program, better known as ITM. In FY24, our S&E division, along with our boiler plant operators and HVAC technicians, conducted annual inspection and maintenance of heating and cooling systems, which led to fewer system failures and 0 day of school closures. We have expanded HVAC preventative maintenance to all client agencies because we've seen the results with fewer disruptions and fewer unexpected breakdowns. So far this year, there have been over 4,000 preventative maintenance actions to heating and cooling equipment. In FY26, we're continuing our investment of $4.5 million in citywide preventative maintenance, along with $15 million expected to come from DCPS through an MOU, and we look forward to even better outcomes this time next year. Next, I'd like to discuss small capital investments. Strategic small capital investments will greatly improve the experience for people when a building is not due for complete modernization. Our capital team works closely with FMD to identify where we can best leverage capital rather than operating dollars. When systems are aging beyond their useful life and it no longer makes sense to repair them, we'll turn to small capital upgrades. We've upgraded HVAC units with equipment that provides more efficiency and better outcomes for the environment. Elevators and roofs are also a great option for small capital dollars in some instances. Building additions can greatly improve the use of a facility without having to do a full modernization. In FY26, the mayor will continue our dedicated capital budget investments of $4 million to support FMD-related projects, with $8.5 million for critical system replacement projects. And the mayor has also budgeted $76 million for DCPS school small capital projects, and 23 of which are intended for HVAC investments. Next, I'd like to touch on work order success. Thanks to Mayor Bowser and the support of the council, we have dedicated funds in FY24 that allowed us to focus on closing work orders in less time. Although we begin the year often with a backlog, dedicated funding allows us to close more work orders while addressing a greater number of new work orders. In FY24, dedicated work order funding helped us to address over 10,500 work orders that were from the previous fiscal year. Also in FY24, this funding helped lead us to a 21% increase in work order closures compared to fiscal year 23. Routine work orders had a 27% increase in closures, with emergency work orders improving closures by 22%. Nearly half of the work order completions were for DCPS, which has the highest number of work orders. In FY25, we have $7.8 million in dedicated work order reduction funding, and dedicated work order money means that we don't have to wait for funds to be available during the summer, and we can start and address work immediately. As of June 8th, we have closed nearly 17,000 work orders for this fiscal year, and our medium turnaround time has improved from 40 days in FY24 to 26 days in FY25, which is a 35% faster closeout rate. Now, I'd like to discuss how the mayor's proposed budget will expand DGS's capacity. It supports the mayor's Grow DC agenda with new investments in capital projects and new strategies in our S&E division and right-sizing spending for our security. Here's some of the highlights as it relates to DGS capital investment. The mayor has proposed $852 million in our capital budget authority. This accounts for $503 million for DCPS schools, $151 million for the Department of Parks and Recreation, $78 million for Health and Human Services, $58 million for government and municipal buildings, and nearly $62 million for public safety and justice projects. The mayor has proposed funding for DPR projects as a part of Grow DC. Of the $151 million proposed in fiscal year 26, $89 million is allocated to the DPR sports complex at RFK. The district needs a place where youth and adults can train for unique sports like track and field, swimming, gymnastics, boxing, climbing, esports, basketball, and so much more. The proposed budget also includes $78 million for capital projects and human services clusters and $58 million in government and municipal projects. Funding is intended to include HVAC upgrades, building stabilizations, and improvements for stormwater drainage systems. The Public Safety and Justice Cluster is proposed to have $62 million to support the Metropolitan Police Department and DC Fire and Emergency Medical Services projects, including the modernization for Engine 26 in Ward 5 and investment in FEMS and MPD capital projects that support the mayor's plan to make the district safe and ensure that facility conditions support their operations. Next, I'd like to discuss how we are expanding energy strategies. We're constantly developing and implementing strategies to reduce energy consumption and costs. This is one of the reasons why DGS implemented HVAC preventative maintenance program, first at DCPS facilities, and now we've expanded it. The ITM program serves as a foundation to any energy reduction. This past spring, I'm really proud that DGS awarded its first energy savings performance contract to CMTA. This budget-neutral financing model pays for energy efficiency improvements through future utility savings with little to no upfront capital costs from the district. We are also in the process of contracting additional solar bundles to offset electricity use, currently at a $0 per kilowatt hour rate for 20 years. This summer, DGS, in partnership with DCPS, will pilot energy conservation standards, which include a schedule and set point policy at DCPS schools. And finally, our S&E division continues to work closely with capital construction during the design to optimize building energy performance, including making projects solar ready. Next, I'd like to discuss on the proposal to in-house security. To further right-size our budget in FY26, we are proposing to recruit and hire 24 FTEs for our Protective Services Division. This investment will eventually replace some contract security where we have seen large increases in costs in recent years. This effort will also enhance safety at our largest and most sensitive municipal facilities, and it will likely take a year to recruit and onboard these officers because we're looking for high caliber applicants, but we expect to see cost savings in the out years. We do anticipate some frequently asked questions or FAQs, so I want to answer those as it relates to projects such as janitorial, ground security, school readiness efforts at DC archives, and district utilities, and the proposed net zero energy subtitle. I want to first start off by providing an overview of hiring at DGS. We're still working to fill key positions in our agency. We have 14 positions that are ready to hire. To date, we have onboarded 43 positions in FY25, including 3 new boiler plant operators, 4 new positions for our first team, which was funded by Councilmember Lewis George. Thank you. 5 new grounds and custodial team members, 5 new special police officers, and 2 building managers. Janitorial and grounds, this is a especially crucial investment. This budget proposes an increase of $4.5 million to right-size janitorial and grounds contracts and responsibly address market increases, industry shifts, and DGS's expanded portfolio. This is the first time DGS will receive funding for these 2 major contracts, both of which continue to grow in both scope and cost. Security rates are increasing for several reasons. We have more agency requests for additional security to protect staff, residents, and assets. We also have an expanded footprint of government facilities across the district. And finally, costs are increasing to account for rising direct and indirect costs from vendors. Year over year, we have increased rates for each type of guard in the option years. Next, I'd like to discuss school readiness. Thanks to Mayor Bowser, DGS has $8 million in school readiness efforts in the FY25 supplemental budget. $500,000 of this funding will be dedicated to lock and door repairs. We're also planning to use $100,000 to build an inventory of the most needed parts based on assessments that FMD has conducted in all DCPS schools in FY24. We'll also use $75,000 that DCPS is providing to support their electronic door repairs. We'll use available funds to ensure staff and students return to a safe facility that is in good condition. To be ready for the start of next school year, we've already asked DCPS principals what are their top priorities and what they completed or what they'd like to see completed as a part of our school readiness efforts. We'll work with DCPS central office so that we continue the trend of having schools ready to open on time for learning this fall. Next, I'd like to touch on the DC archives. There have been some significant changes to the plan for the archives budget. Building 41 on the UDC campus will now go towards student housing. The proposed 26 budget allocates $4.9 million to make improvements to the Sumner School as a front-facing home and museum of the DC Archives, and $23 million is proposed to be allocated to build a separate state-of-the-art facility for storing archives materials. Next, I'd like to discuss district utility costs for most government agencies. We pay the utilities on their behalf, such as water, impervious surface, electricity, natural gas, and waste. Regardless of how utility costs are funded, DGS is committed to decreasing energy use through implementation of an energy savings performance contract, set point and scheduling policies, and increased solar generation. Again, our Solar 2 bundle will include 27 new locations, increasing our on-site solar capacity from 17.1 megawatts to 23 megawatts, effectively increasing on-site solar generated from 12 kilowatt hours to approximately more than 19 million kilowatt hours. Similar to residents and commercial entities, when there are rate increases, there are cost increases. Like anyone else, agencies are subject to higher costs due to increasing capacity, transmission, and distribution rate increases, including fee increases. In FY26, we propose a budget of $131.7 million for utility costs for district properties. For reference, in FY24, we spent $127.2 million in utility costs. We'll spend all of the revised utility budget of $126.2 million in FY25. Lastly, I'd like to discuss the Beams scorecard, which I believe you have a copy. If not, we'll get you a copy. This is our commitment to our partners and residents for fiscal year 25 and 26. In government fashion, Beams is an acronym. I won't get into it, but I hope that we'll have an opportunity to cover Beams scorecard during our Q&A. We've made strides in meeting some of the objectives of the scorecard through the implementation of things that I've discussed through our budget from Energy Savings Performance Contract. These aren't things that are funded. This is the agency taking on the entrepreneurial spirit, really, to save the district dollars and also just be a good steward of our resources. So with that being said, I just want to thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, and your staff members, the council members present today, council members Nadeau and Allen. Thank you for your partnership, and we look forward to answering your questions regarding the mayor's 26 proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Hunter, for that thorough opening, and also thank you to the staff of DGS, again, as you noted in your opening, for their hard work for district residents. We're going to get started. We're going to do 10-minute rounds with my colleagues, starting with after my round, Councilmember Nadeau will go, who's a member of this committee, followed by Councilmember Allen. I want to start with the operating budget and just ask some questions. First of all, is DGS in a budget deficit in fiscal year 25?
No.
Okay. I guess if I'm wondering why OCFO did not certify cuts to the fiscal year 25 budget on the grounds that DGS is in budget deficit.
Councilmember, can you clarify what cuts were not certified?
The let me look at the page. All cuts in fiscal year 25 requested by the budget office.
I'm not familiar with cuts that would not be certified as
Okay.
part of the mayor's budget process for the supplemental. We had to provide about a little over 700,000 in NPS cuts to help meet
Okay.
the revenue decline. There might be some certification issues if council is looking at some of our fixed costs that are tied to legal or financial obligations,
Got
like
it.
energy or rent.
Got it. Okay. OCFO said the council couldn't reduce the budget in fiscal year 25 because the agency was running a deficit. And they were planning on using unused funds from every program to balance their budget. And so I was just wondering, it looks like as of June 4th, DGS had already spent 153% of their overtime budget. So that's why I'm asking if you're running on a,
Yeah, I'm
that's
really
what the basis of that question is.
sure. I'm really proud of the strides we've been able to make in reducing overtime. Last year, we reduced overtime by 2.4 million from 8.5 million, a little over 6.1. We are on track to spend what we spent last year on overtime. And I think it's been a great achievement considering that we have 24/7, 365 operations.
Okay. I want to turn to the facilities operations budget, starting with public education. The proposed budget transfers 15 million from DGS facility operations budget to DCPS for HVAC preventative maintenance and work orders. DGS will still be the entity completing the task funded from this $15 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Great. And we talked to DCPS about this as well, and I think they indicated that ultimately the funds would end up with DGS.
Yeah, that's correct. And our FMD budget virtually remains the same with exception of the enhancements that the director mentioned in his testimony, about 4.5 million in enhancements that we're receiving for the janitorial and grounds contracts. The 15 million is just a financing mechanism that the
Got it.
mayor's budget office did to
Okay.
help balance our budget and protect cuts within our agency. So we'll
Okay.
get that 15
Got
million
it.
from DCPS through an MOU process.
Through an MOU.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Understood. And this is just for this particular sort of moment in time. It won't be that sort of every, there won't be that client agencies will sort of in the future have dedicated funds like this either for like HVAC or preventive maintenance or work orders.
The future, remains to be told on that. We typically, it's not a practice. However, there are intra-district agencies that you might know of, council member, that will always have the budget live with them. So that's like our health and human services agencies. So that'll remain normal.
Okay.
But we don't expect, large changes in our budget structure.
Got it. Does any other client agency sort of have dedicated facility funds, like either for HVAC, preventive maintenance, or work orders?
We have about 18 intra-district agencies. Those intra-district agencies have their own occupancy budgets that will fund those types of items. They can be consolidated maintenance contracts that those budgets fund. They can also be for universal services like
Got it.
janitorial, et cetera.
Okay. One thing I was getting to is sort of if DC, I guess this is just for balancing budget. I was wondering if DCPS has this sort of facilities fund, whether it's something we should be thinking about for DPR, another large agency with sort of unique and vast facility needs similar to DCPS. And so I was just wondering, should any facility operations funding be moved out of DGS budget to DPR's budget in that same way? And if not, why not?
I would say we don't think it's something that can be scaled. I think to the extent I think that you've indicated. But I think it's just easier. It's cleaner. Like typically, it's not uncommon for us to execute MOUs with agencies for services like security. Security is most common, especially
That's right.
additional service requests. So, for instance, I think DPR stood up, I think, some late night activations at Banneker, and that were as a request from the mayor, and we were able to transfer those funds. But it can be a cumbersome process. So while it may be appropriate in some instances to do it, I don't think it could be scaled to that extent.
Got it. And does this transfer mean the remaining 53.5 million in DGS facilities operation budget for the public education cluster will not be used on HVAC preventive maintenance and work orders?
The 15 million that is in DCPS's budget is for the preventive maintenance, and then the remaining local funds that are within the DGS budget of about 53 million will be used for a number of different needs. Work order reduction funding is in there. And then we also have on-call HVAC. So for items that the ITM program does not touch, we also have supplemental funds in the local FMD budget. So those are our on-call services for emergency items or break fix repairs.
Got it. Okay, so the 53 million will not be used for what the 15 million is used for.
That's
Am I
correct.
saying-
There's not going to be any other dedicated preventive maintenance, HVAC preventive maintenance funds for DCPS apart from the 15 million that will be in their budget.
Okay, understood. Turning to the Parks and Recreation Facilities operation, DPR is bringing on several new sites in fiscal year 26, correct?
That's correct.
and DGS facilities budget for DPR decreased by 107,000. It looks like. So I want to understand what that decrease in 107,000 is. Just because I'm wondering why less money would be needed if DGS would be required to maintain additional DPR facilities. Would that mean each DPR will have fewer maintenance dollars per facilities?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, Councilmember. The decrease that you see in there is the removal of one-time funding
Okay.
that was placed in there last year. I think that was council added one-time funding, and there was FMD occupancy funds across our different FMD clusters. So that's why you would see that removal of those funds. But
Okay.
nothing else changes for that cluster.
And how will you all account for the increase in DPR's portfolio and your ability to serve additional DPR facilities without additional dollars contemplated?
Well, the enhancement contemplates increasing our janitorial and landscaping services, right? Right. Those contracts are going out for bid. We've enjoyed pre-COVID pricing, right? We've exhausted the base plus the 4 option years. So that enhancement is to right-size our ability to absorb increased rates and also to absorb the increased properties. You're right. I mean, we have much larger DPR
That's what I
properties
mean.
that we're constructing. So that is a part of that solution, and that is contemplated in the mayor's enhancement.
Okay, and so I guess how much of the enhancement is for DPR specifically as a cluster?
We can give you a breakdown, like typically how we procure janitorial and landscaping. It's for the all of our municipal facilities, right? So if it's, let's say hypothetically, $1, right, per site, we can provide a follow-up after the hearing of what that allocation on a percentage basis goes to which clusters or which areas of our portfolio.
Okay. Okay, I just want to make sure that you all have what you need to actually service DPR facilities, and if they're expanding their portfolio, I want the enhancement to actually be going to the things that, like an expanded portfolio, that they need to go to in order for you all to be able to deliver to your client agency, and not be spread thin as a result of new things being added on.
Oh, I appreciate that. We want to continue to work with you and the executive on that.
Okay. Finishing up on this facilities part, one thing I noticed, and something's been confusing, so this is really just I would like to know, during our recent DPR aquatics readiness tours, we noticed sort of a thing that kept occurring was like locker room shower stalls didn't have curtains. And this is what we were hearing from residents as well about indoor and outdoor pools. The question, and no one knew the answer on staff at the centers, both DPR and DGS, does DGS or DPR install and replace things like shower curtains in DGS in DPR properties?
It's typically a DPR expenditure.
Okay, so
for those shower, and I know this from my time at the
Yeah.
agency. But in the event, if they have any snags with procurement, I know we all had.
you can, yeah.
If there are any snags, we'll help them out. I wasn't aware of that, and the ones I visited, they've all been fully staffed. But if there are some shortages, we're more than willing to help them on that.
Got it. Okay. I'll have a few more DPR questions. I'm going to turn to my Ward 1 colleague, Brianna Doe, for a round of questions. Thank you so much.
Director, thank you for your testimony. It's good to see you. I'm going to try to get through as many as possible in this one round. The ombudsperson for children needs new office space again. I guess they're getting booted out of the space that we finally got for them. Is that something that you'll be able to work with them on?
I'm sorry, which entity is
The
this?
ombudsperson for children.
Okay. Yes, that is an entity. Yes, I think, are they currently located at 441 OGS?
They're at 441, I think. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, more than happy. I'm
I
not.
don't know why they're being relocated, but
Yeah, that
we'll follow up with you on that.
well, more than happy. If
Okay.
they send us a message through Michelle, we'll connect them with our portfolio division. Happy to do so.
Fantastic. I'm really excited that we have a plan for the Bancroft pre-K program at the old DPR headquarters. I think it's a triumphant story of our government's return to that building. What are we going to see for that? 23, maybe $25 million?
Yeah, right now it's 23 million.
Yeah.
I believe it's all in 25, which is why you don't see it in the 26.
Mm-hmm.
So we're still working through the details of that, but we are also actively working on the RFP already, and working with DCPS to finalize any ed spec that will go out with it. So hopefully getting it out within this fiscal year and get started later in this calendar year likely and complete in 28, summer 28.
Is there any room for checks for Columbia Heights Education Campus's early childhood program, which is what we had envisioned if we were at the Henderson building?
I don't think there is within that budget. That is something that we looked at as well. It's also a really complex site. If you look at the zoning, it's the zoning around the property lines. We did a kind of internal study on the maximum we could fit around that building. And because it is already a designated historic structure, we'll have limitations on how we can expand that building. Like we won't be able to go to the front of the building in any way. So taking all those into considerations, we're kind of limited on general square footage, even if we had the money. So there is some complexities to that even more money might not get us all the way there.
Stinks.
Yeah.
Preservation.
I mean, there could be like a huge thing that goes into all the changing the zones and the lot lines, but that would be a much bigger undertaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I see FY25 spend planned investments in let's see, 1 million for ADA restrooms, a check. Have we not had ADA compliant restrooms, a check?
Yeah, sorry, that was actually it was listed wrong. It was actually for gender neutral bathrooms. So they do have ADA bathrooms. It was to enhance counts for gender neutral bathrooms.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
7.8 million for locker rooms and dugouts at Cardozo. That sounds great. 1.5 million to HD Cook for playground replacement.
Yeah, that'll
It's been a
be
while.
in the fall. Yeah,
Okay.
that will deliver. So that's active, as well as the Marie Reed. I know that you had brought that up. That'll be
Yes.
completed this summer as well.
Okay, great. We've got several modernizations underway. So we've got Tubman, Adams. Are those on schedule?
Yep.
Okay,
So
so
was just at
Adams.
Adams on Friday and again on Tuesday.
Okay.
It's truly an incredible feat in that building what's happening. So I encourage a trip if you haven't been lately. It's looking
Am I allowed
wonderful.
to go at this point?
You just got to wear a hard hat still.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will schedule
They're
my hard
hosting
hat
tours
tour.
for staff as well already. So it's awesome.
Okay, better to go now than when you're trying to finish up the miracle, I guess.
I mean, there's room for people. It's not like you'll be
Okay.
bumping into anyone. So
Okay.
whenever it works.
Okay. Tubman going okay?
Yeah.
I mean,
we
I
have some
see it.
permitting issues, but they're moving through them and making up some time with their steel.
Okay. All right, we won't get to work on our Center City Middle School until Tubman's done. What about Bruce Monroe at Parkview? Anything?
Well,
going
actually, the city center has started. They started meeting with the community group.
Oh, yes.
And the team is on board.
I was
So-
there last night, but the
Yeah.
actual shovel part doesn't start.
Yeah,
yet.
no, until Tubman moves out, correct.
Yes.
And then Bruce Monroe is a couple years out from there.
Okay.
And their budget's been considered. They're a difficult site because of the site constraints in the historic building. So we're keeping an eye on their enrollment as we get closer and closer to that
Okay.
project.
What about Cleveland? Are they going to be in the queue for a modernization?
So Cleveland is an Army Corps
Yep.
building.
Yep.
And we are hoping, and it was suggested in the master facilities plan, that all the Army Corps buildings get added to the PACE Act in the next renewal. We also hope for that, as well as DCPS, because we agree that those buildings, they're actually some of the worst performing energy buildings, unfortunately, because in that time and era, it wasn't, the way of the world to build very efficient buildings. So that's definitely one we want to add into, but we did recently get 12 water source heat pump replaced over spring break. That has made significant improvements. And we are going to replace the remaining 29 this summer.
So that's
to address
essentially
the
a
major issues
full
that they've been having.
HVAC.
All their individual units. It's not a whole system replacement.
Okay.
But the individual units where they're seeing them fail because they're past useful life.
Yeah.
Those will be replaced.
So it's boiler to heat pump.
It's just the heat pumps.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where they're seeing the issues.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's all going to happen over the summer. They'll be good by fall.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to get any complaints about air conditioning in August or September.
That's
Okay. Walter Pierce Park has
No
the first Portland Loo that we've ever had. How are we going to keep it clean? What's the plan?
The plan is to maintain it internally. Our plan is to bring on board, we have to expand our uh, janitorial staff and our grounds and landscaping staff. Just to be quite frankly, we have an older workforce and they're doing great, but we have a number of employees out on leave and disability. We have prioritized the hiring of frontline employees, and that will continue. Once we're through this period and our budget matters are resolved with Congress. We have several pending hires for that. So our goal is to expand our internal capacity to be able to service these outdoor restrooms.
I know we had testimony from a couple people today about Amigos Park, which is something that we've been trying to get done for a long time. I appreciate the diligence of your team in negotiating with the private owner next door. My understanding is that negotiation has been going well. Where are we on that?
Yeah, we have been negotiating. However, after internal deliberations between the agency and the Office of the City Administrator, it was determined not to move forward. However, with the acquisition of the property, however, it is our commitment to activate and use the existing funding for the land that we do own.
So to be clear, and I don't mean to get you in trouble here, but I know you're under oath, so I'm going to ask the question. DGS came to terms with the owner to acquire the site with the money that is available in the budget.
We continued negotiations. So when come to terms is sometimes
Okay, I'm maybe not using the right word.
right.
You agreed on a price,
We did. Mhm.
and that price was within the budget that the council had provided.
That's correct.
And the next step was for the city administrator to sign off on the deal.
Well, it's a internal deliberation between the agency and the city administrator office, the CA's office, and other stakeholders. And then typically we briefed the CA's office on our negotiations with McDowell and where we were, and then we deliberated internally, and it was jointly decided to not move forward with the acquisition.
So after essentially 10 years of working on this, the community is going to walk away without the full site, without the full park.
I'm confident with the 1.8 million, we can provide a quality project on the land that we do own.
There's some consternation around lead remediation at Parkview Recreation Center. We had a hearing on this. I've met with constituents since. They're still very concerned about what is being shared with the public, not aligning with what they're seeing. And so at that round table, we talked about the drinking fountains. We've been talking since. When do you expect the remaining drinking fountains to be tested and returned to service on that site? They've been turned off for the season. I think they should be back on soon.
I'll confirm and I'll follow up with you shortly on that.
And who's responsible for turning the fountains on and off?
DGS.
And that's seasonal or?
Seasonal, that's
Okay.
correct.
And when do they normally get turned on?
The spring. So we winterize and shut them off during the winter to prevent, pipe breaks and such. Typically we'll winterize in November, and then we'll turn them back on during the late March, early April timeframe.
We've asked for DGS to do a walkthrough of the site with the community so that they can point out their concerns related to the lead study, but we have not been granted that request. Why won't DGS do that walkthrough with us?
I believe there's a community meeting that's scheduled for this month regarding Parkview.
I thought it was just a regular environmental, it's a Zoom, right?
I'll confirm. Yeah.
They want to be on site and they want to talk specifically about the discrepancies between what's in that study and what they see.
Okay.
Particularly the lead paint on the historic building, and where the source of the lead is, I think are points of disagreement.
Okay. All right. Well, happy to share. We've done a number of tests there, so happy to walk them through what our experts are seeing.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for going over.
Thank you. What a blow for Amigos Park.
Yeah.
Okay, go deal with that. Let me know how it goes. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not a member of this committee, so I appreciate you letting me stop in here. And Director Hunter, to you and your team, good to see you. I think at our oversight hearing last time around, you said that I might be the council member you hear the most from. And I know that was said with love because I love reaching out to you. Not always about what's going on, but you and your team are always incredibly responsive and work to address the issues. And so I really appreciate that. I want to walk through, I might stick around, Madam Chair, for 2 rounds because I think my first round, I want to focus on some Ward 6 projects and some of the ways that DGS is working on a couple of different great things. And then second round, I want to come back to talk about some of the intersections with the committee that I chair, Transportation and the Environment. But we have a couple of things I wanted to check in on. There's been a lot of initial work going on at Jefferson Middle School for a field renovation at Jefferson Middle School. A lot of excitement about that project and coming together, but feels like it's been quiet lately. Do we have a projected start date?
We can track down. Do you know Jefferson's start date? We'll find out with maybe by the end of this round. We'll get back to you very shortly.
All right. That's the beauty of having everybody in one place,
Yeah.
is that someone's going to track this down by the time we get through here. Last year in the budget, there was $1.25 million added in the FY26 budget for redoing the field at King Greenleaf Recreation Center. Is that funding still in the mayor's proposed budget for FY26 now, or did that come out?
That was King Greenleaf, Councilmember.
Correct.
Let me check and we'll get back to you within this round.
All right. Gonna ask all my questions really fast. We come back. Oh, wait, there's an answer.
On Jefferson Field, they're working on permitting, so that's likely their delay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have a anticipated time?
I'll have to circle back with the team on the specifics, but that's what I have in notes.
Okay. I'll ask it a different way. What is the expected construction length of time? In other words, is this a 3-month project? Is it a 6-month project? Is it a 12-month project?
I mean, I don't have that written down here, but generally they're about 3 to 6 months for fields. And that one is a larger sized one. And they're doing the drainage work with it too. So I would lean more towards the 6 months work.
Okay. The timing, I think, is just really crucial to work with DCPS.
Yeah.
This is the middle school's field.
Yeah.
And so this is their field space where they have all their outdoor programming on the field. It's also a field that's highly used for everything from baseball to soccer. We've got a huge pickleball community that we're not going to get back into all that right now. But the timing of it is really important. And so that's why I'm trying to ask how we stage this so that it gets done and we create minimal disruption. We know we're going to disrupt, but minimal disruption to the school. And for all those little leaguers out there, being ready by next spring would be a big advantage.
Yeah. Yeah. I would agree. If we could take advantage over the winter while things are cooler, that would be great. Yeah.
I know it'd be great. I want to get it done.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. And it looks like while we talked, the other answer for King Greenleaf. might have come
Sure,
up.
it's funded in 26.
Okay.
Mhm.
What does that look like from a planning perspective? This is a very large grass field as well as it's got a baseball diamond. So it's used for both football programming and for baseball. Is the intent that it is converting from grass to turf?
I don't want to get in front of DPR and community engagement on this. Typically, everything's on the table. We don't have a specific vision for what that can look like without engaging DPR and the community.
Okay. There's been no community engagement on it. And
Well,
FY26
it's funded in
starts pretty soon.
26. Like typically, it'll be a part of our small capital procurements that were released on the first quarter of 26. So I think that would be the appropriate time once we have a firm on board.
All right. Let me jump to one of my other favorite topics, Rumsey Pool. I know you know I was going to ask about that. Let's start with the easy stuff. All right. So we talked about this throughout the planning process. You have one major DGS asset of Eastern Market, and then 20 feet away, you have another major asset, Rumsey Pool. So we've talked about the alleyway that connects between the two of them, which is currently just a dingy, dirty little alley. But everybody would like to see this take advantage of this opportunity to create something that works for the vehicles that need to access it, but create an actual pedestrian connection. Has DGS had any conversations with DDOT about what it would cost to be able to redo this alley and reimagine the alley space?
I've had very preliminary conversations with DDOT. I spoke with Director Kirschbaum about it. And that is something that we'll have our designers take a look at as a part of their due diligence.
Well, I don't believe it's funded, or at least if there's something specific, it's not funded. So I want to work with you to know, especially within the budget that I have in front of us, how to make sure we have that a funded item.
Okay, I'm referring to like connectivity. I think we talked about like campus connectivity, like to have a more cohesive feel. Not necessarily, you're right, not necessarily the actual repaving of that alley or a different type of construction.
Correct. I'm looking well beyond just asphalt.
Understood,
I'm looking at creating something that just doesn't feel like you're walking through a dirty, dark alley, but actually something that really creates a positive pedestrian connection.
No, understood.
Okay. At the DPR hearing, one of the things we also talked about was, and government's guilty of this all over the place, we think kind of in project silos. We've got huge HVAC needs at Eastern Market. We also have energy challenges around Rumsey. And one of the things that's been talked about is either exploring a type of energy exchange, things that'll cost the projects overall less money, but give us the ability to take advantage of these two assets here, one of which is a heating dominant, one which is a cooling dominant space. Has there been any conversation about how to get some efficiencies here so I'm not creating two entirely different energy systems when they're 20 feet away?
Well, there's a current active project for the Eastern Market that we're completing. I think the chilled water exchange, correct me if I'm wrong, I'll say maybe add a little bit to that. Right now, those are contemplated as separate projects, but more than happy to look at how we can leverage maybe the work of Rumsey for Eastern Market.
I mean, is that something we could do within a quick feasibility study? Is that something of working with the architects at Rumsey to think about a quick feasibility study to evaluate what it would look like to do that?
We can have them look at it. Yeah, we can.
Okay.
I want to commit to an actual feasibility study, but certainly I think within their purview, right, with
Could
the
be,
expertise
yeah.
that they currently have, we want them to provide their professional analysis of such.
Okay. We also are at a bit of a sticking point right now of Rumsey overall regarding a second floor. The number one priority from the community has been, we want more water. We've got to find ways to build a pool. It is an aquatic center. How do we create more water space? To be able to get as many functions as possible up and out, up onto a second floor, we need a second floor. Now, last year, we thought we'd put the full funding in that would be necessary for a second floor. What I think we're realizing is that there would need to be additional costs added to the project to realize a full second floor. I think the designs right now have some rooms and activities, but not what I think anybody would consider a full second floor. Do we have a dollar figure on what's needed to be able to actually accomplish a full second floor?
Councilmember, I revisited some emails we exchanged last year on this topic, and I have an email dated May 23rd of 2024, where we provided estimates of what it would take for a complete demo and rebuild of a first floor, what it would take for just modernizing the existing floor. And then also we provided an estimate, and in this estimate, I state with 12.5 million in increased funding for a total budget of 37.5 would allow DGS to deliver a full demolition and rebuild of a new facility with 10,000 square feet for a second floor facility. And then we talked about, I think it was mentioned maybe 2 to 3 times throughout this correspondence. I think I go on to say, if 10,000 square feet only is added to the second floor for an additional cost of 12.5 million increase to the project, we can further explore the possibility of additional programming as requested by stakeholders. So with that being said, I didn't recall this during our initial conversation, but I think we explicitly stated what was possible. But I've had conversations with the team to discuss, what could this look like? One of the things that we're confident, your first floor is 20,000 square feet approximately, right? But you lose a lot of space just with lobby, back of house, office, pump room, mechanical equipment. The 7,500, if you could, Osei, maybe speak to what that could accommodate. You don't lose as much space for larger locker rooms. Of course, we have a restroom, right? But you don't lose as much space. We think that up to 10,000 square feet, and we're looking to get as close to that as possible. I've shared with you some of the challenges with the heritage tree and potential setbacks. We think we can get close to that. So I think that this estimate is still very valid, but I want to make sure that I am sensitive to the community's desire to have as much programmable space as possible. Osei, if you could, can you speak to what that 7,500 to 10,000 could look like on the second floor?
That's correct, Director. So our team has been working religiously going back and forth trying to figure out how best to gain and maximize the second floor or space above the second floor. To the director's point, we do have at this point about 7,000 square feet of programmable space. Some of it being community rec rooms or community shared workroom space, workout areas or large workout fitness rooms. In addition to that, there's some ancillary space that could be flex, if you will, on that second floor. So nothing that would tie us into one particular program except for a larger workout space on the second floor.
Okay. Sounds like you came prepared with emails and dates, so I appreciate that. What I would like to see us do is be able to figure out how do you get to that 10,000? How do we get as close to that as possible? I do appreciate, I mean, you have had multiple conversations about this, so I do appreciate, I know your team is trying to think creatively, flexibly to figure out how to get this. This just is we don't have the land to be able to start from scratch and kind of build out a whole big space, right? So we're trying to figure out almost an infill project of how we're kind of achieving all these things. And the reason I'm going to keep pushing hard on this is because this is kind of a once in a generation opportunity to get this thing right. If we can get the full or as much of that second floor, I think that really helps deliver on what the community is expecting and demanding and wanting to see. And I think it's going to build just a phenomenal space that we're all going to be incredibly proud of and meets all those different needs, whether you're a senior looking for that meeting room or workout space, whether you're, hosting an event, anything. I really want to keep that. So I still feel like there's some areas to push here, but I do want to recognize you've been a good partner in trying to think through how we get this done and achieve it.
No, I appreciate that. And I think we're aligned in that goal. And I'm pushing the OSA and the design team. I've even requested that we look at other potential models across the Mid-Atlantic, within a 2 to 3 hour driving distance that has a similar configuration. We typically
You want to go on a field trip?
I know it would be great.
You and I are
right?
going on a road trip. All right.
Right. That's right. I tell you what, there's one just in our backyard at Trinity University. I have a tour
I've been there,
scheduled for
yeah.
the first or second week of July. I'm familiar just with that facility. They have like load bearing, they have a gym and a fitness center above their pool space. Just to look at that, that's different than the type of facilities that we construct here. Again, the budget as is contemplates up to 10,000 square feet. I want to get as close to it as possible. I mean, I want to get to 9,999 square feet, on this.
Then we'll just find the extra square foot. We'll get to 10.
E-
I know I'm well
exactly.
over my
Well-
time, so I appreciate your discretion, Madam
No,
Chair.
you're totally
Yeah,
fine.
well, we
I know
want to
you have
find it
second
and
round.
get this. So I just want to say that we're aligned and we're not going to leave any stone unturned to try to get as close. And the reason why I brought that up, because I'm sensitive to my word and my commitment. If I make a commitment, I like to stick to it. That's important for me and important for the agency. So that's why I just wanted to highlight. For me, this is deeply personal. I want to make sure we can keep our commitment, my commitment to the community and to you.
I appreciate that. I know I'm over, so thank you very much.
Thank you. I wanted to start with janitorial services. The proposed budget includes a 2.4 million enhancement for janitorial services. Your testimony also mentioned a 4.5 million increase for janitorial and grounds contract services. What is the total budget for janitorial services?
Councilmember, the total budget for janitorial is around 13 million, I believe.
Okay.
And mowing is around 10. So those two combined are over 20 million.
Okay.
So those two enhancements for 4.5 million go to both of those contracts. So it really is a eating your vegetable kind of a budget where we want to make sure that our core contracts are funded. And I think the real sticking point here too is that every dollar that we fund for these core contracts is a dollar that we save or get back for work orders. So the getting flat funded for these contracts is beneficial across our entire portfolio.
Okay.
That's right. And
you-
if I could,
Go ahead,
because I
absolutely.
want to share with you why this is so important and why I'm sensitive to it. What we found is that, prevailing wage and other thresholds have sort of increased in the last 5 years. We've had to provide equitable adjustments to a number of our vendors to ensure that they are paying the prevailing wage for janitorial staff. We've had engagement with the Department of Labor on this, especially during the previous administration. They had I'll call it a highly engaged posture looking at wages, both Davis-Bacon for construction and prevailing for janitorial. And that money had to come from somewhere, and it came from money that should have went to work order reduction or pest abatement. So to have this is going to be crucial to be able to right-size those contracts, make sure that our employees, those contractors, have a prevailing wage, decent wage, and then also to meet the increase in scope that we have across our inventory.
Thank you. That was actually my next question, which is, DGS mentioned janitorial contracts continue to expand in scope. Does DGS provide janitorial service to all agencies or only some? If not all, which ones do not receive janitorial services?
Well, we have I would call it like 3 tiers of service, right? So in some instances, let's say a building like this, but we have a CMC, right? A consolidated maintenance vendor, right? And then they hire janitorial as a part of their overall suite of services, from HVAC, preventative maintenance to painting, you name it, right? That's all sort of in-house. That's one tier. There's another tier of service for DPR, what we call the dry side facilities, where we have in-house team of about 40 or so FTEs that are responsible for cleaning those facilities. And then the third tier would be these contract services, these vendors that we contract with, and they're servicing our outdoor pools, our indoor pools, and a number of other municipal facilities. That's right. We don't service DCPS. Right, they have, of course, their own. They have
Okay,
their own janitorial staff.
of all of your client agencies, DCPS. Well, you have a ton of client agencies. DCPS, I'm for sure DOC.
Yeah. The DOC provides their
I
own.
know they do their own.
Yeah, their own
I'm just trying to think
janitorial.
of, are there any other ones that I'm missing that do their own janitorial services? We don't provide them. Fire and EMS, MVD.
Libraries, we provide
Libraries.
those
Okay.
services
Got it,
for
got it.
the fire department.
And the health cluster.
Yeah. So most of like that, like we talked about, like the stabilization center, or let's say the DMV on Benning Road. That's typically
Okay.
that's a contract service that we provide.
Got it. Okay. I guess what would be helpful is just to get a sense of, if you all could send us sort of which agencies receive DGS janitorial services and which agencies do their own janitorial services.
Yeah, but very few do that.
Okay. And are all of DGS janitorial services contracted out? And who are those contractors?
Well, again, we have that split, and Donna, please speak to this, but with the vendors that we service, but we have that split of some in-house, some through those consolidated maintenance vendors, right, and then some through a number of vendors. And our strategy has been sort of diversify, right, so that we don't have one point of failure in the event that we have to pivot services and decrease or increase the vendors' capacity and services.
Got it. Are janitorial contracts customized to specific buildings? I would imagine so. Or is the contract the same throughout DGS portfolio?
They change, they evolve. One of the things that I'm really proud of my time from DPR to DGS is that, our outdoor pools, 4 or 5 years ago, we relied on 16-year-olds to clean toilets, and you're going to get the effort you would expect from a 16-year-old. So we added that to that scope. There were a number of our indoor facilities like Turkey Thicket where the pool was not contemplated. And I think this is really one of the improvements you see at the agency, and I think COVID sort of pushed us ahead. Just the standards of cleanliness and what the public expects from these facilities, their standards increased dramatically, and thanks to the council, thanks to the mayor, we were able to respond in kind.
Got it. So I guess that would mean that janitorial services are basically, you would say, yes, in some instances they're customized to some specific buildings, and no to
In
overall.
in some cases, they're customized, like for MPD, for example.
Right.
Services could extend to their cruisers, their police cars.
Got it. Okay. That's what I was asking. Okay.
Another example would be, unfortunately, from time to time when we have incidents of violence on our sites and on our grounds, sometimes we have specialized cleaning services to sort of to clean and restore those facilities to use after a act of violence at a location.
Got it. Does the frequency of janitorial services change depend on the building?
Can you provide an example?
I guess, do some buildings, I'm trying to give you an example of, MPD, MPD station frequency, is it different from the frequency of, do some buildings get cleaned more than others? The 441 4th Street versus MPD 4th District Station. There's an example.
They all have some level of basic services, like to cover those core hours. What we see oftentimes more than not is that an agency's operations will change, right? Like I'll use DPR as an example. They're doing a number of late night activations. Sometimes campsites change. I think we just learned a few days ago. I was speaking with Director Freeman. A site that was not active, not planned to be activated for camp, is now will now be a campsite. So you have those sort of shifts, right? We'll have to adjust to ensure that
Got
they
it.
have what they need, but then also programmatic shifts.
Got it. Can DGS provide a list of janitorial responsibilities that includes sort of provider, in-house, or contractor, I guess, and the frequency of service in building?
Yeah, that's an easy lift. I'm happy to
Do
provide.
janitorial service require a work order?
No.
That's what I thought. So I guess if a resident finds a restroom or locker room lacks soap or toilet paper or needs cleaning, who should they report it to, and what should the person receiving that report do next?
Typically it's on-site staff. If they're like if it's a pool or an aquatic facility, they'll flag to the manager or the customer service rep, and if it needs to be serviced, then we'll
Okay.
typically address. Sometimes there's some gray area with our outdoor locations that aren't manned.
That's right.
That I think there is an area of improvement. I spoke an opportunity for improvement. I spoke to this in my conversation with Councilmember Nadeau, like my desire, and we've prioritized just increasing the ranks of frontline employees, specifically so we can cover many of those outdoor restroom locations. I would say that is again, that's an area of area of improvement for the agency.
Okay, yeah. That's just one of the areas where we're hearing from people, and then on-site staff are unsure. And then I know when we went to a few of different centers, some of the childcare workers, nannies on site were like, we don't have soap. We don't know what to do when there's no soap in the, so they're there every day, doing what they do normally with the kids and stuff. And so if they have an instance where they're like, there's no soap or no tissue in the bathroom, and a lot of these places don't have like on-site staff, like, back in the day, there was always on-site staff, but that's not the case anymore at some of our centers. So I'm just trying to get to a solution of what we can do.
While it doesn't require a work order for the service, folks can call and report an issue.
Okay, that's what I'm getting to.
And we will communicate it internally to resolve it.
Okay, when you say call?
The work order management, our first team.
First team, got you. Thank you. I want to turn to mowing services. How much money is in the budget for mowing services again?
It's about 10 million.
Okay. Since becoming chair of DPR, I've learned many sort of private groups that utilize DPR fields pay for mowing themselves because DGS and its contractors do not mow them frequently enough or at all. Are you aware of private groups doing so?
No, I'm not aware. I know from time to time we see it as some federal properties, and from time to time we'll pitch in and we'll mow a federal property, especially if we permit them. But I'm not aware of that.
Okay. I mean, I know Capital City does multiple fields, including Chevy Chase, in order for them to do stuff, be able to actually do their programming. Costs like $70,000 a season for them to mow.
So that's different. I think what they're doing more specialized maintenance that are specific to athletic fields. Like sometimes they're adding infield dirt. Sometimes they are cutting the field to a what we call, I think it's called the infield lip of the field. Not a landscaper clearly, but sometimes they'll provide some service enhancements. We'll provide the basics and they'll provide some enhancements. And I think I love to do it all internally, but in a resource constrained environment, these partnerships are important, and that typically happens throughout our inventory, not just Capitol Hill.
Well, that's what I'm getting to. I'm just wondering. I know we have this mowing budget for $10 million. It sounds like some organizations are spending like $70K to do mowing themselves. Because mowing isn't happening frequently enough or happening at all. And I'm just trying to get a sense of whether these paid private contractors are coming on a district property without the consent of DPR or DGS. I think that might be, I mean, that would be a problem from a logistics and liability perspective. You would agree?
Well, typically, these organizations will have donations agreements, partnership agreements with DPR, where in exchange for providing field enhancements, they'll receive sometimes no charge for permitted hours, right? Or many of these legacy organizations already have, first dibs, or they've been grandfathered and they have first dibs on the field space. Again, that typically is a fairly healthy arrangement in a sense, because versus, an organization spending $50,000-$60,000 on permit fees, they're providing these in-kind services, but these are typically enhancements. I would dispute that there are locations that we are not cutting. What does happen typically, they'll provide enhancements beyond the basic services that we provide.
Okay. I guess what we're hearing is that organizations like Cap City are paying because they don't want to pay. They would prefer to keep the money that they have. I guess, so you all feel like you are doing it and they're just doing additionally to what is happening. I guess they're saying on the other end, it's not happening at all. Mowing is not happening at a frequently. Because then it becomes an equity issue, because where private groups can afford to pay for mowing, which we know runs tens of thousands of dollars a year, then there's other areas in the city where they can't do that. Does DGS sort of have a portfolio mowing schedule?
Yes, we have a mowing schedule, and there's an equitable amount of mowing services at every site. We've seen some cases where an organization may want a fresh cut right before a game, and that's not typically something that we, we're designed to do. It's a routine service.
Schedule, right?
Got it.
And that's why I spoke. And I'm sensitive to that. I remember a conversation I had with Councilmember Allen. I think the organization wanted to donate money for repointing lighting. And at the time, we were in between fiscal years, and I said, "Hey, Councilmember Allen, we're going to get to this before the spring when we replenish our coffers. We don't want them spending their money on basic core maintenance services," and we did that, right? So I would love to do it all internally. I think it's healthy sometimes to have some enhancements, but I'm sensitive to your point as well on that.
Okay. My ask would be just if you all DGS can share the mowing schedules for the DPR fields, that would sort of clear up what we're hearing on the ground from organizations who are saying our fields are not getting mowed at all and we're paying the cost. And that's leading to sort of inequitable outcomes across the portfolio, across the city. Councilmember Allen, recognizing you for a round.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mowing, I mean, we reach out with complaints on mowing. I'm gonna give you a kudos. The field over in my own neighborhood, the grass is cut pretty regularly. And on top of that, the baseball field dirt gets dragged. And it just really makes a great playing surface. And so I know I'm going to call you up and beat you up when I feel like mowing needs to happen somewhere else, but also want to make sure you hear the kudos. The Ludlow Taylor field and the ball field dirt is done every single time. It looks great. So thank you. All right, let me turn to a couple more things on Eastern Market. And my time went too fast last time, so I'm going to try to move really fast. So we talked about it, Eastern Market, and we heard from our public witnesses today. We do not have enough capital dollars lined up for all the different needs at Eastern Market. My understanding is that the chilling and hot water systems don't have the full funding they need for the full replacement of the system, which is why perhaps that kind of shared energy use might be a way we can kind of find some savings and some efficiencies just with next door facilities. So just flag that for you so we can kind of work on that. Eastern Market Metro Park, I want to ask you, there's a $1.3 million in the maintenance fund for the Eastern Market Metro Park. On paper, on the budget, it keeps rolling forward without any expenditures being shown. But I know that you guys just went out there a few months ago and you made some changes to the drainage where we were seeing stormwater just kind of gut a whole area there near the water fountain. So I'm concerned that when you show on budget that you're not expending from this fund, it makes it a ripe fund to pluck from. But secondly, we do still have some maintenance needs. I mean, we've got the lighting that I know you and I have walked through and looked at the lights that are just hanging on the sides, still haven't been replaced, and that's been 2 years. What is the spend plan for that approximate 1.3 million in maintenance.
We believe that's an error. We believe that to be allocated towards Eastern Market, not Eastern Market Metro Plaza Park.
There were funds that were allocated for Eastern Market Metro Plaza Park as well because of
That's
the
right.
needs there.
That was utilized to do the lighting and erosion project that we did
Lighting hadn't been done.
last fall.
The lighting wasn't done. The erosion was though. The storm drain was done and it's made a huge difference.
Okay.
The lighting has not been repaired yet.
Okay.
Let's follow up after the committee and then certainly work with the chair of the committee to make sure she's got the full information on that. But I want to make sure we have that lined up.
We do have some follow-up work to do there. For instance, the artwork hasn't been installed as yet. So perhaps some of that funding, and we'll look into it, is earmarked for that. Yes, there are some D2 items that still remains to be done from the original scope of work.
Okay. Maury Elementary School, we're gonna have to replace the VRF HVAC system for a school we cut the ribbon on in 2019. Drives me nuts.
No,
it
the-
does
Oh,
me
no,
nuts
no.
too.
I'm
Where are we?
just going to provide some clarity on it.
Okay, please
The
do.
historic building at Maury did not have it replaced as part of the modernization because it
Okay.
had been done shortly before that. So now it's coming to its end of useful life for the BRF system, just
Okay.
in the historic
So
building. We're not
that's-
touching the new portion.
All right, although we still have problems there too.
Yes, we.
Okay, but the replacement is on the historic building.
Yeah, which was
Thank you for clarifying
kept
that.
in, place from during the modernization.
Okay, and is that gonna be work that takes place this summer?
I don't believe it's this summer. We just got that contract going, so,
Okay, it was over 80 degrees in the classrooms earlier this week.
okay.
Okay. I was asked to make one ask of you. Apparently on July 16th, over at Fort Lincoln, the district is hosting the Little League tournament for the Little League World Series. And it kicks off at 6 p.m. on July 16th, which means the games are going to be in the evening. Apparently, a bank of lights is out on field 1, and on field 2, 2 of the 4 lights aren't working. So we got a little bit of time, but especially since we're about to have all of our DC championship Little League teams all now competing to who gets to represent the district in the Little League World Series, just flag that for you so we can make sure that gets done by then.
Happy to look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let me jump now into some of our committee intersections. When we did our performance oversight earlier this year, DGS had noted that the sustainability and energy team and the boiler plant operator team was conducting preventive maintenance and collecting data on elevators, HVACs, boilers, et cetera. However, when DGS requested an emergency legislation January of this year, which the council passed and approved, the city was unable to tell us how many schools were unable to conduct repairs because of the district's climate laws. We've yet to really see where is our progress on shifting away from our gas-based heating. How many buildings have fossil fuel-fired primary heating equipment currently?
Hi, Councilmember Ellen. During the performance hearing, we said that we're doing an audit of the different HVAC system types and equipment and age and potential life left. And so we're expecting to have that complete by sometime this fall. But it takes time because, especially for the age component, you need to take a photo of the nameplate of each piece of equipment to get a sense of the age of that equipment.
Okay. The emergency legislation has expired because we said we would not move temporary legislation without anybody giving us any type of legal analysis as to why DGS was claiming you couldn't make repairs of systems. So to date, we still have not gotten any justification for that. Are there any systems that you're not repairing?
And I'm going to speak to this in our understanding of it. So the way the legislation was written is that it didn't necessarily say that replacement of gas pieces was allowed in existing systems. And there was a concern that that would actually be something that we would submit for permit and they'd be like, well, you're not allowed to use gas anymore, so you can't replace your boiler. We were trying to get ahead of it by addressing that. So I think it was
about
honest, it was a
repairs, not
difference of
replacement.
understanding of how it was written.
It was about repairs, not replacement. You can repair a system,
Right,
but when you replace them, they're not supposed to be replaced with gas.
So if you have an entire building that's on a boiler system and it is an emergency replacement, then that would not be allowed. So we would have to potentially take a building offline for an entire capital project to be able to get it working again.
Well, we've yet to get, I mean, we bought it, so we
Yeah.
gave you the emergency authority. It's expired. I'm not sure what, I mean, I'm surprised that no one could ever produce a single legal memo to tell us here's why we think we need this. But I think it's very clear the legislation allows it to be repaired. We're talking about replacements. So,
Well, that's what, so it goes into the nuance of replacement of a single part of an entire system versus repairing an existing boiler. And to us, replacing a boiler in a whole system is still a repair, but when you actually apply for a permit, it's replacing a boiler.
okay.
So I think it's a nuanced thing that we just wanted to make sure that in conditions where there is a real problem that we can address it.
All right. Well, the emergency's expired, so we are where we are now. All right. Let me turn to SETF. All right. So last year, even though I disagreed with it, we were unable to find the funding to recover it. Transferred over $30 million in SETF fees to help cover DGS's energy costs. This year's proposal is to more than double the SETF transfer. Has DGS's energy utilization, energy use more than doubled?
The energy consumption has not doubled.
Okay. Now, certainly Pepco and Washington Gas have raised rates, but they haven't doubled rates.
No.
So I asked this question of DEOE, but they pointed the finger at you. So now I'm here to ask you. Last year, the SETF transfer covered, here's my question, what X percentage of DGS's energy costs? And with the over 70 million trying to transfer this year, what is that percentage of energy costs? Because I'm assuming if our energy usage didn't double and rates didn't double, you are using the SETF to cover a larger portion of DGS energy and utility costs.
Right. And we'll also speak about just what is driving costs. It's not
But
just
can you answer that
consumption.
first? Because my clock is going to run out.
Absolutely. So last year we covered $24 million using the SETF fund of a roughly $70 million electricity budget. This year.
So I'm going to call that about a third.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Is that accurate? Fair? Okay.
Yeah. And that's just our electricity budget.
Okay. And you said you were about to finish your sentence this year.
And then this year, we have 31 million right now in SETF funds for electricity.
Out of how much energy costs? Roughly the same?
For electricity, we're looking at roughly the same this year, likely a little bit higher, a little bit north of 70 million.
Okay. And for the FY26 proposed budget that says a little north of 70 million of SETF contribution, is that then expected to cover 100%? Is that why that 70 million number is there?
Yeah, and in FY26, a difference as well is that it's expanded across our utilities. So we have about 64 million of the 70 million SETF funds covering electricity. And then the remaining of those SETF funds are going into water, steam, and I believe waste.
All right. So we're moving from approximately a third using the SETF to cover about a third to, what would you call that? 90%?
Our entire utility budget is about 131 million in FY26. So of the 131 million, about 50 north of 50% is funded through the SETF.
Okay. But of the electricity, it sounds like it's about 90%.
Electricity, it'll be about 64 million of a projected $70 million electricity budget.
Okay. I have a lot more questions. I know I'm over time, so I'll wait till the next round.
Okay, because I was going to ask some questions simultaneously with you real quick on this net zero thing.
You let me know. I'll follow your lead, Madam Chair.
Okay. By the way, we've been joined by Councilmember Henderson and Councilmember Felder. Councilmember Henderson is a member of this committee, so Councilmember Felder, that means she will go first for her round. When you get a committee, you will create your rules of deference, and that's how they will go. Before then, I'm going to do a co-round right here with Charles on net zero so he can get out of here. So we want to turn to the capital budget, starting with the Net Zero Energy Ready Building Code Amendment Act of 2025, which was co-referred to the Committee on Transportation and Environment and together. The Chief Financial Officer Fiscal Impact Statement for the Budget Support Act notes DGS indicated without the changes to the law, 3 capital improvement projects will require additional funding to meet net zero requirements. That was the Congress Heights modernization for $5 million, New Community Center Crummell School for 2.2, and Hillcrest Indoor Aquatic Center for $2 million. Given net zero is the current law, why were those projects not budgeted for net zero compliance? And does DGS consider the achievement of net zero to be feasible at each of these sites?
Well, 2 of those sites are aquatic centers. So we have yet to do a net zero energy aquatic center. They're the biggest energy users of all, of all the different building types. We think that with if you're able to fully utilize a geothermal system, you may get close to net zero energy, but we would need to test that out to know for sure.
And have those projects already been brought to the Green Building Advisory Council?
One was, yes, Congress Heights was
Okay.
brought there.
And what was the response from the GBAC?
I think that the project was not meeting the TEDI, the thermal energy and cooling energy demand scores. I'm trying to remember. It may also, I doubt it met the ZEPI score, which is basically a measurement of energy use per square foot. I believe the project, it was determined that, the project would need to use a heat pump system in order to get closer to the Appendix Z requirements.
Okay.
And the project was not budgeted for that, is my understanding.
Okay. Any follow-up? There.
I was gonna ask one more SCTF question.
Yes, keep going. Go ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead.
all right. I'll try to be very brief though, because I know we have a lot of other issues and my colleagues are here too. So did DGS request that the SCTF be the source of funds?
No.
We're agnostic to funding. Yeah. South Chop to manage the utilities for the district. We're agnostic.
All right. So in my committee, one of the things that it's been recommended that we, because it's not a sustainable energy use, you're paying the bills. So when people are opening up their Washington Gas or their Pepco bill and they're seeing they're paying a sustainable energy trust fund fee, it's not going to a sustainable energy. It is going to keep the lights on. And I think that's really disappointing. I've had some folks recommend some creative names of how to rename this, some of which are interesting acronyms that I'm not. Nope. I think that might be a little too cheeky to change it to an acronym that begins with a B. But I think that we need to rename it in a way that is just more transparent to the public about how it works and what they're paying for, because it will be impossible for the council to find $70 million to restore the swiping that's happening from DOE. I think it's a shame because it really sets us backwards significantly. That said, the energy agreement that you mentioned, though, around some new partnership, I think you talked about, of trying to have an entity be able to find energy efficiencies. But correct me if I'm wrong, did I hear you say that the way that's going to work is it's neutral from a cost perspective, because as they find efficiencies, that essentially is their incentive, is that they keep the savings?
Yes, so they're able to do efficiency measures with very little to no upfront costs by basically using the savings that they're going to get, guaranteed savings over the next, 15 to 25 years on our utility bills, and in some cases, if relevant, on some facilities bills.
So the way that works for them is, as those utility costs go down, for us, it's a neutral cost because we're not paying for those efficiencies, but that's how they make their money, is by taking the savings, right?
That's right.
Okay. What's the baseline year that this new contract is being set on?
We're working with the energy service company right now on the baseline. Because of COVID, we obviously don't want to use like 2020 to even maybe 2023 So right now we're looking at perhaps 2024 or 2025.
Okay. What I'm concerned about is that if they're getting essentially paid by the energy savings, you are the payer of the energy costs, and DOEE is the loser by swiping nearly $100 million of SETF funds to transfer over to DGS to pay. I don't want my SETF funds to now go to a private company, and that's how they're making their money.
Well, so these are improvements that otherwise would not happen without this third-party financing model. I think that's the idea.
Strongly disagree with that, because that's exactly what DOEE and Sustainable Energy Trust Fund allows us to do, is to make investments in how we can do energy efficiencies. It's a major line of what we could do with SETF funds if they weren't all being taken away.
Sure. You know, I think to date, we've only received about 3 million in SETF in the past 10 years for energy efficiency programs. So, you know, I can only go by what I've experienced thus far.
It's a missed opportunity. I'd love for that to be the use of SETF to help drive down our overall energy usage and our costs. And I would like to work with your committee, of course, to help think about how do we help cabin off and save SETF funds from now going into the pockets of an independent business. I know we're well over time,
Agreed.
but this is a major issue. Thank you.
If I could, I wanted to just close. I know you have to leave. I wanted to close out Fort Lincoln. The breaker was tripped. We've reset it. It's working. We reset it today, which is.
When I tell them how fast the director is able to solve these problems, they're not going to be surprised. I appreciate it.
No, yeah. We just relamped those sites, so I knew it had to be insignificant. So, but it's done.
I will let them know, and thank you. That is great news. And maybe we can all be there for the Little League World Series.
That's right. Exciting times.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Good afternoon, Team DGS. I want to start with the Weston Library firehouse maintenance. So the proposed budget includes a subtitle to convert the Weston Library firehouse maintenance account into lapsing account. Currently, it's non-lapsing. Went to the hearing for DC Public Library, so shared space, obviously. And the director said that this change would require funds for shared spaces, landscaping, and similar investments at the Weston Library to come from the library's maintenance fund rather than the dedicated Weston account. He characterized the shift as, quote, another tax on the library maintenance budget. Given that this account is housed within the Department of General Services, but directly impacts DCPL, how are you all ensure that the necessary maintenance and upkeep of this joint facility project that we have on our books?
Councilmember, the West End Fund, as you noted, is a joint effort between us and libraries. DGS, we personally just manage the FEMS portion of it, Square Lot 50.
Okay.
And DCPL manages the other portion of it. The fund, as you correctly noted, sits within the DGS budget. And in a technical sense, it's the same attributes with kind of two budget lines. One line is for us, one line is for DCPL. The nature of the fund reverting to lapsing from non-lapsing is the executive prerogative. So we don't have anything, any say over that.
But let's say that there is a maintenance issue in the joint spaces, right? Landscaping, what happens out front, maybe there is an issue in terms of water or otherwise. How will we ensure that we can pay for those items and that we won't just turn to the libraries and say, you got it?
Yeah, it's a good question. And we would never just turn to one of our partners and pass out a problem. But just from a process perspective, it's a pretty tightly managed contract because it is using dedicated taxes. And we're actually working with the property company right now to approve the budget, the annual budget for next year. And that budget's a little south of $500,000. And that includes everything from energy to routine maintenance and potential break fix items. So
Okay.
we believe between the funds that we have currently and based off of the budget we're working with the property company on, that we have sufficient funding. Now, if an emergency does occur, then we're going to look at what additional revenue is there that's being generated, and we'll work with Deputy Director Gonzalez to bridge any gap if that happens.
Okay. In terms of, let's talk capital projects. I noticed that you all had an increase in your line for facility condition assessments. When you looked in the budget book, it said that in the DGS portfolio, there's about 116 facilities that have never received an FCA. What type of facilities are we talking about? Obviously, I know I'm more familiar with schools. I know they have had condition assessments. So what haven't we done FCAs for that we are planning to do in the future?
Yeah, so we have, I can't speak to the specific properties that haven't been touched. I know we do have that data. And we have our specific work plan on the facilities, but just in general, what we're planning to touch in FY26 is primarily in the public education space, charters, and our DCPS schools. And then we have MPD, DPR, and then our DHS facilities.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as an example of those schools in the education cluster, there are a number of schools that we lease to charter schools.
Oh, that are now coming back into the portfolio.
Or that we just need to have a good assessment, because as we know with the old McCogney building, which once was Eagle Academy,
Right.
that is a school that we are now activating. So the desire is we have to check on those. Many of those buildings have undergone major renovations or modernizations.
Yep.
So the goal is to assess that portfolio. There are a number of those facilities that we need to be able to have a good working knowledge of what the condition of those facilities are.
That's fair. I'm interested though to hear you all adding DPR facilities perhaps to this. I have legislation around a desire for us to get more systematic in terms of how we rank and organize modernizations. I would love to see, well, I don't know, we call it a rec spec, but essentially let's get pretty systematic in terms of what we're saying each recreation center as they go for modernization should have, in the same way that we have ed specs. With the facility condition assessments, would it be rec centers that we are looking at, maybe?
We look at complete facilities.
Okay.
I think what you envision is sometimes those amenities, those assets like fields and playgrounds and,
Yes.
and tennis courts and hard surface courts. I would like to eventually expand to those. And I know we've chatted regarding the legislation. I want to work with you and the mayor. I think there are a lot of great ideas that will add a great deal of value to our recreation portfolio.
Okay. If you were to do a condition assessment of, say, a playground, a splash park, et cetera, do you need that to be contracted out, or do you have the expertise in-house to be able to have someone on your team be able to say, this is bad?
We do.
Okay.
I think between DPR and DGS, there are a number of professionals that are just have a wealth of experience in the tennis space. In fact, I'll give you an example. We have some work that's being redone at a recreation center, and our staff reached out to DPR staff to jointly walk that site to jointly ensure that the vendor is meeting our standard. Right.
Okay.
So that's just an example how we have some of that expertise in house, and we would look to mobilize it more formally for this effort.
Okay, I want to switch to talk about the fleet. So there's about 1.3 million that was swept from fleet replacement upgrades between FY26 to FY30. Do you all have any concern about this? She doesn't take it all, or does she take it all?
In FY,
No, she doesn't take it all. Just takes a little bit, but I know that impacts the amount of vehicles that you all can do. And when we talk about fleet replacement for DGS, it's not just cars.
correct, yeah, and our fleet is really specialized. It's absolutely correct, not just cars. They're stake bed trucks. It's also special equipment that allows our tradeswomen and tradesmen to be able to go out and do the work that we need to do. For the last 2 years, we proposed a fleet budget that has been cut by council and zeroed out. So we kind of missed that opportunity in good years. And now that we have a very constrained budget, the mayor is allowing us to use our allotment that we have currently in hand, which is about 300,000. And then the funding restarts in FY27.
Okay.
And then we'll be prioritizing those trade vehicles within the BPO and the trade shops.
Okay. can we talk about Oak Hill really quickly, in terms of that project? So for those who don't know, got about 250 acres in terms of Oak Hill. Several agencies use that property for a variety of different things. The proposed budget allots 7.4 million for the campus, including 1.4 million in the supplemental. So that tells me that you guys have some active work that's already going on at the property. And you've already spent a lot of money on that already. Regarding New Beginnings, there's some few buildings right at its entrance that are visible in terms of disrepair. Are those buildings being included in the scope of the updates for the campus?
There are other projects. I was there just this last Friday. I toured the DYRSO Oasis campus there to take a look at some needed work, and also I got a chance to check in on work that is active. We are rebuilding or redoing the water tower there that serves the campus, and there's just some critical infrastructure that is dated. In many cases, I think there's a 60-foot sewer line that runs from a building to the main sewer line. That's over, I think it's like 100 years old.
Oh.
Right. So those are the sort of projects that we have to do at the campus more broadly. There's a lot of infrastructure work, water tower, sewer lines. We just updated. I think we spent maybe a $250,000 on there were a number of electric poles that supply electric, right? That was our responsibility, not BG&E, who services that area, that we had to step up to restore electricity to a portion of the campus. So
Okay.
that's the sort of work that we're doing there.
Okay, I have one more question. The proposed budget has a decrease of about 15.7 million and 4 FTEs in the facilities management division. I don't know if you guys did a reorg, but similarly, there's a decrease in the facilities public education account as well, which supports the energy and environment conservation efforts of DCPS. The document says that this is to support savings from HVAC, PM, and work order shift to DCPS. What does that mean?
I think that, and we unfortunately do not have the opportunity to edit the budget book. So I think that's just worded a little bit loosely. Essentially, council member, you can be assured that the facilities maintenance budget as a whole actually increases by over 4 million with enhancements. What you're seeing is a 15 million that has been shifted out from our budget to DCPS.
Okay.
And that's just financing. It doesn't change anything programmatically.
Okay. Is that a standard? What you guys are going to be doing is shifting out maintenance to the home agency?
No, we do have some standard intra-districts where those occupancy funds do live within those agencies. That's about 18 or so agencies. This is a financing mechanism that allowed us to keep all of our core programs intact while shifting these costs to DCPS. This is a one-time shift, and then we'll work with the mayor's budget office in the out years. And then the 4 FTEs that you mentioned, overall, at a gross level, the FTE have increased by 24.2 in our agency. Let's just call it 24. And that is directly related to the PSD and housing enhancement the director spoke about in his opening testimony. The 4 that you're seeing in FMD, and there's 2 in CMP, and a couple others in the agency, those are just reclasses that are happening. In execution, we'll have to grab position numbers that are available for our hires, and then we'll reclass that if those position numbers are not in the correct program.
Okay. Thank you. I'm over my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. We will now go to Wendell Felder, Councilmember for Ward 7.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director of DGS, members of your senior leadership team. It's good to see you all. I'll jump into my questions. The mayor's proposed budget for FY 2026 is titled Grow DC. Could you speak to how your proposed budget supports that effort?
Sure. We're really excited about the work that we do in terms of our support just for CVE businesses. In FY25, we have a goal to expend over $387 million with DC small businesses and certified business enterprises. Like, that's the way in which we're growing. Look at Ward 7. I mean, we're excited to be in the the Northeast Heights community that has an economic impact that supports Grow DC. This past year, we've opened headquarters in Ward 8 in historic Anacostia. So those are just some of the things that we're doing. I'm also proud of just the new recreation centers that we're building. Even in Ward 7, Fort DuPont, we're on the cusp of opening. Ice Arena just opened, Joy Evans. We think that those are drivers that help to grow the district.
Thank you, Director, for that. I noticed that in your proposed budget, your operating funds increased by nearly 13%, and your FTEs also increased. Could you speak to what you plan to achieve by bringing on additional FTEs?
Sure, I can speak to that. They are primarily to bring in-house elements of security within our PSD or Protective Services Division. We currently employ close to maybe about 50 or so PSD officers, and we have over 1,000 contract security officers across the district. So the goal is to bring some of that in-house at our critical locations like the Wilson Building and also the 441, the Marion Berry Building. The goal is to bring some of that in-house. We think that we can provide a great level of service and do it more efficiently by bringing it in-house.
And I noticed that the funding increased by nearly $6 million. Do you notice an increased need in protective service officers? Like, have there been more activities that, cause alarm?
There are.
Okay.
We receive a number of what we call additional service requests from our client agencies that we serve.
Okay.
And safety is paramount for patrons that they serve and also residents. And then we have increased services across a number of agencies, just a sheer number of guards and the number of locations over the last, I would say, maybe 5 or 6 years.
Okay.
Now,
Now,
Councilmember, sorry if I couldn't, and it's great to see you here. To add to the director, apart from the $2+ million for the FTEs, we also have the $3.9 million, which you've also noted for our contract security. That's for a multitude of things. About $1 million of that is going to mandatory critical upgrade of our software
okay.
system for our cameras to go from Windows 9 or Windows 8 upgrade to Windows 10, Windows 11. And it also is driven a lot by our rate increases. So our rates have increased by over 5%, are going to increase by over 5% in 26, over 25. And since 23, they've increased by over 45%. So we're catching up to the market. And so about $1.5 million or $2 million goes to pay for those rate increases.
Copy. Now, Director, I also noticed that while your capital budget saw an increase, the number of FTEs you had decreased. Could you speak to why that happened?
Councilmember, thanks for that question. It's a good question. We have a multitude of different capital pool projects across the district. We have a couple in DCPS, capital labor pools, and a capital labor pool in DPR as well. What you're seeing in our budget book is DGS's capital labor pool, which is PL 905. And it's not that the FTEs are decreasing necessarily. We've had to shift FTEs out from our PL 905 project to these other capital labor projects in DCPS and DPR. And that's a requirement from our OCFO. And that's why you're seeing a decrease. It's a shift from our capital budget to other agency budgets.
Copy. Now, Director, although your operating and capital budgets have seen increases, could you speak to any unintended challenges that may not be reflected in your budget?
I would say for us, just and this budget helps to address this, just the increasing cost of providing services, which is why we fully support the mayor's enhancement to enhance or increase operating dollars for janitorial and landscaping, right? That's really important. And then we're forward thinking with regard to bringing in-house elements of security because we think it will produce, we know it will produce a cost savings in the out years. So We're adopting what I would call a entrepreneurial spirit. We talked about expanding solar bundles across the district. That's to lower our energy consumption and our expenditures, energy savings performance contracts, and which is another tool that we think over time will pay dividends. So we have a mixture. I think we have the right mix of investments that if we make them now, we think they'll pay dividends in the years ahead.
Thank you, Director. Director, under the divisions/programs and activities, there's a section called Facilities Public Education. There was a decrease of about $15.6 million. Could you speak to what that program consists of and why the need for a reduction?
Councilmember, good question. The 15.6 is a shift of $15 million from the DGS local budget to DCPS. And this 15 million is primarily tied, well, it's entirely tied to our preventive maintenance program. And this is just a financing mechanism that the mayor's budget office did, and that allows us to preserve our program. So for all intents and purposes, the facilities maintenance budget actually increases with the enhancements. It's just not easy to see that and tease it out in the budget because we are shifting 15 million to DCPS, but programmatically and fundamentally it doesn't change anything. And then just your last question, like what does public education cluster consist of? It is primarily, well, entirely our DCPS portfolio. So the 117 plus schools, that covers CMCs, on-call HVAC, plumbing, and other on-call services, and work orders, of course.
Thank you for that. Could you speak to how this budget is ensuring that DGS approaches, or rather, let me switch the question up. How is DGS ensuring equitable distribution of facilities, upgrades across wards? And could you walk me through how your projects are prioritized?
Sure. Some of our largest capital investments are in wards 7 and 8. I highlighted the leasing strategy as evidenced by the opening of headquarters to support DHCD, DC Health, DOC, and DGS. That's an example where we're spending more of our leasing dollars east of the river. If you look at Cedar Hill Regional Medical Center, that's at 450 million, or nearly 450 million. It's the largest capital project that we've ever done. Under Mayor Bowser's leadership, we're investing more in Ward 7 and 8 than the majority of our large recreation centers that we're constructing now east of the river. Congress Heights, Douglas, Southeast Tennyson Learning Center expansion. I can go on, and a number of schools as well. So I'm really excited. I think you'll start to see. You're seeing things like Texas Avenue Dog Park, first dog park east of the river. There are a lot of first in Wards 7 and Ward 8, Wards 7 and 8 that I'm really excited about.
Director, when you look at facilities like Woody Ward, Rosedale, or even Sousa Elementary School, these facilities have ongoing maintenance issues. How does your budget address these issues?
Small capital investments. I think that there's a combination. There's a formula, right? What keeps facilities in good working order? I think there are three things. The first, preventative maintenance, right, which we have with our HVAC that is paying dividends. I think the second would be dedicated work order closure money. Before work orders were what you got to after you pay for everything else, landscaping and then snow removal. To have dedicated work order reduction funding, which we've had now for 2-3 years in a row, has made a world of difference. And then I would say the third would be small capital investments, right? And what do I mean by that? I'm talking about roof replacements, HVAC replacements, ADA upgrades, field replacements. In Ward 7, I have heard from Mr. Cotton a number of times about the field at HG Blitzen, right? The mayor's FY26 proposed budget includes funding to replace that field, right? So that's keeping facilities in good working order. That's what that means, and that's how it's reflected in the mayor's budget.
Just a side note, if we can get Rosedale lights fixed immediately, that will be very helpful. I'll send you a follow-up email, as well as Sousa Elementary School. There's roofing issues, there's backup sewer issues, HVAC issues. My team did a site visit, and and we noticed a couple of things.
Rosedale improvements of plant, the repairs are budgeted for. We were able to find money for another round of lighting repairs. So we'll communicate with Commissioner Friend
Yes.
and your office, of course, on those. And also executing a capital project there now. There's a library plan, but also the pool. So we'll get to some of the other issues that require capital investment in the coming years.
I appreciate you, Director. And my final question, you just mentioned work orders. Now, my data shows that there are 1,600 work orders that DGS is currently working on. However, there was a decrease. Um, so or rather, could you explain why the facilities operation budget decreased by 12.8 million in FY 2026? And do you feel like you have the manpower to get through those work orders?
Well, again, some of this is a shift from DC from what's budgeted from DGS to what's being budgeted from DCPS. But if you find a couple extra million laying around, certainly to close out work orders, we won't turn it down.
Well, I appreciate the work that you and your team are doing, and I look forward to continue to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Director, turning back to the operating budget, I want to review level 1 maintenance. I know how many agencies have their own sort of level 1 maintenance responsibilities. I think we found out yesterday during the DCPS hearing that they sort of no longer have a team that they used to have in years past. So, and I know when you were director of DPR, you sort of created a level 1 maintenance for DPR's portfolio. And I guess I'm trying to understand sort of how many agencies do have that. It sounds like DCPS got rid of what the system they used to have around facilities. So help me understand sort of if there are any other agencies with level 1 maintenance responsibilities.
There are a few that come to mind.
Okay.
I think most notable would be DYRS.
Okay.
They have some
That's right.
tradespersons. In fact, a part of my tour at the Oasis campus in Oak Hill Law last week was to support their plumbers, right, with
okay.
finishing some
Got
work
it.
there. So there are a few. I think DPW, DOC, Department of Corrections.
Got it.
There are a few with what we call level 1 maintenance
it.
staff. Others
And
don't.
does that come out of, do agencies pay for level 1 maintenance out of their own budgets, or does DGS provide the funding?
They do, and then they do.
They provide
pay
it out of their
for,
own
right, those
funding.
staff, right, and then we'll support them on matters that they can't handle. Of course, that are beyond level 1 and may
Got
require
it.
some sort of significant repair, or let's say exceed their expertise or capacity.
It's typically something that wouldn't require a contract to support, right? So in
Okay.
the case of DCPS, if there's a clogged toilet, our expectation is that a janitor will try to
Right.
unclog it before we send a licensed plumber out
Got it.
to address it.
Got it.
And there's some examples of just the DCPS staff that are phenomenal in closing out level 1 work orders. I'm sure Jerome will remind me, but I think there's a gentleman at Ross Elementary that's like just outstanding, in terms of like closing out the basics. And we
Mhm.
will love to partner with DCPS. And I had a conversation with it just happened to run to their union representation about wanting their staff to be able to, in some cases,
Mhm.
do more. And we want to work with the committee, DCPS, and the mayor to make that happen. If they're very basic things that can happen.
Okay. We're wondering if sort of it will be a helpful thing. If it's helpful for agencies to sort of have some level 1 maintenance in a way that has you established before at DPR, and that other agencies do as a way to sort of support DGS's efforts, and require sort of less on our parts, but also that's why I'm asking sort of like, I guess what would be helpful is if you all could sort of provide a list of sort of what agencies have that level 1, those level 1 responsibilities, and then and sort of what those level 1 responsibilities are.
Sure. I think it works well to sort of supplement the support that they receive from DGS. And I can walk you through the mayor's investment in level 1 for DPR and what the thinking was. At the time, we needed people who could just the sheer volume, just the number of events, the overnight events that are sometimes stretching to 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, like they
Right.
exceed normal tours of duty. We know the challenges in sites like after weekends at times. Sometimes there's a matters of illegal dumping, and we just needed the team to be able to supplement it more. Recently, this year, one of the partnerships with DPR's Level 1 maintenance team that I'm proud of, we work with their team to provide some preventative maintenance for fields, right? It's limited with regards to their capacity. I think we dragon tools and komodos and the like, and other elements that they have successfully been able to execute, and we want to be able to do more of that going
Got it.
forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If you provide that information, that'll like sort of help us see sort of what's working, what works, and how that makes it more sustainable for facilities services.
Happy to do so.
Graduation week is upon us. Congratulations to our students, especially our DCPS students as fellow DCPS graduates. I want to discuss school readiness for the summer, our favorite thing. The fiscal year 25 supplemental has 8 million for school readiness efforts. DCBS told me that number was set by the Office of Budget and Performance Management. How does that 8 million compare to previous years? Is that more or less than last year's schools readiness funding?
It's less.
That's what and how much less is it?
Last year was approximately, I think, 9.8 million.
9.8 million. Okay. And I know your testimony mentioned 500,000 will be for lock and door repairs. Is that coming out of that 8 million?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. I spoke with DCPS yesterday about their effort to move schools away from keys to electronic key systems. They committed to providing me the list of schools that have already been made that transition and which schools need to. Will this 500,000 be only for schools still with physical locks, or are these funds for all issues, including issues with electronic access systems?
We're receiving an additional 75,000 from DCPS through an MOU to address electronic security needs. That 500,000 is contemplated for traditional locks.
Traditional
Doors.
locks and doors.
That's right. The key.
Okay. Got it. Your testimony also indicated 100,000 for creating an inventory of commonly needed parts for locks and doors, which I think is really great preventative maintenance work. Is this in addition to or included in the 500,000 school readiness funds?
It's separate, so there'll be additional 100,000 that to purchase that inventory.
Okay.
And I think that's going to be key. Like, I think the way for us to
Right.
make up some ground this year is to do
Mm-hmm.
more work in-house.
Yeah.
Right. So the has cleared the way for us to be able to issue the overtime that's necessary. We now have many of our procurements set for the summer. We can order. We don't have to, of course, there's always a supply chain battle. So I think this is maybe the earliest we've had
Mhm.
funding,
That's right.
And given this challenging budget environment, while not quite what we had last year, I'm grateful that we do have this 8 million.
Got it. How much did we, I know we allotted 8 million. Did we stay within that 8 million for last year's school readiness efforts, or did we end up expending more?
Well, I think last year, so I think I know these numbers can be confused. I think last year you may be referring to dedicated work order reduction money, which is used
That's
more
right.
broadly across all of our inventory, not just schools throughout the fiscal year. For summer readiness, last year was about 9.8 million, and we
Right.
expended it all. And I think the difference this year, last year, we were able to get to some of those what I call big ticket special
right.
items, like
Uh-huh.
a bleacher replacement, which
Exactly.
could be $100,000, or really proud of the lighting project at Sousa Middle School. Well into the
Amazing.
6 figures.
Absolutely. That's
This
right.
isn't the summer for that, right? This
No.
is the summer
Okay.
for the steeple ideal. This is the summer for fire, life, and safety, doors and lock, plumbing issues, painting issues, the nuts and bolts. Not that those things aren't important, but we know we can't get to that this summer.
Okay. In that vein, that's what I imagine would happen. I talked to DCPS yesterday about this, about the list that they're consolidating for school readiness, and the list that you all will then receive as far as what schools want. What I asked from DCPS was for them to communicate, like really get the list from the school and make sure that at least what the school like needs are included already within the DCPS list so that DGS isn't having to like hear about an issue on the ground and then make that a part of a list that could potentially cost us more money. So I'm hoping that DCPS as your client agency will be more effective with getting the real on the ground issues from the schools. And these are the ones that will be critical, like life and safety, security issues that really are critical. It won't be like, we like the thing, we want the thing on the roof fixed, right? Not those things, but my hope is that we will be able to do that. And I was just concerned about the 8 million versus what we had last year being too low of an amount, given what maybe the school ask as we go into the summer. Will we still have some of that? We will still, will HVAC still have its own fund? What are some of the things that are going to offset that $8 million, the $8 million amount we have for school readiness?
Well, there are a number of, I would say, pressures on that 8 million. A portion of that will include approximately $1 million for HVAC contingencies, right? So we've exhausted many of our HVAC repair funds just because of the extremely cold weather, what I would characterize as extreme weather we had December through February. So, you know, again, this will be a bit leaner with regard to what we can accomplish. However, we think through prioritization, I think what you hit on is key to ensure that, you know, we're like hand in glove with DCPS central office and also those principals on what we can accomplish. How do we prioritize? What is the highest and best use for the available funding that we do have?
Got it. I'm really happy to see DGS building up inventories and parts. I think this is going to be great towards preventive maintenance, especially across locks and doors. I think it'll go a long way. And I hope you all will you all let us know at least when you receive, DCPS said they're still working on the list. So when DCPS lets DGS know their list, so you all can go through them and hope that all the on the ground things are taken care of so that things are, so that schools, we feel good as we go into talking to schools about school readiness.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Great.
I did want to add the two things that I think work to our advantage this year is that, and Donna, please correct me if I'm wrong on this, having the money now and then having all of our procurements done now.
Yes, that's
will
right.
help, right? Because it's easier to do work and when you can plan for it in June, right? 'Cause
That's
we have
right.
there are about 70 days between when school closes next week and the first day of school, and even fewer days when you count when teachers return.
Tell the students that.
We sort of have a full head of steam going into summer. So the minute we can finalize that list, we can start to dispatch vendors and in-house team to attack the work in the next week or so. What do you think? What's reasonable?
Oh, absolutely. We plan on having hammers up no later than June 25th.
Okay.
The vendor engagements, actually began on the 9th.
Great.
And so after June 18th, when school lets out, it's right in that window to where we
Work beginning. Okay, wonderful. I want to turn to waste management budget and responsibilities. The proposed budget includes 2.1 million or 323% increase for waste management. I imagine or hope that this is all not due to expanded footprint and increased costs. What is the reason for these increases?
Yeah, Councilmember, it's a good question. Our energy budget year to year is a little bit difficult to compare because there are a lot of ins and outs. Last year, during our hearing, I remember you and a couple other council members asked about our waste budget because when the waste budget was loaded, it wasn't loaded in the correct place. So it looked like we only had like $500,000 for waste. So when you look at our budget now at a gross fund level, and I think what you're seeing is maybe just on the local SPR side, but our gross waste is 7.8 million in fiscal year FY26. And this year, I'll have to pull the numbers, but I believe it was around 6.8 million. So it looks like we're getting a much steeper increase for waste because we did have the allocation error during budget.
Okay, got you. And is it accurate to say DGS's waste management responsibilities include emptying recycling cans on DPR property, picking up loose litter on DPR properties, and emptying dumpsters on all properties within DGS portfolio. Does DGS have any other waste management responsibilities in addition to those?
Our contractors don't pick up loose litter. That's done by DGS staff. Right, but they service the blue, what are commonly known as the blue recycling cans. And I would say the 8-yard containers and large dumpsters that are at our various schools, municipal centers, and parks.
Got it. And are all DGS waste management contracted out?
Yes. Well, with the exception of what we do in-house, which is picking up loose litter and some spot service here and there, but the lion's share, well, all of it is.
It's contracted out, okay.
Mhm.
Does DGS have one waste management contractor or multiple? It's just one.
Yes, for trash and recycling, and some litter cans, it has one contractor,
Okay.
DB contractor.
Okay.
And then for bulk hauling, it has a different contractor.
Okay. And how much do we spend on our waste management contract?
Well, I can speak to our budget for next year. I don't have this year's budget at my fingertips.
We'll have to get you that number. We're actually working with our OCFO right now on the certification. We have to certify our contracts before the start of the fiscal year. So that should be a number we can get to you relatively soon.
Got it. And does that contract include schedules for every facility in DGS portfolio?
Yes.
Okay. During public witness testimony, we heard concerns about a reduction in funding for energy and conservation programs in DCBS, and one witness was hoping that the increase in waste management funds included money for these programs. Is that the case?
Yes, I believe the witness was referring to the organics collection program. So yes, there is an increase for that program in FY26.
Okay. Great. My only follow-up in waste management is that if you all could provide what the waste management schedule ends up looking like for the facilities in DGS portfolio as a part of that contract.
Yes, and we've noticed a marked improvement in the quality of service the last 2 fiscal years. We now have video verification. We know when the dumpster is blocked versus that not being blocked.
Yeah, you know what? There's been a great improvement there. I would say we haven't. There was one year where we had like a bunch of complaints, and then we really haven't had any since then. So I would agree. Thank you for that. I will move to my colleague, Councilmember Allen, for a round.
Thank you very much. I stepped away, so I apologize if this was covered in a previous round. I just want to come back to some of the net zero, the subtitle related to net zero requirements. I am concerned about it and about what its implications are for how we are constructing buildings that are going to last a very long time. I do acknowledge there are spaces where we do need to have some flexibility. We talked earlier about some of the aquatic centers, and there really aren't that many aquatic centers you can find that are going to be net zero. And so there might be some reasonable type of ways to create flexibility or exceptions through the GBAC process. I prefer that to be in a narrow and tailored way so that we're achieving what the law wants, which is that we're aspiring, we're aiming, we're pushing, we're stretching to get to net zero. I do want to try to understand, though, about what this really means and the actions that we've taken before, because at the time that it was passed, there wasn't a fiscal impact. There wasn't a FIS for the bill at the time of passage, correct?
I'm not familiar. I don't believe so.
We don't believe so.
Right.
I believe it was noted that they didn't have data on it, so they couldn't provide information on fiscal impact, but I'm not completely sure about that.
My understanding is, that there was no stated FIS for it. And certainly everything, of course, we evaluate as we go, but there was no FIS. So the FIS for the subtitle that's in front of us says, quote, "There have been no adjustments to construction budgets in the mayor's proposed budget," end quote. So the challenge that I find is if we felt that funds were sufficient before accounting for the mayor's proposed repeal, shouldn't they still be sufficient? And I think that gets a little bit to what I heard my colleague talking about, which is if this was the law already, and we are building out projects, why would Congress Heights Modernization, the new community center, Crummell School, and Hillcrest Indoor Aquatic Center not have already included adequate funding to achieve that goal?
Well, if I could
I shouldn't say
go
it was
to a
legal
like,
requirement.
yeah, a higher scale of
Mhm.
the changes. One of the biggest impacts that is in the supplemental is in the subtitle is the change in the language from substantial improvement to a level 3 alteration. So one of our biggest concerns is that the term substantial improvements definition is about 50% of the cost of the evaluation of the structure. Our buildings across the district are evaluated very low because they do not pay taxes. We do, so they're not regularly evaluated, and they're old buildings, so their values are very low. And to give an example of how this would be impacted, it would mostly impact our small capital improvement projects. It's actually not the modernization world that we're most concerned about. And to give you an example for Ward 4, Sharp Health, where we have a swing location, Truesdale Elementary is there right now. We did a project 2 summers ago for Truesdale to be able to move into a space. It was a pool, and we changed it into 5 classrooms. That project was considered a substantial improvement. And if the law would have been in place at that time, it would have meant that we would have had to make that whole building net zero by the language in the current code. Similarly, we have $11 million for this next fiscal year at Sharp Health again to do HVAC on the building. And without the change in that language, that would mean that instead of the 11 million being able to give us an HVAC improvement, which still improves the efficiency of the building, it would become all electric, which is another one of our goals. We would actually have to ask for even more money to modernize the building because of the law. So that one is the one where there is so much difference in just that change of language. Substantial improvement is a term that came, I believe, from FEMA actually, and level 3 alteration is actually a code related item. So it's more direct to building code as well.
Yeah.
So I think it just provides a safety net for our small capital improvement projects to be able to continue and still be able to make these efficiency improvements without, we're never going to be able to modernize every building when the work needs done. I mean, as much as I would love to do that, if we could make every school and every DPR and every building net zero as soon as it needs the work done, that's just not realistic. So this allows us to make efficiency improvements over the course of time instead of having to meet net zero every time you need to make improvements. As far as the other rec centers, those projects were funded and they're allocated funded before the bill, I believe, except for maybe Hillcrest. But again, that's an aquatic center. So that has its own hurdle. So Congress Heights has been going on for several years, as well as, what's the other one? Crummell has also been going on since before so some of it is that it's a change in legislation over the course of the project.
I think that what you would find at the council, I can only speak for myself, but I feel pretty confident in this. I think you'd find a willing partner to work on narrow and tailored exemptions of trying to think about how do we make sure the GBAC is able to do its job, do it efficiently. I don't think anybody is going to look at an aquatic center and just say there's, it must be this or we're not going to build it. What I'm concerned about with the subtitle as it is, I think it's too broad, and I think it's going to have significant impacts on our buildings. And again, these are buildings, I mean, you guys work on buildings that are going to last 50, 75 years, hopefully. They're going to outlast all us. And so every decision we make has a 50-year footprint, at least. And that's my concern, is that having an overbroad kick into the can isn't something I want to sign up for. If the experts that help do all this come and say, here's some narrow, tailor ways that we need to create a little bit of flexibility where we can get that building to 95% of our goals, that last 5% takes 50% of the budget. It's going to blow it out of the water, and we're not going to achieve what we really want, but we could achieve this, and we use the law to really push ourselves. I think you've got a council that can work with you on that. And so I think the subtitle as is too broad. But I do believe you have folks who would be more than happy to sit down, work with you, try to think about how do we make narrow and tailored exceptions, make sure the GBAC works. So I just kind of want to let you know that, like, nobody came and talked to me before the budget came down to say, here's the problem we're trying to fix. Can we like work out some language? So now we're in this position of kind of reacting to it. But I do believe we'd like to help find some solutions and some fine tuning, but the subtitle as is in there. Director, you want to jump in?
No, I just wanted to say thank you for sharing those comments. We want to work with you and the mayor on this. I know that there are other broader macro level economic considerations to support the growth of the district that extend beyond just the work of DGS. And I just wanted to affirm our commitment to building in buildings that are sustainable and that are efficient. We're really proud of the work that we've done. Banneker High School represents the first public high school to be built to the net zero readiness standards, and now it's net zero, right? We've added solar, correct? There are things that we will not compromise on. We aren't going back to VRF systems, right? We're using geothermal wells and heat pumps. So we've learned a lot over the last, I want to say, 5 to 7+ years. And our commitment is to continue to build the most sustainable buildings that we can. Just want to share that. But thank you. Want to work with you and the mayor on that.
And I do just want to add that like the budgets didn't change because a lot of them that are the newer requests that have changed recently, they already do include net zero. So just because it says that you don't have to meet it doesn't mean that we're not committed to doing it everywhere that we can. Schools have already been doing it for years. We're committed to doing that. We changed to all electric where we could besides generators and Bunsen burners before the code started. We still have those same commitments built in. It's just the flexibility of when things do come up. And that what you're talking about working with, and you know, there are conditions that just won't get there.
Real quick, I just wanted to note there was a fiscal impact for full-time employees that was part of the net zero energy law. So just wanted to flag that. And then just echo what Director Hunter and Director Bellino just said about we're, you know, regardless of what the law says, we remain committed to building buildings that are driving down the EUI as much as possible. And then on top of that, we're going to put solar everywhere where we possibly can. And the Climate Commitment Amendment Act prohibits us from installing fossil fuel systems. So we're going to be installing heat pump systems wherever possible. Now, the type of heat pump system, whether it's the more expensive geothermal or air source, will depend on budget, or it will just depend on what's best like for the school. Like, you know, Jenna has found that certain smaller schools can actually meet the intended net zero energy EUI with air source heat pumps instead of geothermal. So these are the sort of lessons learned that we are building on.
Got it. Different question, but let me flash forward us about 3 months. We're at the end of the fiscal year. Congress, of course, has not done what they promised, pinky promised they could do. And so we end up now with actually a surplus. There's only certain ways, as our tax dollars have been locked away, all of a sudden open up. There's only certain ways under law that we're able to spend surplus dollars, because they will all, even though under a budgeting process, they were all recurring dollars that we went through a budget process, and we are all equally outraged that they've done this. They become one-time funds now because they're now surplus. So has DGS been starting conversations around what would you do if there was this large surplus of one-time funding? We obviously have laws around how it goes into Housing Production Trust Fund and to PayGo Capital, but there's a lot of one-time funds that all of a sudden become available. What does DGS do with it?
This is my favorite question of the day. No, we would work with the council and work with the mayor. However, if we were asked what would we focus on, I like the idea of taking moonshots on issues that we can just fully eradicate. There are certain problem types like lighting. We'd love to do it across our outdoor locations, right? Across schools, recreation centers, standalone parks. There are other problem types like plumbing, door locks that we all care about. I would look to make huge investments in certain problem types that we can solve. we could solve completely, meaning every last outstanding work order for a particular matter. Maintenance is the way to go. You can never go wrong with maintenance dollars.
Okay. And the last question that I didn't get to on the earlier round was last year we had a great conversation around how many times, and I know I'm not alone, different council members gonna call you up. This light's not working, that maintenance issue's not working. And one of the things we talked about was trying to build out a kind of a small capital project fund that gives you more flexibility when lightning strikes that bank of lights at Eastern High School and it takes months to figure out how to get it fixed, right? Or those different pieces. Does this budget create any new small cap flexibility to do what we talked about last year so that you're able to be as responsive as you can be? Again, not an issue of you picking up the phone and trying. It's about giving you the resources to do it.
We use a combination of operating and capital. PO 902 is our capital fund for more so full replacement projects, energy retrofits, upgrading from older light systems to like LED, that we've been able to address some through that. And then the more recent ones, the work that we've done at Randall, Eastern, Fort Lincoln, Bryce Harper, Upshur, Petworth, and Rosedale, which are both pending, have all been achieved through operating repairs. So, ideally, it's just easier to do it through capital and do it completely versus piecemeal. So we're getting there. There is more money for some small capital. We won't get to it all, but that's the way to go. We're heading in the right direction. We're not quite there, but we're heading in the right direction.
Okay. And quite, so this budget has more resources for that?
I would like to work with you. Again, there are some things that are not capital eligible, that we couldn't do. But there are some projects that are capital eligible. So we would committed to working with you on that.
All right. Thank you, Director.
And we
Thank
have
you, Director.
4 million in capital for what the director just talked about for the small cap projects. And sometimes Deputy Director Gonzalez will get work orders, him and his team, that would have otherwise been using our operating funds. And these are the work orders that we can replace something that's at its useful life. And we're also, as we mentioned, getting $4.5 million for contract increases. That might sound perfectly boring to you or most folks, but when we fund our contracts, that's $4.5 million that we wouldn't take away from an on-call contract. So I think we're in a much better position this year from a funding perspective for both capital and operating.
That's great. I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilman Allen. Security, turning to that, I see a 3.9 million increase in DGS security budget with an additional of 15 FTEs. This change is the result of DGS bringing some contracted security positions in-house within the Protective Service Division. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I first want to say just how much I appreciate the service and professionalism of DGS Protective Service Division. They do a fantastic job in the Wilson Building and have been nothing but sort of welcoming and helpful every single time I am in the building at which they are stationed. And I do want to thank you, Director, and your team for making sure our PSD officers are well recruited and well trained. As you know, I and other council members have been sort of concerned about significant rises in security costs over the last several years. In addition, in contrast to PSD, I quite regularly do receive complaints about DGS security contractors. In light of these factors, I would like to see DGS, if DGS entire security operations can be transitioned in-house within PSD. I know we are not there yet by any stretch of imagination, but I hope this is sort of first step in seeing how it goes and towards getting us there at some point. Can you elaborate on the reasons for DGS shift towards adding more in-house PSD officers, and can DGS in the future provide with a breakdown of DGS's, I guess, security footprint by facility in fiscal year 25 and as budgeted for fiscal year 26?
We can. That's readily available information we could provide to the committee as a follow-up to this budget oversight hearing. You asked a few questions. I'll start with the motivation. Both quality of service and costs are the primary drivers. And then also, there are just facilities that are more sensitive than others. The Wilson Building being one, is the seat of the local government. here. That's self-explanatory. Another building that we would shift and tally to PSD services would be the Marion Barry building, right? It has a specific threat profile. You have it houses MPD's headquarters there. There are a number of offices that provide critical services from OCFO to Office of Human Rights. It just makes sense. It's a large municipal building. So that's a portion of it. And we are seeing just increasing costs, right? I have a breakdown before me of just the the per hour like charges that we have, and we're seeing this around the country. I met with my colleagues at the Department of General Services in Denver virtually a couple of weeks ago, and they're seeing some of the same things. In fact, they have one of the same. They have a very similar collective bargaining agreement with the union representative, and they provide great work. Don't get me wrong, but it's getting to the point now where just the cost of contract security, it's multiple times more expensive than hiring full-time employees. So we think that's the way to go. You mentioned your vision is that we do more of this in the future. It's our vision as well, especially sites that are appropriate, other critical sites. I will say we are holding, not working to, we are holding contractors accountable for their performance. We have terminated a vendor this year because they were not meeting the standards of DGS and our clients, our client agencies. We won't name them in particular. Several others are on cure notices. I want the committee and the public to know that we are holding our partners accountable, that they do the job that they're paid to do, and they do it to a standard that is acceptable.
I appreciate that. And I do think overall that makes a difference as well. And so I appreciate DGS's efforts there and leadership in that regard. I wanted to ask about overtime. The fiscal year 26 overtime pay budget is the same as fiscal year 25 at 2.37 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I guess given the increased labor costs in DGS expended portfolio, I would think more overtime funding is needed every year. Do you think last year's amount is sufficient for this year? And if not, what flexibilities does DGS use to ensure overtime gets done?
In FY23, we spent approximately $8.5 million. In FY24, we were able to reduce it to $6.1 million, a $2.4 million reduction. And this year, we are on pace. The AFO is behind me. I'm sure she'll toss something at me if I misspeak. But I think we're on pace to finish a touch under what we spent last year. There's an opportunity cost there. We want to be judicious in terms of how we deploy overtime. I made an appeal to the mayor, and she was able to provide support there. Just shifts that we fund through overtime, like weekend janitorial services. And the minute we stopped it in April, the complaints started to mount.
That's right.
And we turned it back on, and now the complaints have subsided. So what I would say is this: we have a dedicated but an older workforce. We have a number of employees that are out on leave, and the mayor's revisions to leave we think will help that. But also, we are prioritizing the hiring. If you look at the 43 positions that we've hired for, it's not administrative staff. We don't have a lot of back of house. We've prioritized, I'll say this, we've prioritized those frontline positions, right? Officers, I think we've had close to 9. We've had a number of positions within the F&B division. These are frontline employees that are closing work orders, cleaning our facilities and keeping them in good working order.
Okay. So do you think you will end up, I'm just wondering, do you think you will end up needing more overtime pay? I would say yes. And then how will you get it?
Like the work with the committee and the executive on that.
Okay. I want to turn to the capital budget, starting with the Net Zero Energy Ready Building Code Amendment Act of 2025, which we've talked about in great detail. I just wanted to ask some follow-up here, picking back where we left off with the 3 projects. Did DGS request an exemption from the GBAC for Congress Heights?
The project actually went twice to GBAC and came to a design that was approved by them, but it is beyond the cost that we have, right? The value that we have. So
Okay.
that's where we were.
Okay. So I guess when GBAC, if I guess if they approve, they'll approve you all for a project, but then if you're saying then with the approval comes the additional cost.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, the original project, because it was designed before the Greener Government Building Act, was a gas project on top of not being net zero. So
Understood.
there was significant change required.
Okay. Will more or fewer DGS projects achieve net zero if this subtitle passes?
Can you say that again?
Will more or fewer DGS projects achieve net zero if this subtitles passes as is?
Do you mean more, will there be more net zero energy projects than there are now currently in the portfolio? Is that the question?
Will more achieve net zero?
Like future projects.
Or future,
I would say that everything where we can make net zero happen will. I think what would be impacted is that our small capital program will have to change. We will have to think about that differently because we won't be able to expend a certain amount without making an entire building modernized
Gotcha.
and make it net zero. So it's not necessarily the issue of will these modernizations become net zero? We will be pushing those no matter what. And full modernizations, if we do have to go to GBAC, that is part of the process. We've been doing it over the past, 18 months or so. It's the potential that these small capital improvements or smaller scale projects will not be able to happen. And therefore we would have to just potentially not do them anymore.
Got it.
Because otherwise we would have to go and ask for more money to make it a full modernization.
To make it a full modernization.
So I think that's where the difference would come, not whether or not it would be net zero at all.
Got it.
I would also add that in the case of the aquatic centers or the DPR projects, the budget, if the budget stays what it is without any enhancement, the building will meet net zero, or we can build to a net zero standard. However, it would come at a cost of reduced programs. So we would meet the law, but we would have to reduce a scope here and there in order to create the budget space in order to meet net zero, in order to install the geothermal, or in order to enhance the building envelope or enhance the structural requirements for PV on the roof. We may not be able to install a commercial kitchen, which is something that the community might want. It might
Okay.
be a warming kitchen.
So is it the solution to just put more, I guess, in the front end in estimating costs of buildings?
Well, projects that have been introduced in the CIP, like for the last few years now, contemplate building to that standard, especially like our.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to make sure.
Yeah.
So those are now contemplated. We're now looking at a subset of the ones that have not been contemplated.
And there are a lot. There are many.
Well, okay, I was gonna say, what does that group look like? What's that number look like?
Sure, we named several. There was just a community meeting within Congress Heights a couple nights ago, and folks were saying, "Hey, why aren't we moving forward?" And it's tough to explain that to the community. Hey, we have to meet the standard. We had to go back to the drawing board, and we're spending more dollars on design and redesign and other engineering studies. And every time you go back before the GBAC, and they're doing their job as the law is written, there's a cost and there's a time delay associated with that.
I know, but I'm just thinking the solution would be that the mayor has to allocate capital funds in compliance with the Greener Government Buildings Act, so we don't always end up here. Versus just.
Yeah, I think, and as the director said, the larger scale projects that we believe can achieve net zero and should are contemplating that now. These remaining projects are from previous years. It's still the protection of the small capital improvement budget. So anything in a small capital project that is larger than 50% of the value of the building would become a candidate for requiring to be net zero under the current code.
Okay.
So
And I thought we did create some exceptions last budget, or did we not?
I mean, we did, I believe, for the modular.
Yeah.
Modulars and trailers.
Learning
and
cottages.
Learning
Yeah.
cottages. Yes,
Yeah.
that right. That was the name.
But like large scale HVAC projects that are, $10 million or
Okay.
more at some buildings where their value is 8 million, that means you're $7 million away from, you've already been over a substantial
Got it.
improvement. But that is not a level 3 alteration. An HVAC improvement would not be a level 3 alteration. So we could do that work and improve the building's efficiency without having to go all the way to a modernization.
Got it. Is the proposed sort of net zero ready a higher or lower standard of green energy generation and usage than net zero?
I think you have to look at net zero ready is really focusing on the efficiency of the building.
Mhm.
So for, every square foot, it's using less energy, but it's also making in DC, in the case of DC, the rooftop ready for solar. So you've already run conduits to the roof. You have your
Like what you did with
Mhm.
Banneker, it was net zero
Exactly.
ready is
Right.
got you.
The difference is that with net zero energy, you have to install the solar panels ideally at the same time that you're building, once you finish the roof, you need to install the
Install the
panels.
panels. Got you.
The challenge is the way we contract out for solar is through an entirely different contract from the general contractors. It's with the power purchase agreement. And that has to go, we bundle sites at a time. We don't do one at a time so we can get the best KWH rate. We, sometimes we need to wait for that
Mhm.
buildup of sites. And so that has, that has created some challenges, but I can promise you that even if it's net zero energy ready, we are highly incentivized to install solar and it will happen. And if that building was built to net zero energy ready, it will be net zero energy by means of installing the solar.
Got you. Okay, that's very helpful explanation. Last thing, DGS budget includes a 2.2 million reduction. It looks like in the Energy and Environmental Services division to account for savings in energy costs due to the usage of renewable energy. What kind of renewable energy installations are these savings from, and have the renewable energy systems already been installed, or are these projected savings?
I was talking to Councilmember Henderson about this, and the budget book, the way that's worded is not accurate.
Okay.
What you're seeing there are some one-time costs that have dropped from the sustainability and energy budget. And we had some energy audits that those funds were going to this year. So in FY26, that 2 million drop is a result of removing those one-time initiatives.
Okay. I wanted to ask about I guess the fact that Congress has proposed to eliminate the clean energy investment tax credit as soon as this fall in its reconciliation bill, and this tax credit is sort of vital to the financing systems at no cost to the district government. Has DGS considered accelerating this schedule?
Yes, that's a very good question. And it's something we're tracking closely and we are deeply concerned about. But I will say that even if the solar, and I believe Congress is specifically targeting the solar investment tax credit, even if it goes away, I think due to the SREC market of DC, which is very lucrative,
Mhm.
we'll continue to install solar. We won't get a 0 cent rate, but we'll still get a discounted rate compared to Brown Power rates. And we are doing everything we can to push bundle 2, which was referenced, the 27 sites
Mhm.
to council as soon as our OAG partners and we come to a solution about just some challenges with the PPA language.
Got it. Okay, let's stay on top of that and figure out, if we need to accelerate or what we need to do, and if our market is already sustainable to deal with it. But I just think it's something worth sort of following as the year goes on and we deal with the continued Congress that we're in right now. The proposed subtitle exempts 3 types of buildings from needing to achieve net zero readiness, and that's the temporary buildings. But I thought temporary buildings were already exempted from net zero.
Yeah, I think it's just clarifying. So the terminology of temporary buildings, and I have to look back. There's something about a 90-day limit to be considered a temporary building.
Oh, okay.
So it just had to be expanded to be understood that it meant like impermanent, and that it would be potentially longer term, but still
Okay.
temporary. So that was the clarity on that.
Okay. I have a bunch of questions about this, but what it sounds like is we just need a working group real quick about the subtitle before, because the chairman is like asking us for our list of subtitles we want to strike and what subtitles we want to keep. And he's like, if you don't have a budget nexus, you're out. Me and Councilmember Allen, as you can see, have to like make a decision about the subtitle. So it sounds like I'm not gonna go through these questions with it, but if we're gonna keep the subtitle and create some exceptions in it, we need to do that rather quickly. Or the chairman is like literally on a subtitle striking spree right now. He's already identified like 25. I don't know. So that's what I'm just letting you all know. So if you all can get with Councilmember Allen's team and my team and figure out what we can do, let's do that as quickly as possible so that we can have an argument to the chairman who is on a subtitle striking fee spree right now as we speak.
Thank you for the offer. We'll be as responsible. We'll coordinate through OPLA, but we will coordinate with both committees and we'll provide quick turnarounds as
Okay.
fast as humanly possible for
Got
any questions or clarifications that may be requested.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Our goal is we're going to do the same thing. D&E and facilities are going to do the same thing. So we just want to get it done on at the same rate. Wonderful. I wanted to ask about the proposed budget includes an $8.5 million for critical system replacements across client agencies, as is the case with other agencies, including DCPS and DPR. The capital improvement plan, the fiscal year 26 capital projects include the fiscal year 25 spend plans. What critical system replacement projects are budgeted for fiscal year 26?
We use this project specifically to supplement work orders with Deputy Director Gonzalez. So when work orders come in, we evaluate those work orders for capital eligibility. So we don't have that specific list for FY26.
Okay.
Because it is a fund that we use to address these emergencies and to address unknown work orders that are capital eligible. In addition to that 4 million, and this year I think we spent 3 million of our 4 million balance. So we really put that to use in many ways. And in addition to that 4 million, we have 4.5 million for the Adams Place warehouse. And Councilmember, this is the warehouse that houses all of our trade shops. So it's probably worth visiting just to see what we're contemplating. They really do need access control enhancements. The shed that they have out there has a lot of what we call wildlife in there, raccoons. And that's really just not a good thing because it does jeopardize a lot of the storage and equipment that we have in there.
That's right.
So it's a really worthwhile project.
Okay. I want to turn to the capital budget for location-specific projects and specifically the archives. As you know, the mayor's proposal is to abandon, I think, the years-long plan, and I'm saying years-long, but testimony today, clearly it's decades-long plan for the state-of-the-art archives building at the University of the District of Columbia. This project had a budget of $58 million. And was settled after years of studies for the proper location, consultation with archivist groups around the country and world, collaboration with the DC Archives Foundation, and other subject matters. Instead, the proposed budget includes $20 million less for a new archives project that will be separated into 2 locations, one of which will be the Sumner School and the other an off-site storage facilities. So I have a few questions about that, but I want to say, DGS did a great job with this. This is like one of your legacy projects. Your team worked really, really hard, both past and present, to get the archives to where it is today. And so the first question I have about it is how much money has the district government spent on the archives project at the UDC location so far?
About 15 million, but some of that work will be to the benefit of the University of the District of Columbia as they should they pursue housing at the location. So for instance, the selective demo work had to be done. The relocation of the Office of Unified Communications antenna from building 41 to another building, that work has been done. We're started some work of shoring up the garage. That work would support any future development that would happen there. So 15 million so far, but not all of it is lost.
Okay. I know not all of it is lost, but I mean, I think we still put a significant amount of taxpayer dollar investment there, for us to sort of abandon plans now. Will any of the plans for the UDC location be usable for the location proposal?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Will any of the plans, or I guess, be usable for any of the plans for the UDC location be usable for the 2 location proposal?
Well, there are some learnings that we have. The firm that we engaged to help us design, we understand the Office of Public Records and Secretaries program very well. We have a sense of what's needed in whatever location is ultimately selected. So those are sort of insights that we would leverage going forward. But in terms of the actual design, no, because it was location specific
Got
to
it.
the UDC footprint. So the actual design, no. Some learnings more broadly about the type of systems we need
Right.
to maintain the archival records and some other things. Those will carry forward, but the design, no.
Will either or both of the proposed 2 buildings be net zero?
They're too early to tell at this point.
Okay. I guess given the new proposal will not only, I think, waste significant money, time, and effort, and will also result in sort of a worse space that will inhibit, I think, the mission of the Office of the Secretary and the district scholars. Councilmember Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Anita Bonds, I myself are working with colleagues to see how we can protect the current well-planned, well-researched, and well-underway project, even if it means sort of some additional delays. And I'd rather we wait and get it right than make an uninformed rush decision in an effort to cut costs in a tough budget year, and be stuck with a facility that no one really is happy with. With that, I'm going to turn to my Ward 3 colleague, Matt Fruman, who has joined us.
Thank you very much, and I apologize for the bright light at the end of the tunnel, and then I show up. So I won't take up too much of your time. We've corresponded about the Hearst right of entry permit. I take it folks are working on it to try to get this sorted. There's a donation agreement and there's a right of entry permit, and the project is to get all the documents together. I think there was a call with DPR and DGS and the Friends of the Hearst Field. I just want to use the moment to really encourage everybody putting their shoulder down and to try to show flexibility to get this done. It feels like a crunch right now, but this project has been out there for 1.5 years. And there's a window to get this done this summer. And I think the goal is planting on July 7th, which is about 4 weeks from now. And so we don't have a ton of time. And in your text, you implied, get all the paperwork done, and then it could be 2 or 3 weeks. So can you assure me this will be an urgent project that senior people will be devoted to so that we get this done on time to do this planting?
Sure, and the 2 to 3 week timeline factors in the permittee providing the proof of insurance and that being approved by the Office of Risk Management, and I guess some other what I'll call back of house work that's done. But yes, you have my commitment. We'll push if there's anything that's under our purview that we can. I'll give Director Ross a call, ask him to be on the lookout for this proof of insurance. If there's any flexibility there, would certainly our request.
I would hope. I know that they're working on this. It's I guess cybersecurity insurance, which is something that is not always been a requirement, but is a requirement now. I just urge, we may need just in time processing here in order to meet this deadline. And I would be reluctant to ask for that if it weren't for the fact that this has gone on for as long as I've been on the council, and we got to get this done. I mean, there was a big effort to get this done on time for last season, and we really should get it done for this season.
Yeah, I'm excited about the project, so we'll push as hard as we can.
All right, wonderful. Turtle Park, I've toured it with different folks from DPR and from DGS. it feels like a little bit of a moving target. It feels like there was a time when you thought there would be a short-term project, a medium-term project, and a long-term project. Not 100% clear to me what is funded in that continuum. This is another one that it's not the only place in the city that has issues like this with erosion and in this case, sort of flooding of the sandbox that creates lots of different issues. What's the plan for Turtle Park and when can we hope to see some action?
As council member, we actually walked the site yesterday with an on-call contractor, and we expect work to begin next week. The short-term plan includes 15K dedicated funding to install some water diversion measures. That's to include some water permeable barriers to redirect the runoff, and then creating some shallow trenches to channel the water away. We are going to work with the Capital Construction Division to look at some long-term efforts to address that problem.
Okay, and on that, I hope that you will engage the Friends of Turtle Park that have been focused on this. And I think there might be a little bit of a challenge because you might get messages from a bunch of different people and we need to bring them together to make sure that the right people are talking with you because they have looked at it for some time and have some different ideas. One of the people who's part of that group is a landscape architect who's done a lot of different work, and I think it'd be useful to get their input. So it sounds like short term, you'll do this 15K worth of investment, then look at what might be possible going forward. And I may reach out to you to try to coordinate a meeting with the right stakeholders to make sure you're getting input from them.
We're happy to work with you on that, council member. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hearst Elementary School, there's, I think, a work order 797983, and this is the roof and wall on the historic facade of the building that has been an issue for quite some time. I think you guys are working on this. I don't know whether you have a contract in place or where you are in that process. How close are we to addressing again another longstanding issue?
We can get you an update very shortly on this, then likely before the end of your round. So we're able to note that work order.
Okay, well, my round's going to be short, but okay. And if it's not during my round, then you'll come back to me. Murch Elementary School, again, work order 805706. Leaks in the roof. Where do we stand in terms of the contract to get that work done?
I'll do the same. We'll have
Same.
that for you.
Okay.
If you have other work orders, we can look them up now.
No, I'm close actually to being done here. So the last one, and I don't know if it's a work order, is if you don't have to hear about the Wilson Pool elevator ever again, I'm sure you'd be delighted. But it's been fixed, then it's not fixed, then it's fixed, then it's not fixed. Where do we stand on getting it fixed and operational?
So that elevator must be replaced. There aren't any capital dollars in this budget to replace it. We should be working towards that, and we'll be happy to work with you and the executive on that. That elevator has passed the end of its useful life, and it's going to be Band-Aids until we replace it.
What's the magnitude of the cost to replace an elevator? It's going to shorten my useful life if we don't get this fixed.
We'll provide a more detailed estimate to you and the committee. Yeah.
Okay. On sort of the biggest picture for DGS, and I remember a day before DGS and OPEFM, and we've consolidated the maintenance into your agency as opposed to housing it in each of the individual agencies. And I'm curious, what, from your vantage point, and I know you're going to have to defend the agency, but I have people who raise to me like that, for example, on the park side, the idea that we have parks operations and parks maintenance, and sometimes there's a question of who's responsible for the net. What are the efficiencies that you see to having consolidated maintenance under DGS as opposed to with the individual agencies?
You have the subject matter expertise at the agency. Our employees once worked for Parks and Recreation or for DC Public Schools. So you have folks that understand how to get things done. What I would say, you can see where we invest, right? There are things that it's one of those things, and I talk about this a lot, right? DC has one of the best lead and water preventative maintenance programs in the nation, right? In the nation. After the Flint crisis, we took our hits, worked with the mayor, Councilmember Che. We're rated as the highest in the nation, right? So we put money there, and all of a sudden, you don't have the issues that they have in Flint, Michigan. We put money in replacing our fields when we moved away from crumb rubber. You don't hear about them. We still have a ways to go, but you don't hear about those. We just finished Emory, just a few weeks ago. So where you see the investment is where you also sudden, wow, we don't have those issues anymore. So I think it's a matter of investment for these issues. This Mayor Bowser, I think, has done more with regard to investing in preventative maintenance, having dedicated work order closure money. And I think we ought to continue that, right? We have a blueprint. There is no silver bullet. Again, I think I shared with Councilmember Felder, there are three things you have to do. You have to invest in preventative maintenance. You have to have dedicated work order closure money. And it can't be new building a bus. You have to invest in small capital replacements to keep buildings in good working order. Those are the things you have to do.
Okay. Last thing, everything's moving around about the FY25 budget. Coming out of the mayor's order and what we have to deal with because of the feds, do you have the dollars in place for your summer blitz for DCPS?
We have approximately 7.9 or 7.993 this year, and we're excited about that. We've completed our procurements. We think that we'll be able to start a lot earlier. We project hammers up, which is the term we use in the agency, to be June 25th. Now we're working with DCPS central staff and principals to collect their priority work orders. I shared with our previous panel that this year the focus will be on door and lock, fire, life, and safety, some HVAC contingencies, so a much more streamlined approach. We may not be able to get to the special projects like a 100,000 bleacher repair or 100,000 lighting repair in the theater, but those nuts and bolts issues or problem types that impact student safety and learning, we'll be able to address those.
Okay, and the 793 how does that compare to past years?
Last year was 9.8.
Okay. All right, I hope that we have 20% fewer issues to deal with, but glad to hear hammers up June 25th. I want to thank you for coming through. The spring musicals at both Deal and Jackson Reed happened, and there's still some, and it worried me a little when you made the reference to some things like maybe lights in a theater might be a challenge. I think there was a curtain issue. There's a couple of issues to close out around those projects that I hope can be part of the summer blitz. Just put that on the table.
We have to evaluate them amongst the other priorities at the various schools, but happy to take a look. And I do have some updates. The merch issue has been resolved per my team. So the merch work order has been closed. And for 797-983, we are, this is the Hearst roof. We are, it's in procurement, and we'll have that done by the end of the month.
All right. Well, I went over by 2 minutes. Thank you very much. And Chairperson Lewis George, I turn it back to you.
Thank you so much. All right. Real quick, final stretch. Director, I'm sure you heard testimony already from many of about the land bank. Councilmember Parker has been asking, and many of his constituents testified today about you all releasing the data and findings for the land bank study that DGS did in 2019. And they were told they cannot have it because it's outdated. I think even though outdated, what they're asking is that it would still be useful moving forward as a baseline to understand sort of what was learned and explored. And so, you know, the major ask is for me to subpoena it, which I think is, we don't need to get to a subpoena level. I don't think. So I guess, can you all work with our committee, but also Councilmember Parker, to provide any data and preliminary study drafts from DGS of the land bank of the land bank before council recesses?
Yeah, yes, we want to work with the Councilmember Parker and your office in this committee on this very matter. We have an in-house subject matter expert with decades of experience on this subject. The information is a little dated, but still likely very applicable. And we had preliminary conversations with OPLA about providing a briefing and then sharing some information publicly. And we want to do that. I'm committed to that. We've placed that request. We'll refresh that request to see if we can get it
Okay.
done before recess.
Yeah, we just had maybe 3 or 4 witnesses testify, and then Council Parker also raised, staff and committee also raised it with us. He wasn't able to make it today, but that was a part of his ask. So I just wanted to make sure I covered it, and we can come to a resolution about that. Another thing that came to us was about Ridge Road Field. I don't know if you're aware of the new issues with the turf field at Ridge Road, following, I guess, DPR hosted an out. What do you call it? All night out, whatever you call those, out all night. The community reached out saying the turf field was now unusable and is closed indefinitely. I guess the turf became so uneven and has dips throughout the field. And about 3 people had gotten injured. Does DGS have an estimate of how much it would cost to redo this field? And when was this turf field installed?
I think you're referring to GPR's late night hype.
Yeah. Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
the late night
Yes.
activation.
There we go.
That
Knew
that
there
is
was a name.
that is the first I've heard about damage
Okay.
to that field. Ridge Road is a relatively new field. I think
Okay,
maybe
that's what I thought. That was a very new
yeah,
field. Okay.
2-3 years ago. I'm happy to look into it.
Okay.
This is the first that I heard
Okay.
of it doing it.
Wonderful.
And
Um,
Councilmember, sorry, if I could, you asked about the critical system capital
Mhm.
funds earlier. These are the types of issues that when they come up, we would like to look
Understood.
at those funds and supplement it or help fund entirely these kinds of things.
Understood. Thank you for that. That was a great explanation. Okay. We heard during testimony about continued poor conditions at CCNV. There was a witness who testified about that. I know this is a really complicated space with multiple organizations operating in it. But the bottom line, I think, is conditions need to improve for the sake of the residents and the employees there. And DGS came out with me, I don't know, it was a year or 2 years ago. We all went out to do multiple shelters. What difficulties is DGS having with CCNV, and what is sort of the DGS, what's the long-term plan here?
It's a planned capital project that is funded for $64 million. I think
Okay.
it's funded. We have been working closely with DHS and the CCMV nonprofit on the vision of the Federal City Shelter. We have a draft MOA that CCMV has agreed to that DGS and our legal team coordinated. It's with the Department of Human Services, DHS, now for
Okay.
review. We hope to have signed. We are working towards release of a design build RFP, so we can sort of get this show moving. I meet bi-weekly with CCMV staff, including Mr. Rico and others. So it's been ongoing dialogue. I think it's been very productive. That is the long-term vision for the site, to have a completely new shelter and housing complex.
Got it. Okay. And that funding is still contemplated.
It is. It is.
Okay.
Still
What year is it
available.
for? What year?
I need to check. I think it may be in 25, Jose.
We received partial funding
Okay.
in 25 and the remaining to come in the outer years.
Okay. Can you confirm that Aston is getting a generator?
Yes,
Okay,
and
great.
kudos to DHS. They were able to identify and shift some funding.
Funding to do that. Okay, wonderful. I know Councilmember Nadeau is going to have larger questions about this. We had a few witnesses. We had a witness around Amigos Park. I hope that they can make some movement around Amigos Park. And I know we'll continue to get questions about it. Summer pool closures has come up. Roosevelt, Dunbar, H.D. Woodson, and Baloo Aquatic Centers are all scheduled to be closed this summer. So you can imagine that is in multiple communities who are very upset that their pool is closed during this summer. Why, like, what work is being done at these pools over the summer? Why are all four of those pools closed over the summer? What work is being done, and why could it not have been done before the summer when most users have the opportunity to enjoy those pools?
I'm careful not to speak PR. Director Freeman has admonished me for that several times. But I will say it's a function of staffing. It's not a function of facility maintenance. It's a function of
Okay,
staffing.
so it's not you all. Okay, because I
Yeah.
was like, why would DGS wait to do
No,
maintenance over the summer?
there isn't any intended work. It's a function of being able to staff the outdoor pools. And I know several are traditional closures, like just from my experience, Dunbar,
Okay.
H.D. Woodson, and several others that the staff that operate or provide services or lifeguarding duties at those locations during the school year then transition to outdoor pools during the summer, just because
Got
of
it.
the sheer volume of attendees at outdoor pools.
Got it. Last two questions referencing budget. I want to, does DGS currently budget facilities maintenance costs by building? If not, does DGS have the ability to budget by building?
We we don't. I think this is something that we both share an interest in developing, and I want to work with the committee. I don't know if this cycle is the cycle for that.
Okay.
You know, a few years ago, the mayor's proposal included IT upgrades to establish an enterprise data warehouse that did not make it. You know, the market period, and that's okay. I think. Both our shared thinking has evolved on it. I think it's something worth collaborating on the IT infrastructure that's necessary to be able to do that.
Got it. Okay. I'd like us to work together to explore what budgeting by building would look like with sort of a building by building budget. DGS would need to incorporate preventive maintenance schedules and retroactive maintenance needs based on the specific conditions of each building. By doing so, I think we'd be able to see how much we think each building costs to upkeep and how much it actually costs to do so. The other, does DGS currently track facilities maintenance expenditures by building? And if not, can we start doing that?
Yeah, a similar explanation Director gave just on the budgeting. We don't have the capabilities to budget across over 800 facilities, and tracking those expenditures is the same thing. But we do have, and I don't want to give the impression that we just kind of put a finger in the wind and come up with an estimate. I would argue we probably have the most sophisticated execution budget system that we've built out in Salesforce. That gives us the ability to track and manage all of our expenditures before they get into pass. And we're able to connect that to our work orders and facility maintenance. So we budget and execute at a contract level. So if you were to ask, you know, how much have we spent for X, Y, and Z service at a facility, we can get that. It's just we don't have it at the enterprise level.
Got you. Okay, I hear what you're saying. Okay, because I was just wondering if, like, every work order has a cost and every contract for each service provider has a cost. And I was just wondering, you know, we could add up the cost of in-house and contracted work at each building, and that would give us sort of some eye view into expenditures per building.
That's right. It's all housed in various systems. You know,
Okay, is that what it
the
is?
project teams has capital. Salesforce has, you know, is our work order management system. Archibus has information, right? Utilities are tracked through various
Got it.
platforms, through Energy Cap. It's always been my vision. We talked about a baseball card, right? You know, like a baseball card where you have the
Mhm.
stats. Like right now, if you were to say, hey, I need to know the expenditures for turkey thick, we could do it. It would be such a manual process
Got it.
that
Understood. Okay.
like, so we could do it, but it probably
It
would
would
take
take
one person reaching out to 5 other people,
5 different venues.
5 days to do that. And I want to have that, you know, at a fingertip. Would love to be
Okay.
able to tell you that.
Okay. Let's work together to figure out what we can do to sort of make these processes in the future of budgets possible. Last question. I think your testimony referenced 4.5 million for citywide preventative maintenance, not including the 15 million from DCPS HVAC. Is that true? Did I hear that right?
Yes, that is for preventive maintenance for non-DCPS. So we currently
Got
provide
it.
PM services to a number of MPD facilities,
Okay.
non-DCPS sites.
Okay, I was wondering what I was seeing there because I was going to say, does DGS have separate budgets for preventive maintenance and retroactive maintenance? Is that 4.5 million budgeted by facilities operation cluster, or is it one large pot for all agencies besides HVAC and DCPS?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's kind of one large pot, but it is spread out across the 5 different asset classes.
Okay.
So yeah, we have tracking on that.
We develop a spend plan that we could share with the committee to show you what the allocations look like by cluster or by asset type.
Okay. That would just be, I'm just trying to figure out how we know, I guess, how much we're doing, how much we need for preventative maintenance if within those various groups to make sure that we actually have the amount we need for preventative maintenance work to actually be done at the way you have prioritized it as director. All right. I think that's all I have for today. Is there anything additional you wanted to put on the record, Director?
I just wanted to thank the committee. Thank you for your partnership. Thank you to Candace and Sebastian. And really appreciate the partnership. I think that the agency, I think is growing. I think some of that is becoming evident. I realize we have a ways to go, but I want to just really thank my colleagues. I want to thank my colleagues for their hard work. I think they exemplify what it means to be a public servant. You got to have thick skin to work at DGS. I thought my skin was thick, but it's not even thicker. You got to have thick skin to work at DGS, and we just take this, you know, I'm a native, born and raised here. I always say it. Many of us are from here. Our kids go to school. Like, this work is deeply personal to us. I'm proud of the work that we've done. I realize we have a ways to go, and committed to working with you, the mayor, and anyone else that's solutions oriented to advance on this. So thank you so much.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you to all. Thank you for your coordination. And I look forward to us working together on subtitle stuff and getting through this budget cycle. And then even more difficult than the budget cycle would be the remaining of the year as we deal with all that we're dealing with as a district. I want to thank again to all our public witnesses as well who testified today. This concludes today's fiscal year 2026 budget oversight hearing on the Department of General Services. Don't forget, if you would like to submit written testimony for the record, please do so by 5 p.m. on Friday, June 20th, by uploading your testimony to the council's hearing management system or emailing facilities@dccouncil.gov. The time is 4:28 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.